You're coming with me, I said, gripping Xiamai's hand tightly, my voice trembling with emotion. You are the last antibody, and there is only enough energy to transport one person, Xiaomai replied gently, as she slowly released my grasp. Then I will not leave, I will stay here with you, I exclaimed, eager to step forward. This is humanity's only chance, I will wait for you in the past, Xiaomai said, raising her hand to block my advance. The zombie tide is upon us, we cannot hold them off much longer. A bloodied soldier burst into the room. Quickly go, Xiaomai urged, shoving me forcefully. Instinctively, I reached out for her, catching a glimpse of the tear tracks on her face, and in a blinding flash, I felt as though I was being drawn into a vortex. My bones crackled painfully, and the intense agony overwhelmed me, causing me to lose consciousness. Amidst the throbbing pain, I slowly opened my eyes. He's awake, doctor, he's awake. A woman's voice echoed in my ears. You reckless fool. How could you suddenly cross the road? The doctor chided as he began examining me. What? Cross the road? My awareness was still hazy, yet Xiamai's visage suddenly surfaced in my mind. I'm sorry. I hit you, I will cover all your medical expenses, the woman who had called the doctor said. I struggled to shake my head, my eyes needing to refocus, and after a long moment, I finally recognized the person before me. To my surprise, she was quite beautiful, and judging by her attire, she appeared to come from a wealthy family. Look here, the doctor instructed, turning my shoulder and shining a flashlight into my eyes. What are the examination results? He inquired, glancing at the nurse beside him. There's a slight concussion, the nurse replied. There's nothing serious, you can stay for observation for a day, and you should be able to leave tomorrow, the doctor said, standing upright and addressing the woman at my bedside. Those are old injuries, they weren't caused by this incident, the doctor added impatiently. Thank you, doctor, the woman said, rising to see the doctor out of the room. It was then that I began to survey my surroundings. To my astonishment, I found myself in a single-occupancy room. Throughout my life, I had never enjoyed such treatment. Yet, I felt that something was amiss. Who was that woman named Xiaomai in my memories? I seemed to have an important matter to attend to. But no matter how hard I tried to recall, my mind remained blank. All I could remember was Xiaomai crying. Why was she crying? Are you feeling unwell? The woman who had collided with me seemed to have noticed my grimace. I can't remember, I replied directly. Can't remember what? She asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. I can't remember anything, I said, my face contorted in distress. Wait here, I will call the doctor, she said, rushing out of the room in a flurry. What is your name? The doctor, now appearing somewhat impatient, stood at my bedside. Chai Yuxiao, I said, furrowing my brow. Well, at least you remember that, the doctor remarked, glancing at the woman who had struck me. But he says he can't remember anything, the woman replied, looking aggrieved. Where do you live? The doctor frowned, directing his gaze towards me. See, you remember that, the doctor stated, preparing to leave the room. I remember someone, and I have something very important to do, but I can't recall what it is or who that person is, I hurriedly interjected. His condition is not amnesia. It's a post-traumatic symptom that many patients experience, akin to waking from a dream and confusing reality with illusion, the doctor explained to the woman. But he looked so distressed just now, perhaps we should examine him again, the woman insisted, genuinely concerned for my well-being. Miss, your intentions are commendable, but one cannot always trust others, the doctor replied, casting a glance at the pile of clothing beside me. I looked down at the hospital gown I was wearing, then followed the doctor's gaze. I was taken aback by the disheveled heap of tattered clothing. Was that mine? Not only was it worn and ragged, but there also appeared to be something resembling a bulletproof vest among the items, and the filth was unbearable. I could even smell it. My shock eclipsed any mockery from the doctor, and I was left utterly bewildered. Doctor, could you please check him again? The woman persisted. There's truly nothing wrong. The examination results are clear. Young lady, in this world, one must be cautious. Not everyone is as they seem, the doctor said before departing with the nurse. How can a doctor be like this? If you want help, I will take you to another hospital, the woman said, frowning as she turned to me. Thank you for your kindness. I am fine. It may indeed be as the doctor said, just post-traumatic symptoms, I replied with a wry smile. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been looking at my phone while driving. How about this? I can offer you some compensation, the woman suggested, looking at me hopefully. No need, I'm fine, I said as I sat up, attempting to get out of bed. However, a sudden wave of dizziness nearly caused me to collapse, but thankfully, the woman quickly steadied me. What year is it now? I grasped her hand urgently. 2022, you're hurting me, she said, trying to withdraw her hand. I'm sorry, I quickly released her. I didn't understand why I had asked her the year. It just felt like crucial information. Frustrated, I closed my eyes and lay back down, striving to calm my racing thoughts. My fragmented memories felt so vivid, yet they resembled a jumbled puzzle that I could not piece together. Rest a bit, I will go get you something to eat and buy you some clothes, the woman said softly. Thank you, I replied, still with my eyes closed. Upon hearing the door close, confirming she had left, I slowly opened my eyes and repeated the action, hoping to recall something, but to no avail. I attempted to sit up again, trying to get out of bed, hoping the dizziness would return and trigger a memory. But my mind remained a blank slate. I recalled all my information, yet could not fathom what I needed to address. The more I thought, the more fatigued I felt. I was so tired, as if I hadn't slept in ages, and I chose to lie down completely. Perhaps it is truly as the doctor said, I am suffering from post-traumatic symptoms. I mused inwardly, gradually drifting into slumber. In my dreams, I saw countless shadows rushing towards me, and there was someone by my side as we ran, the number of people around us dwindling, all consumed by those dark forms. Yet, I could not discern anyone's face as the shadows drew nearer. I could not help but cry out, "Are you all right?" I jolted awake, finding the woman still beside me. I turned my head to see that it was already dark outside. "I'm fine, I just had a nightmare," I said, my face expressionless. "I left the food and clothes here and hay-raced some money. I can't stay with you tonight, but I will return in the morning," the woman said, placing a bundle of cash on the table. No, I can't take your money," I protested, struggling to rise and stop her, but the dizziness struck again. "Are you dizzy again?" "I'll call the doctor," she said, turning to leave. "I'm fine, it's probably just hunger," I quickly reassured her. "If you're hungry, let the hospital take care of it. I will cover the bill." "I'm leaving now, just ring the bell if you need anything," she instructed, pointing out the direction as she departed. "Okay, thank you," I managed a strained smile. "Rest well." "Oh, here is a phone for you. My number is saved on it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me," she said, handing me a mobile device. I wanted to say something, but everything was coming at me too fast and too chaotic. My mind felt like it had stalled. Before I could speak, she waved goodbye and exited the room. Staring at the phone in my hand and the money on the dresser, I felt as though my mind was about to explode.
Chapter 2, Memory Malfunction. Tentatively, I descended from the bed and retrieved the fresh garments the woman had prepared, making my way to the lavatory. It was the height of summer, and I eschewed the use of warm water, as was my wont, allowing the frigid cascade to wash over me. Emerging from my ablutions, I beheld my reflection in the mirror, a canvas of scars. It was then that a sensation akin to a physical blow struck my mind. Yet the shards of recollection remained frustratingly fragmented. I recalled my occupation as a sales clerk in a commercial center, bereft of identification and, needless to say, a mobile device. I found myself unable to ascertain further details. The cellular device provided by the woman contained only her contact information. A nagging concern arose: would my wages be docked for this hospitalization? It was of little consequence, I reasoned, considering the woman had bestowed upon me a sum no less than 10,000. Having partaken of sustenance, I reclined upon the bed. To my surprise, the garments the woman had procured were a perfect fit, complete with all accoutrements. If only she were my paramour, I mused. Yet, as this sentiment surfaced, a wave of guilt washed over me. It was as if my heart already harbored another, though her identity eluded me. This jumble of thoughts swirled within my consciousness, followed by an overwhelming drowsiness. It was unclear whether I drifted into slumber or succumbed to unconsciousness. The dreams did not return. Upon opening my eyes, the day was well advanced. Though my mind remained a labyrinth of confusion, my spirits were considerably lifted. Indeed, I felt as though I had been deprived of satiation for an age. I arose and performed my morning ablutions, gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar visage in the mirror. Beyond the weariness etched upon my features, there was an undeniable air of seasoned allure. "May I come in?" A knock echoed outside the hospital room. "Are you hungry?" "I brought you breakfast," the woman said with a smile, lifting what she held in her hands. "Thank you, but you really didn't have to." "I'm fine," I replied with a wry smile. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome," she chuckled, setting the breakfast on the table and opening it. "Eat up. Don't just stand there. It won't taste good if it gets cold," she urged, noticing my hesitation. "Okay," I nodded shyly and sat down with her. "Don't bother with those. We're new ones," she frowned as I began rummaging through my tattered clothes after breakfast. "I feel like there's something in here, but I can't remember what," I said seriously. "Let me help you look," she offered, stepping forward. "No, it's too dirty," I stopped her with a bitter smile. Surprisingly, my intuition was right. I found a pen in the pocket of my old clothes. The pen, however, seemed out of place with my attire, as it appeared quite sophisticated. "Is this your pen?" she asked tentatively. "I don't know, but it feels important," I said, troubled. "Should I ask the doctor to check you again?" she inquired with concern. "No. Let's leave the hospital, but there's something I need to ask of you," I ventured. "Tell me, I'll help if I can," she responded cheerfully. "I need you to take me to the department store. I think I might have worked there," I said with a rueful smile. "All right, let's go. My car is downstairs." The woman displayed no reluctance whatsoever as she picked up her small bag and stepped out the door. To my surprise, she was indeed a daughter of affluence, as evidenced by her striking red Ferrari. I couldn't quite comprehend why this car seemed so familiar, for my memories told me I belonged to a different world, one of poverty. "Are you well acquainted with this car?" she inquired playfully. "Why not take the wheel?" With an inexplicable compulsion, I nodded and settled into the driver's seat. As soon as the steering wheel was in my grasp, a wave of dizziness washed over me. It felt as though I had once been a race car driver, navigating not a track, but the bustling streets of the city. "Are you all right?" she asked, resting her hand gently on my shoulder. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a different visage, but just as swiftly, I shook my head, and she returned to her original appearance. "Are you sure you're fine?" The emotions reflected in her eyes were hauntingly familiar, yet I could not place them. "I'm fine, let us go," I replied, expertly starting the engine and smoothly merging onto the road. Everything felt so familiar, yet utterly foreign. "Your driving skills are remarkable. Do you truly work in a department store? Why not be my chauffeur?" She continued to shower me with compliments. Sensing my discomfort, she fell silent, and the car eventually came to a steady halt in front of the department store. "Please wait for me here," she instructed, as she prepared to accompany me inside. I forced a smile and said I should go alone. Taking a deep breath, I stepped towards the interior of the store. "Excuse me, sir, but this area is for employees only." A woman clad in the store's uniform blocked my path at the employee entrance. "Xiaohong? It's me, Yu Xiao." "Chai Yu Xiao," I responded, recognition dawning upon me. I recall the woman before me, she was once my colleague. "Sir, you must be mistaken. I do not recognize you," Xiaohong stated, raising her hand to obscure her name tag, casting a disdainful glance in my direction. "You don't recognize me? That's implausible, I work here," I exclaimed, becoming agitated. "Sir, cease this jest. Donning designer attire to jest with people here?" Xiaohong jested. I glanced down at my attire, furrowed my brow, and proceeded inward. "Halt! You cannot enter." Xiaohang exclaimed, pursuing me. We genuinely do not have anyone of your description here. Within an office, numerous individuals surrounded me, gazing upon these familiar visages. All claiming not to recognize me, I was on the verge of tears. I do indeed work here. If you wish to dismiss me, be forthright. Do not treat me thus merely because of my absence for a few days, I passionately declared. Then, pray tell, why were you absent? The manager inquired with a chuckle. I was struck by a vehicle and spent several days in the hospital, I candidly replied. The manager turned to regard the assembly, exchanging glances, and the group appeared enlightened. Observe, our employee roster genuinely lacks your name, personnel indicated, pointing toward the employee roster affixed to the wall. Still uncomprehending of the manager's intent, I disregarded it and rose to approach the employee roster. Astonishingly, my photograph and name were absent. How can this be? How can this be? I ceaselessly reiterated, collapsing onto the floor. Sir, shall we escort you out or assist you in contacting your kin? 2 security guards proclaimed, hoisting me up and escorting me toward the exit. As I pivoted, I caught sight of the manager gesturing towards his head, a furtive smirk playing on his lips as the others joined in his amusement. Did they perceive me as deranged? I mused inwardly. I am not mad, I genuinely work here, I proclaimed with fervor. What's amiss? The woman inquired, arriving in haste, accompanied by Xiaohang. I genuinely work here, I reiterated, casting a hopeful gaze upon the woman, placing my aspirations in her hands. Very well, let us discuss this elsewhere. The woman responded with a placating smile, extending her hand to guide me away. Even you doubt my veracity? My countenance contorted in disillusionment. Release me. I shall proceed on my own, I asserted, extricating myself from the grasp of the security personnel, and marched forthrightly towards the exit. Pray, do not act thus, the woman implored, pursuing me with concern. I once held a position here, I exclaimed, my voice fraught with emotion. Perhaps it is not this establishment? The woman offered, attempting to console me. This city boasts but a single department store, if not here, then where? I retorted, teetering on the precipice of despair. Let us find a place to sit and compose ourselves, strive to remain calm, the woman suggested, ushering me into her vehicle. Observing the throng of onlookers still reveling in the spectacle, I reluctantly acquiesced to the woman's entreaty. Do not despair, it is conceivable that they are merely jesting. Motivated by envy of your present prosperity, the woman remarked, attempting to assuage my distress during the journey. Cease your attempts at consolation. It is plausible that the physician's assessment is accurate, and my cognitive faculties are indeed compromised, I responded with a wry smile. Shall we then proceed to your residence to ascertain further? The woman promptly proposed, diverting the subject matter. Very well, I am indebted to you, I reside at. My words were preempted as the woman interjected, I am cognizant, Rainbow Road, number 107, as you mentioned at the hospital, the woman elucidated with a smile. Chapter 3, Rediscovering Memories. As the woman drove, I gazed out the window, the scenery simultaneously familiar and strikingly different from my recollections. The pen I carried felt significant, yet I couldn't place its owner or why it held such importance. And the figure from my dreams, who was she? My mind was a maelstrom. The more I strained to assemble the fragmented remnants of my past, the more elusive they became. Would you mind waiting a moment? I requested, preparing to exit the vehicle. Shall I accompany you? The woman offered tentatively. Perhaps, I replied with a wry smile. Despite my amnesia, I retained a sense of propriety, and an extra presence might prove beneficial. Lacking a key, I rapped on the door, hopeful that something within the apartment I vaguely recalled renting might trigger a memory. Who are you? A burly man demanded as he opened the door. Do you recognize him? The woman inquired, gesturing towards me. No, I responded, furrowing my brow. Who are you people? Are you unwell? The man grumbled, growing impatient. Our apologies, we seem to have made a mistake, the woman said with an apologetic smile. Lunatics. the man muttered, slamming the door shut. Perhaps you've misremembered the floor. Let's try the 5th floor, the woman suggested, gently guiding me away. Perhaps we should dine first? Sustenance is essential, after all, she added with a smile. Her kindness touched me. A stranger, yet she was so willing to assist. Forgive me. I haven't even asked your name, I said. It's Zichio, she replied. How can this be? Wasn't it agreed that you would be my driver? If you wish to leave, at least wait until you remember everything, I said, as Zichio took my hand and led me downstairs. Our destination was the delicious Grand Hotel. Zichio cheerfully settled into the passenger seat, her demeanor light-hearted. As I gazed at the woman before me, a sense of relief washed over me. Since I couldn't recall the past for now, I decided to let it be. After all, isn't this life that we lead what every man dreams of? Moreover, Zichio was undeniably a stunning beauty. Shall we go watch a movie? She suggested after our meal, her face adorned with a smile. What movie could we possibly watch during the day? I replied with a wry grin. Watching a movie at night is a date, during the day. It's merely a film, Zichio retorted with a laugh. Swayed by her whimsical logic, I found myself accompanying her to the cinema, only to discover that she had chosen a horror film centered around a zombie theme. Are you certain you want to watch this? I asked, my smile strained. Absolutely. Are you scared? Zichio teased. Let us go, I replied, my laughter tinged with awkwardness. I shattered the gates of hell, treading upon the ruins of stone as I emerged from my confinement. Allow the dead to consume the living, let death extinguish existence. As the subtitles of Gilgamesh faded, a sea of blood unfolded on screen, with countless zombies pursuing the living from behind. The camera zoomed in on a pair of lovers. The man grasped a weapon, exerting all his strength to support the woman behind him. Their hands were tightly intertwined, her eyes filled with terror, yet her gaze remained steadfast on the man before her. In that fleeting moment, a jolt surged through my mind, and fragmented memories began to coalesce, gradually forming a complete recollection. I remembered everything. I stood up in excitement and exclaimed, "What?" Zichio looked at me in astonishment while surveying the other occupants of the screening room. Suddenly, everything came back to me. And I joyfully proclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? If you're not watching, then don't disturb us." A few young men interjected, their displeasure evident. "Silence!" I shot back, my gaze fierce as I turned to face them. "Sit down," Zichio interjected, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. "Oh, so you think you can act all high and mighty?" The young men retorted, rising from their seats and encircling me. "I apologize, my boyfriend didn't mean any harm." "We'll leave immediately," Zichio hurriedly interposed, attempting to defuse the situation. "This girl is rather attractive, if you stay with us, we might let him go," the young men jeered. "I command you to be silent." I turned away, glaring at the 5 before me. "Take him down." One of the youths hesitated momentarily before lunging at me. I effortlessly knocked one down with a swift motion and kicked another aside. The 5 of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat before they even managed to touch me. "Let's go," Zichio urged, pulling me away. "What just happened? Who exactly are you?" "You can't possibly be a department store employee, are you some sort of agent?" Zichio asked, her excitement palpable. I hail from the future," I replied with an awkward smile. "Huh! You're just bragging," Zichio laughed so hard she bent over. "It's true, in 3 days, a meteor shower will be visible worldwide. Experts predict that these meteors have mostly worn down as they pass through the atmosphere, and according to their trajectories, most will land in uninhabited areas, posing no threat to us," I said solemnly. And then? Suddenly, Zichio became serious. Unbeknownst to them, these meteors carried extraterrestrial viruses that would transform nearly all of humanity, specifically 99% into zombies, much like in the movies. I struggled to contain my excitement as I spoke. "All right, I believe you," Zichio replied with sudden gravity. "Why?" I countered. furrowing my brow. In 3 days, there will be a global meteor shower. I know this because my friend works in a specialized unit. However, this is classified information. Considering your attire at the time, I find it plausible, Ziqiu explained. I was astonished, gazing at her, truly believing she was jesting. I am not jesting. I have always sensed something unique about you. I cannot quite articulate it, but it is a feeling of profound safety that compelled me to follow you, Ziqiu admitted. Her cheeks flushing. Is it intuition? I asked with a wry smile. Enough with the details, what shall we do now? If you truly hail from the future, shouldn't you be saving humanity? What is your mission? Ziqiu inquired. Honestly, I am uncertain. I can fight the zombies, but I possess neither authority nor power. I truly do not know where to begin. However, I need to rescue 2 individuals first, I replied. Whom? She pressed. One is Dear Lu, this pen belongs to him. And the other is my partner, I said, avoiding Ziqiu's gaze. No wonder you've been so distracted while looking at me. Ziqiu remarked with an awkward smile. So, who shall we rescue first? She asked. Thank you, but I can manage on my own, I said. Preparing to exit the vehicle. Have you abandoned me? If this truly is the apocalypse, do I not deserve your salvation? Ziqiu inquired. Well, fine, you may accompany me. I replied as I started the car and departed from the parking lot. Where are we headed now? Ziqiu asked eagerly. To the second research institute, Dear Lu works there. And I have some inquiries to make, I explained. About your memories? Why do those individuals not recognize you? Ziqiu questioned. How did you know? I exclaimed, astonished by her insight. Be careful, watch the road, Ziqiu said, swiftly correcting the steering wheel. My apologies, I said with a wry smile. It's a woman's intuition. Just as I trust you, Ziqiu smiled, leaning back in her seat. I'm sorry, but unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. The security guard at the institute's entrance raised his hand to block our path. I am looking for Dear Lu. I know him, I said excitedly. Every day. Dozens of people claim to know Dear Lu. Hurry along, please, the guard insisted as he closed the gate. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should rescue your woman first? Ziqiu asked with a forced smile. Let us wait until nightfall, Ziqiu suggested mischievously. What do you mean? I asked, perplexed. We can scale the wall, Ziqiu whispered. Chapter 4, an unexpected turn of events. The wall before us was not particularly high. Merely a fence of iron bars that I could easily grasp. Come, let us first have a meal, Ziqiu said, tugging me along. Perhaps you should call your woman first? Ziqiu proposed. I have no idea what her number is. Everything became obsolete when I met her, I laughed. Shall I send someone to fetch her? Ziqiu inquired. She would surely think she was being kidnapped, I replied with a wry smile. Speaking of her, she was once an ordinary individual, yet through her journey, she had transformed into a figure of leadership. All right, enough of that. First, we must rescue Dear Lu, then we will save her, Ziqiu declared. As she began to order food. Having satisfied our hunger, we returned to the research institute, albeit parking our vehicle out of the guard's line of sight. I will draw their attention, Ziqiu said, dashing towards the entrance. Hey! My hand paused midair, taken aback by her audacity. Oh please! Let me in to see Dear Lu. Ziqiu pouted sweetly to the guard at the door. Seizing the opportunity, I stealthily maneuvered around the corner. And as the guard's attention wavered, I grasped the railing and leapt into the courtyard. To my dismay, the building was locked, requiring a key card. So I had to circumvent to the side. Looking up, I noticed Dear Lu's office, on the 3rd floor, was lit. Rubbing my hands together, I scaled the outer wall using the water pipe. Who are you? My sudden appearance startled Dear Lu. Frowning, she glanced at me, placed her pen down on the table, and immediately pressed the alarm. Dear Lu, what are you doing? I stood frozen in disbelief. However, the guards arrived swiftly, and I dared not resist at that moment. I certainly did not wish to be apprehended. "Wait for me outside," Dr. Lu muttered quietly. "What kind of lunatic is this? How is your security so lax? Get them out of here!" Dr. Lu scolded, pointing at me as she berated the guards. In utter bewilderment, I was unceremoniously thrown out the door by the guards. "So, did you see Dr. Lu?" Elated, Ziqiu eagerly approached. "I saw him, but—" "Never mind, let's discuss it in the car," I said with a wry smile, noticing his peculiar demeanor. Once inside the vehicle, I chuckled and inquired, "Is that Professor Lu?" Ziqiu excitedly pointed outside. Professor Lu furrowed his brow as he squeezed into the car on my mistake. Coming to the rescue in a two-seater, I mused. "To the docks," Professor Lu instructed. With Ziqiu at the wheel, Professor Lu and I were crammed together. An awkward situation punctuated by Ziqiu's occasional suppressed giggles, leaving us all in an uncomfortable silence. Upon finally reaching our destination, I lighted and promptly lit a cigarette, savoring the long-missed flavor. This pack, purchased outside a restaurant some time ago, had remained untouched until now. "Spare me one," Professor Lu requested, extending his hand to tell me what happened. Professor Lu said. "After lighting his cigarette, we discovered a meteorite with an energy field, and you used the equipment to warp spacetime," I explained. "So, it's really possible to traverse time," Professor Lu mused. Chuckling to himself. "You trust him?" Ziqiu asked, perplexed, glancing at Professor Lu. "This fountain pen was a gift from my esteemed mentor upon my graduation from university. Such a treasured item suddenly vanished, and now it's in his possession." "Of course, I trust him," Professor Lu replied with a smile. "But what if he stole it?" Ziqiu questioned the impossible. "I always kept this pen on my person," Professor Lu insisted. "Do you believe me or not?" I asked Ziqiu, frowning. "I'm just trying to clear up your confusion." "None of your colleagues seem to recognize you," Ziqiu said, sticking out his tongue. "You exist in the future, thus you are absent in the present," Dr. Lu remarked. "What does that mean?" Both Ziqiu and I inquired in unison. In simple terms, it implies that two identical entities cannot coexist within the same temporal dimension, otherwise it would result in temporal chaos and even disrupt the magnetic field, Dr. Lu explained. "So when you see your pen, you think it originates from the future?" Ziqiu asked. "Not quite," Dr. Lu chuckled as he retrieved a note from his pocket. I furrowed my brow and took the note, which bore the words, "Trust him." "Let me see," Ziqiu said, taking it from my hands. "What is this?" she questioned. "It is something I wrote," Dr. Lu replied with a smile. "How was I unaware of this?" "Where did you hide the note?" I asked. "I concealed it within the pen cap," Dr. Lu laughed. "What is the duration of the virus's spread?" he inquired. "Oh, right. You mentioned it before 10 days, I responded. "Excellent, that is quite reassuring, but—" I began to smile, only to furrow my brow again. "What is it? Are there more people to save?" Dr. Lu asked. "If there were no apocalypse, neither she nor I would exist," I said with a bitter smile as I shook my head. "For I am the last antibody." I lifted my gaze and stated. "Incorrect. Old Lu, am certainly not that kind of person. I chose you because you are trustworthy, because you possess a sense of responsibility, which is more significant for all humanity." "Your love or their lives?" Dr. Lu questioned. "After we overcome this crisis, I shall accompany you to find her," Ziqiu suddenly declared. "I must take my leave now." "Jot down my number," Dr. Lu said, pulling out his phone. "Shall we see you off?" Ziqiu offered. It was quite crowded, so I decided to take a taxi. "Dr. Lu waved his hand as he spoke. "Where shall we go?" I asked, glancing at Ziqiu, feeling a sudden emptiness within. "You have saved the world." "Allow me to treat you to a drink," Ziqiu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Very well, I too could use a moment of relaxation," I replied with a smile. The next day, I awoke in a grand villa, wandering about until I unexpectedly encountered Ziqiu. "I didn't realize your tolerance for alcohol was so low. Let's have breakfast. Zichio chuckled. Is this your home? I asked, tilting my head to survey the surroundings. Indeed, please, take a seat, Zichio replied, turning on the television. The latest news flashed across the screen. Renowned quantum physicist Liu Jiangwo has been approved for arrest on suspicion of endangering public safety. The moment the report aired, we both sprang to our feet in shock. What? Zichio and I exclaimed in unison. Calm down, let me check the online commentary. Zichio said as she picked up a tablet. What are we to do? I felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. We must rescue dear Liu, Zichio asserted, rising from her seat. That's easier said than done. How do we even plan to rescue him when we don't even know where he is being held? I countered. Look, it's Shishan prison, Zichio said, handing me the tablet. Even knowing his location, how can we possibly save him? Do you suggest we storm in? I frowned. You have a point. So what shall we do now? Zichio asked, her brow furrowing in concern. Dr. Liu once mentioned that while you can influence history, you cannot alter it. It seems the apocalypse is unavoidable, I lamented, sinking despondently into a chair. Do not lose hope. Look, Zichio said, handing me the tablet once more. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the entire internet was abuzz with discussions regarding this matter, with many individual speculations approaching reality. What if we anonymously publish a post to clarify the situation and prepare everyone? Suggested Zichio. That sounds like an excellent plan. We must save as many as we can. I responded, filled with excitement. By the way, there's an apocalyptic forum. Let us head to the internet CAF, Zichio said, pulling me out the door. Chapter 05, Preparation for Everything. This girl had no idea what she was truly getting into. She had indeed found a clandestine internet CAF. The kind that allows access without identification. I registered an ID, naming myself the Pioneer. I articulated the entirety of the incident clearly, urging everyone to remain indoors for 10 days to weather this catastrophe. As long as one avoids contact, they would not be infected. If only a small fraction of the populace were to contract the virus, we would undoubtedly possess the capability to conquer the zombies. Where to next? Zichio inquired as we exited the CAF. Only 2 days remain. We're running out of time, I said, clenching my fists. What is your woman's name? Zichio asked. Xiao Mai, I replied with a bitter smile. Then let us rescue her first, Zichio asserted. No, I grasped Zichio's hand. Why not? Zichio asked, puzzled. Dr. Liu once said that one can influence history but cannot alter it. Since Xiaomai and I coexist in the future, it implies she can survive. If I attempt to rescue her now, it might yield the opposite effect, much like Dr. Liu, I explained. This had been a question I had contemplated deeply, and indeed, some friends from the forum had offered various suggestions. But surely, we must have a destination in mind? Inquired. To amass provisions and gather all that we require. I replied in a deep voice. Does your villa have a basement? I continued. Yes, responded. And what of your family? I asked. My parents are abroad. I informed them this morning, said. They believed you? I asked, surprised. They believe whatever I tell them, said with a smile. What is it that your family does, exactly? I asked with a wry smile. It's of no consequence. First, we shall procure a different vehicle. With that, led me toward the Ferrari. Are you certain about trading this in, miss? The used car dealer asked, looking at us in astonishment. Yes, is there a problem? Asked, hands on her hips. It's just that this vehicle could be exchanged for dozens of those, the dealer said with a wry smile. Then we shall exchange it for 2, stated. It doesn't necessarily have to be a pickup truck. We could opt for something more durable, I suggested softly. Then what do you propose we acquire? Asked. Do you, by any chance, have an exceptionally large recreational vehicle? I asked tentatively. Young man, if you were to inquire elsewhere, they truly wouldn't have one. But here, I happen to possess one, the dealer said, patting his chest. And of Toro's Conqueror. I dare say, it is the only one of its kind in the city. The dealer proudly gestured toward a colossal vehicle parked separately in a warehouse. A man's 6-cylinder, 24-valve inline turbocharged engine, boasting an immense 480 horsepower. With a maximum torque of up to 500 Newton-meters. The 88 drive system equipped with a transfer case features 4 differential locks across the front and rear axles, along with 3 interaxle differential locks. The proprietor's incessant exposition was abruptly interrupted by Zichio. Stop! Just tell me the price, Zichio impatiently inquired. If you desire this, it will require an additional sum. Your Ferrari, after depreciation, will fetch a maximum of 4,500,000. However, this vehicle demands a cool 10 million. The proprietor replied, brimming with pride. Money is not an issue. What about the range of this vehicle? Is it capable of withstanding a zombie apocalypse? Zichio queried. Ha ha ha. I see you've been following the news. Such reports should not be taken seriously, the proprietor chuckled heartily. Forget about that. My question is whether it can withstand such scenarios. Zichio insisted. I also own a modification shop, and I can certainly meet your requirements, the shopkeeper answered obliquely. How long will the fortification take? I am in a hurry. Zichio pressed on. I will have everyone work overtime. It will be ready by dawn, the shopkeeper assured. What about the range? I couldn't help but ask again. Rest assured. It boasts dual-fuel tanks with an 800-liter capacity, powered by 5-kilowatt ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel engine. The proprietor began to elaborate once more, but Zichio interrupted him again. Just tell me how much more I need to pay you in total, Zichio said impatiently. The modification costs 1 million. I guarantee that even bullets won't penetrate. You then pay me 650,000, and the deal is sealed, the shopkeeper replied, visibly pleased. Delivery by dawn? Zichio inquired. Absolutely. We stand by our word. We value our reputation, and I will have my team work tirelessly to ensure it is ready, the shopkeeper affirmed. Account details, please. Overwhelmed by the incessant prattle of the proprietor, Zichio interjected, the funds have been transferred to you. The transfer of ownership is not urgent. But I must see results by tomorrow morning. I'll be taking the vehicle now. No problem at all. I'll have someone arrange the formalities for you. The proprietor exclaimed with fervor. Sir, might we borrow this pickup truck? I inquired, gesturing toward a sizable pickup. Certainly, by all means, the proprietor replied jovially, retrieving the keys from the wall and handing them to me. Let's go, Zichio said, ushering me into the vehicle. This proprietor's enthusiasm is almost unbearable. Zichio remarked with a wry smile. That's quite understandable. He regards the Doomsday Prophecy as utter nonsense. Encountering a simpleton like you, who freely bestows money upon him, naturally elicits such enthusiasm, I elucidated with a chuckle. However, events did not unfold as we had anticipated, as widespread panic buying erupted in shopping centers throughout the city. No wonder the news of the meteor was classified as top secret. Zichio and I scoured the city's supermarkets, even the smallest convenience stores, managing to procure a vehicle laden with supplies. Upon returning to the villa, we transported everything to the basement. I also acquired materials to seal the basement door. We'll need to venture out again tomorrow, I said with a furrowed brow, surveying our acquisitions. What else do we require? Zichio inquired. We've been preoccupied with acquiring food. But we haven't addressed weapons and communication equipment, I responded. That evening, the two of us acclimated ourselves to life in the basement. The television broadcasts were saturated with news reports debunking the rumors, urging the public not to succumb to misinformation and to refrain from panic buying. The frantic acquisition of resources persisted unabated across various locales, even escalating in intensity. Any updates on the forums? I inquired. I just checked. There's word that a considerable number of Doomsday adherents have congregated in an underground air raid shelter in Red Sea City, diligently retrofitting it, Zichio responded. Well, even amidst the present turmoil, I believe many will manage to survive, I remarked with a wry smile. The subsequent morning, the used car dealer delivered as promised, exemplifying the principle of value for money. The colossal recreational vehicle before us now resembled an armored vehicle, prompting me to approach and caress it. How does one open this door, boss? I asked, turning my head. It's a combination lock, with the default code being 6 zeros. You can alter it yourselves. Like this. As the proprietor spoke, he opened the door, and Zichio immediately entered the vehicle. The matter of changing the passcode naturally fell to me, as she had purchased the vehicle. I had initially intended to solicit her input, but it now seemed unnecessary. The opulence of the interior was unexpected, featuring a 6-seat sofa, a retractable dining table, and a full-fledged bedroom, kitchen, washroom, and shower room. Most impressively, the second story boasted a yacht flybridge-style open living room, complete with a circular sofa and an electrically adjustable table, affording an unobstructed view of the surrounding scenery. Furthermore, this upper level was convertible, with a hydraulically operated retractable roof. The transfer of ownership, the proprietor began, but Zichio interjected. It's all right, no rush. Here's your pickup truck back, we're leaving, Zichio stated. No worries, keep it. Consider it a gift, the proprietor cheerfully replied. Right then, we still need to procure a few items. Would you be so kind as to deliver this behemoth to Villa number 101 in the mid-levels? Requested. No problem at all, the proprietor affirmed, thumping his chest. Let's go, said, ushering me into the pickup truck. Today is the final day. We must ensure everything is prepared before sunset. If my memory serves me correctly, the meteor shower will be observable almost simultaneously across the globe at 9 o'clock this evening. On that fateful night, all those who had gathered outside to witness the celestial display were transformed into the undead, even those on their balconies. The virus spread with such alarming rapidity. Chapter 6. The advent of the apocalypse. Upon our return to the villa, the expansive recreational vehicle was already parked in front. A security guard scurried over, bearing the keys. Have a go, said, handing me the car keys before hopping back into the pickup. The two of us drove to the underground parking facility beneath the villa. We must hasten with the unloading, I said, glancing at my watch with mounting anxiety. This timepiece, also acquired by, was purportedly guaranteed to run for a decade without faltering. Before nightfall, we had finally secured all the doors and windows, finalized our preparations, and retreated into the subterranean shelter. Reached out and switched on the television. But to my astonishment, there were still numerous individuals assembled outside, eagerly anticipating the meteor shower's arrival. Are they still at it? I said, my brow furrowed in consternation. Much like the car salesman, they remain unconvinced. However, I imagine the numbers will be considerably diminished compared to that time, mused, turning her gaze towards me. Let's hope so, I replied with a wry smile. The seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. Awaiting the end of the world proved to be an exceedingly grueling ordeal. The meteor shower has arrived, and the people on television are filled with exuberance. The first meteorite streaks across the low sky, and some individuals begin to exhibit symptoms of nausea. Beside me, Zichio anxiously fixates on the unfolding events on the screen. At last, the transformation into the undead has commenced. The reporter, who is still broadcasting, becomes visibly flustered. Just as they turn away, a zombie lunges at them. Simultaneously, the television image freezes, dissolving into static. It has truly begun. Zichio's previous excitement has vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer terror. She continuously flips through channels, and finally, a station still screening a movie emerges. However, it is soon interrupted by breaking news. The meteorite from space indeed carries an unidentified virus, urging everyone to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. The report is succinct, delivered by a visibly rushed anchor, followed by a cacophony within the studio. The camera tumbles, capturing only frantic footsteps before a heart-wrenching scream pierces the air. A shadow collapses, revealing a grotesquely disfigured face, bones exposed, eyes wide with horror. This sudden scene jolts Zichio, who never anticipated such an outcome. With a mournful expression, I shake my head. In the days that follow, we diligently turn on the television, fortunate that the internet remains operational. The Doomsday Forum is ablaze with activity, and my ID, Pioneer, has G on the 5th day. While the water and electricity remained, the internet had completely vanished. That night, in a fit of boredom, the two began to drink. Having spent these days in each other's company, they had nearly brushed past one another at every moment. Under the influence of alcohol, they could not help but draw closer. In the ensuing days, Zichio fully embraced a state of apocalypse, as if each day were the last. They incessantly sought solace in one another, emptying themselves completely, leaving only each other in their gaze. By the 11th day, the oppressive, lightless existence in the basement had begun to evoke feelings of despair. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Didn't you say that after 10 days, everything would be fine? Zichio lamented. May I go out to take a look? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Fine, I'll give you 5 minutes. I can no longer bear to stay here, Zichio retorted. Visibly annoyed. With caution, I opened the basement door, pausing to listen for a moment before stepping onto the staircase. Standing in the living room, I gazed outside. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow at my feet, as if the apocalypse had yet to arrive. I quietly approached the window, observing the eerily silent street, and I couldn't help but frown. I desperately wished the notion of an apocalypse were merely a dream. But the sight of a zombie emerging from around the corner shattered my last vestige of hope. I haven't basked in sunlight for so long. I feel like I'm about to mold. Zichio's voice came from behind me. What are you doing outside? I exclaimed in a flurry. Do you know what is the most terrifying aspect of the end of the world? Zichio asked, staring intently at me. What is it? I replied, a hint of irritation in my voice. It is the dread governed by the apocalypse. If one cannot live like a human, what difference is there from being dead? Zichio remarked with a smile. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Do you feel any discomfort? Are you experiencing nausea or dizziness? I inquired anxiously. I am fine, it's already the 11th day. Zichio replied impatiently. This is not good, I feel extremely dizzy. Suddenly, Zichio crouched down on the ground. Her face contorted in pain. I told you not to come out. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? I was on the verge of tears as I rushed to Zichio's side. I was merely jesting with you. Zichio suddenly stood up, smiling at me. You are being utterly ridiculous. This time, I was truly angry. All right, do not be upset, I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Zichio said as she linked her arm with mine. You cannot fathom that kind of pain, do not make light of such matters. I said, my expression grave. I am sorry, have you lost someone dear to you? Zichio asked, looking at me with guilt. Many. I replied with a despondent smile. Our supplies are nearly depleted. What shall we do now? Zichio hastily shifted the topic. Let us first observe our surroundings, I said, picking up the binoculars from the table. Zichio mimicked my actions as she stood by the window, beginning to survey the area. Yu Xiao, there are people over there. Zichio exclaimed suddenly, filled with excitement. Where? I leaned closer to Zichio. At the 9 o'clock position, that red house. Zichio pointed out. This method of communication was something I had taught her while we were in the basement. I followed the direction pointed out by Zichio, and indeed, there was someone standing by the window of the red house, on the 2nd floor, waving. The distance to the house was no more than 500 meters. But the path leading there was infested with wandering zombies, numbering at least in the dozens. Given the overwhelming presence of the undead on the road, it would be prudent for us to search for food in the vicinity instead. I furrowed my brow and remarked. Where shall we begin? Zichio inquired. Very well. Let us start with the building to the right. Zichio replied with a smile. I pulled Zichio behind me, each of us wielding a baseball bat. For in this apocalyptic world, securing any decent weapon was a challenge. Our only defenses were a motorcycle helmet, some sports protective gear on our arms and legs, and a pair of impact-resistant gloves. As I pushed open the heavy iron gate of the courtyard, a mangled hand reached out towards me. I swiftly sidestepped and swung the bat, producing a dull thud as blood, accompanied by a white substance, splattered against the courtyard wall. A zombie! Its innards dangling from its waist, collapsed at my feet. Zichio gasped in shock, and the surrounding zombies were instantly drawn to the sound. Experience from 5 years of this apocalypse warned me against engaging in prolonged combat. The horde would only grow larger, and our makeshift weapons were ill-suited for sustained fighting. This area was comprised of entirely standalone villas, with at least 10 meters separating the courtyards of neighboring homes. Zichio quickly recognized her mistake and began to run for her life alongside me. I was deeply concerned that she might encounter further trouble, but fortunately, we both managed to reach the neighboring house safely. A 4-wheel drive vehicle was parked just outside the adjacent courtyard wall. We had previously observed that climbing onto the vehicle would allow us to jump into the courtyard. Quick, get on, I'll cover you, I said, assisting Zichio onto the SUV. Startled, the extremely decaying zombies were drawing nearer. I had no choice but to clamber onto the roof and continuously wield the baseball bat in my hand, preventing them from seizing Zichio and me. Safe, Zichio uttered, her voice trembling as she glanced at the courtyard. Jump quickly, I urged, giving her a shove. The courtyard was desolate, and the villa's front door was ajar. Cautiously, I approached the entrance and gently pushed the door open with the baseball bat. A white blur darted past, and the curtains inside swayed, yet there was clearly no breeze. Suddenly, a figure sprang out, its eyes gleaming with green light, and lunged at me with great speed. Chapter 07, I believe you. I swiftly dodged, and the figure brushed past me. It turned out to be a small white cat. Zichio, who was behind me, was also startled and tightly gripped my arm. I dared not make a sound, fearing it would alert the zombies outside the courtyard wall. If we were trapped here without any supplies, it would be troublesome. But now, I had to test the waters. As I had been quite frightened by the little white cat, I picked up an empty soda can from the ground and tossed it into the house. The sound of the can hitting the floor seemed particularly jarring at that moment. I waited for quite some time, unsure if anyone was truly inside, but no zombies appeared. Let's go, it should be fine, but let's still be cautious, I said, turning my head to Zichio. Clutching their baseball bats, the duo cautiously entered the abode, which, in a mere 11 days, felt as though it had been uninhabited for an age. I proceeded directly to the window and drew back the drapes, for the pitch-black ambience was profoundly unsettling. Yet, the instant I unveiled the window, a piercing shriek emanated from Zichio's direction. I pivoted swiftly to behold a ghoul standing directly behind the curtain, already raising its arms to lunge at Zichio. Without a moment's hesitation, I leaped atop the sofa and launched myself into the air, bringing the bat down upon the ghoul's cranium. Zichio's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor, her form trembling uncontrollably. However, there was no time to console her, for I was uncertain whether some anomaly had occurred during this transformation, as the ghoul's reaction seemed somewhat sluggish. No sooner had I dispatched one threat than another emerged from the kitchen. Though this one lacked legs, its earthbound crawl posed the greatest peril. I advanced, planting a foot upon the sofa, which collided forcefully with the crawling ghoul. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed forward and delivered a decisive blow to its head. As I turned to check on Zichio, yet another ghoul tumbled down the stairs. This one a mere child of 7 or 8. No, no! Zichio's voice wailed, laced with tears. However, the child before us was now a ghoul, devoid of all humanity. The fall down the staircase had fractured one of its legs, yet even so, it dragged itself toward me. I frowned, and with a swift swing, sent the frail form hurtling through the air, where it struck the wall with a sickening thud, never to rise again. Zichio finally couldn't hold back her tears. her sobs breaking the silence. I turned and rushed to her side, yanking off her helmet and covering her mouth with my hand. You can cry, but don't make a sound. If the zombies hear us, we won't get out of here, I said sternly. Zichio didn't resist, letting me cover her mouth. But her eyes grew increasingly hollow. Even after years of surviving in this apocalypse, the sight of zombies still sends chills down my spine. Everything I do is driven by survival instincts and muscle memory. But for Zichio, this was her first encounter with such brutal slaughter, a massacre that wiped out her entire family. I can only imagine the terror weighing on her heart. Do you remember what I told you in the basement? Do you want to survive? I whispered, lowering my voice. A faint glimmer returned to Zichio's vacant eyes as she looked up at me. They're already dead. They've been dead for a long time. What I killed weren't people. Snap out of it. Didn't you say you could face this? I need you now, the strong you, I pleaded, my voice trembling. After a long pause, Zichio suddenly pushed me away. To my surprise, there was still one survivor, an old man lying on the ground, his hand almost grasping my ankle. As I reached for my baseball bat, Zichio had already raised hers high above her head. She closed her eyes and swung down with all her might. But when she opened her eyes again, her trembling only intensified. At that moment, I had no time to comfort her. I scooped her up in my arms and carried her to the bathroom, locking the door behind us. I held her trembling form tightly in my embrace, hoping to offer her some solace. However, the effect was far from ideal, as she continued to shiver like a leaf in the wind. Her hands hung limply at her sides, devoid of the strength to return my embrace. I was compelled to lean her against the wall, then turned and stepped outside to fetch a bottle of white liquor. Upon twisting off the cap, I pried her mouth open and poured the liquid inside. It is true that this girl has a commendable tolerance for alcohol, yet such abrupt stimulation caused her to cough violently. The physical jolt momentarily subdued her psychological terror, prompting me to once again present the bottle to her lips. Drink, I commanded in a firm tone. Zichio glanced up at me, lifted the bottle, and began to gulp it down voraciously, choking slightly before resuming her drink, quickly emptying the bottle. As I gently patted her back, I offered soothing words. After she had vomited, Zichio's body finally relaxed completely, and she drifted into a deep slumber with her eyes closed. I laid her down in a relatively tidy room, secured the door, and began to search the villa meticulously. Fortunately, my efforts yielded satisfactory results. The provisions I found should suffice for both of us for an entire week. Returning to Zichio's side, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as I noticed her face had grown markedly haggard. Unable to resist, I reached out to smooth the hair that fell across her forehead. How long have I slept? Zichio murmured, rubbing her eyes as she awoke. Not long. Are you feeling all right? I held her hand gently, inquiring softly. I'm sorry, am I really that pathetic? Zichio asked, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. No. You saved my life, I replied with a smile. Zichio embraced me once more, weeping silently this time, her sobs muffled, yet her hands finally regained their strength. This night was particularly arduous for her, for 4 lifeless bodies lay below. Several times she struggled violently in her sleep. I could not recall when I succumbed to slumber. But when I awoke, the blinding sunlight revealed Zichio standing motionless by the window. Are you all right? I instinctively reached for the baseball bat I had placed at the foot of the bed. A deep concern gripped me. I feared she might succumb to the undead as well. I'm fine, Zichio's voice was laced with an icy detachment, tinged with a sense of weariness. No. I wish to survive. She turned her head, her gaze resolute as it met mine. The only way forward is to divert these zombies, I remarked, furrowing my brow. Do you have any ideas? I do have one, Zichio responded. Please, share your thoughts, I urged with a smile, not out of amusement, but a desire to lighten the somber atmosphere. Set a fire. There are walls on both sides, and the street is devoid of obstacles, we can incinerate them. Zichio stated with calm assurance. You've stood here contemplating how to cross? I was astonished by her composure at that moment. Yes. I have thought about it for quite some time, she replied. Do not overexert yourself, I can protect you, I assured her. I believe in you. But you once told me that in this world, one must ultimately rely on oneself. As she spoke, a smile finally graced her lips. Very well. Let us find some gasoline, I declared, preparing to step outside. It's in the storage room, I have already checked, Zichio informed me. I paused, contemplating what to say. But Zichio had already seized the baseball bat and strode out ahead of me. Use this. While I was still searching for something to carry gasoline, Zichio handed me a roll of cling wrap. I hadn't anticipated that she would have considered all the factors. I had initially intended to use glass bottles. But the sound of shattering glass would undoubtedly attract more zombies. The two of us filled over a dozen bags with gasoline, propped up the ladder against the courtyard wall, and climbed up. The zombies below seemed to have caught the scent of human flesh, as they all raised their hands high. Chapter 08. The Crimson Villa. We watched as the gasoline bags we tossed exploded on the zombies, the smell of gasoline instantly permeating the air. Zichio calmly produced a windproof lighter and tossed it down. The fire immediately spread across the zombies beneath the courtyard wall. These creatures felt nothing, allowing the flames to consume them until the air was thick with the acrid odor of burning flesh. Let's go down, I said to Zichio. The stench was indeed making me nauseous. Zichio replied with unusual composure. Are you really all right? I asked, looking at her with concern. I can weep, but I must not make a sound. I can be afraid, but I must not retreat, Zichio stated. I'm sorry, you've been wronged, I said, overcome with emotion. No. You've been wronged. I will study diligently, I will survive, Zichio said, clenching her fist. I didn't know what line of work she had been in before, but I believed that her wealth was inextricably linked to her spirit. The fire outside the courtyard wall persisted for 3 or 4 hours. In reality, many zombies had not completely perished, but had merely lost their ability to move. However, this was sufficient. Zichio leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. I knew she was merely suppressing her inner fears. After all, she was just a woman. Cry if you want to, I said. I don't want to cry. I'm happy. This time, I didn't mess up, Zichio smiled. When are we going to rescue dear Lu? She suddenly asked as we watched an old movie that night. I don't even know if dear Lu is still in prison, I said, looking out the window with concern. What about Xiaomai? Zichio asked. You? I looked at her, puzzled. It wasn't that I didn't want to save Xiaomai, but my relationship with Zichio had changed. This is the apocalypse. Please let go of worldly concerns, Zichio said with a smile, turning her head and raising a glass of red wine. If there was one thing Zichio's house had in abundance, it was red wine. I had thought about leaving immediately, but I felt the timing wasn't right. Over the next 5 days, we scavenged for supplies around the area, and we had almost cleared the surrounding zombies. Zichio had also matured completely. No longer the woman who would tremble after killing a zombie. Should we save that person? Zichio asked as we stood by the window, still holding the binoculars. It's up to you, I said. Let's save them. More people mean more help. Zichio put down the binoculars and looked at me. That phrase suddenly felt familiar. Xiaomai had said something similar years ago. All right, I nodded with a smile. Still in the same gear, still with the same baseball bat. The two of us walked cautiously towards the red house. Within 100 meters, the area was devoid of zombies, however, this location was different. Although there were not many zombies, the danger remained palpable. We treaded carefully for 200 meters, and drawing from our experiences over the past few days, we managed to avoid alerting a single zombie. Yet, as we rounded a corner, a familiar yet chilling cry echoed through the air. Could there be living humans here? Zichio inquired in a hushed tone. We need to leave this place, I urged, gripping Zichio's hand tightly, my palm slick with sweat. Although Zichio was perplexed, she hurriedly followed my lead, steering clear of the area. To our dismay, outside the red house's wall, 7 or 8 zombies had gathered. A sight I distinctly remembered not being there when we set out. Surely the homeowner must have stirred something. I had no choice but to pull Zichio over the wall into a nearby small courtyard, a place I had previously scouted with binoculars, confirming it was devoid of zombies. This courtyard served as a potential escape route for us. "What were you afraid of just now?" Zichio asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as we landed safely. That cry is something I could never forget, yet, it was supposed to emerge only a year later. What on earth was happening? I furrowed my brow, murmuring to myself. "What was that thing?" Zichio asked, her concern evident. Indeed, the voice was unmistakably feminine. It was the first type of female zombie I encountered in this apocalypse. I am uncertain how it has transformed. It is said that such beings arise from profound resentment in life. In the future, we shall refer to her as the weeping face zombie, I replied, my voice tinged with unease. What exactly is that creature? Zichio gazed at me, astonished. I have encountered them several times. They all seem to share a similar appearance, long hair cascading down their shoulders, slender physiques, and fingers sharp as blades. Their combat prowess is formidable, and their resilience is astonishing. I once witnessed a squad of 20 confront one of them, and all perished, with half of them expending their ammunition. I chuckled wryly as I spoke. Did they manage to eliminate that grinning, weeping corpse? Zichio inquired. Do you not doubt my words? Do you not find it utterly incredible? I asked, my smile tinged with irony. If you told me that Ultramen existed, I would believe you, Zichio replied, her gaze unwavering, indicating she was not jesting. They were indeed killed, but this entity bears an uncanny resemblance to humanity, and its mournful cries draw one closer. Which is precisely why that squad met their demise, I remarked, furrowing my brow. Is this grinning, weeping corpse truly so formidable? Had it not been for you, would we not have been doomed? Zichio expressed, glancing about in trepidation. In fact, we classified these monsters by their threat level, ranging from 1 to 10 stars. With the one we just encountered rated at 8 stars. Thus, a direct confrontation with her would be fatal, I explained. The more you speak, the more my fear escalates. Zichio stammered. However, there are methods to evade these creatures. The grinning, weeping corpse has a wake radius of 2 meters. As long as we maintain our distance from her and avoid close-range firing, we can successfully evade her, I stated. So, according to your assessment, encountering such beings means we cannot engage but must instead hide, Zichio concluded. Not quite, I elucidated, this grieving laughter corpse possesses a deathly delay. Even when subjected to a fatal blow, it retains the capacity for rapid locomotion for approximately 30 seconds. Therefore, by employing long-range attacks and enduring for half a minute, we can safely dispatch it. Might I inquire as to the etymology of grieving laughter corpse? Zichio queried. It derives from the fact that, despite its lamentations, a smile perpetually adorns its visage. As I articulated this, a shiver involuntarily coursed through me, conjuring the image of the grieving laughter corpse's mirthful countenance. Such formidable prowess merits only an 8-star rating? What manner of zombie, then, constitutes a 10-star threat? Zichio inquired with curiosity. I shall elaborate at a later juncture, I responded. It is my sincere hope that we never encounter one. With that, I rose to my feet. Despite the lingering trepidation, we could ill afford to tarry. The edifice's portals were firmly secured, and I harbored no desire to force entry, given the proximity of that formidable entity. I seized a stone from the ground and, ascending the courtyard wall, hurled it in the opposite direction. The quartet of zombies beneath the Crimson House's perimeter wall, roused by the auditory stimulus, gave chase. The remaining trio, presumably afflicted with diminished auditory acuity, remained stationary. 2 for me, 1 for you. Exercise caution, I instructed, leaping from the wall. Brandishing my baseball bat, I charged forth, delivering a forceful kick to one zombie and dispatching another with a swing of the bat. Zichio, arriving in due course, assisted in neutralizing the remaining adversary. I raised my bat once more, directing a forceful blow upon the zombie I had previously felled. Ascend, I murmured, assuming a semi-crouched posture, back pressed against the courtyard wall. Hands clasped and upturned upon my right knee. This maneuver, rehearsed extensively with Zichio, was specifically designed for scaling walls devoid of auxiliary apparatus. Zichio skillfully stepped on my hand. With a forceful lift, she placed her other foot upon my shoulder, and as I rose simultaneously, Zichio successfully grasped the edge of the courtyard wall, climbing atop it. I took several steps back, then charged toward the wall, leaping up with both feet to ascend. This maneuver had been honed through extensive practice. A skill Zichio had yet to master. The courtyard was impeccably clean, and my gaze was drawn to a modest 3-story building. I approached and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a trembling voice from within. "Well, obviously, a knock at the door indicates a person," I replied, lowering my voice. "Are you the two from the Grand Villa?" The voice inside sounded somewhat agitated. "Yes, it is us. Please, open the door," I said in a deep tone. Finally, I was to see a living person. Upon opening the door, the individual rushed toward me, tears of joy in their eyes. "Quickly, come inside." I pushed him aside gently, pulling Zichio into the room. "Please, have a seat. I have been observing you for several days. You are truly remarkable. I have long considered you my idols. Would you like something to drink?" The bespectacled man, seemingly unperturbed by my abruptness, closed the door with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 09, Unexpected Gains in Truth. He was a short, stocky fellow, but I preferred not to label anyone as fat. He wore a pair of spectacles, which suited him well. "No, thank you," Zichio interjected on my behalf. "We are actually concerned about being poisoned, an experience I am not unfamiliar with in this post-apocalyptic world." "Spectacles?" he mused, "everyone calls me Fatty." "I rather like that nickname," he chuckled amiably. "I didn't expect you to have such courage, laughing in the face of so many zombies outside," Zichio remarked. "Fear. An overwhelming dread, yet what purpose does it serve? I have no courage to embrace death, so I am left to wear a facade of forced cheerfulness," lamented the bespectacled one. "Ah yes, prior to the apocalypse, I was part of the props team," he hastily added upon noticing my frown. "Props team?" Both Zichio and I inquired in unison. "The props team for filmmaking, explosives, firearms, all under my purview," he declared with a sense of pride. "You possess firearms and explosives?" I exclaimed, rising from my seat in excitement. "Those firearms are merely prop weapons, the explosives are not here, they are at the studio," he explained. Seemingly taken aback by my enthusiasm, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. "However, with a slight modification, the performance of those firearms can rival that of real ones," he continued. Noticing my disappointment. "In the future, please be direct. Where are the firearms?" I pressed, suppressing my irritation. "There are 3 upstairs, and 3 at the studio," he stammered. "Then why are you dawdling? Hurry and modify them. Are you really content to be trapped in this existence forever?" I exclaimed in frustration. "The firearms have been altered." "But there is still one issue," he said pitifully. "What issue? Speak quickly." I glared at him. "There are no bullets. The ones used during filming are blank rounds. I chose this profession because of my passion for firearms, but my height and weight disqualify me from becoming a soldier." He began to ramble about himself. "Stop, stop. I have no time for your story. Where are the bullets? Show me the firearms." I interrupted, raising my hand. "They are just upstairs, I will take you there," he replied, sounding rather dejected. Initially, I harbored little fondness for the rather unsavory gentleman before me. Until he opened the cabinet, revealing 3 firearms within. "Did you do all this?" I inquired, taken aback. "Indeed, I graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. Firearms design is my specialty," he proclaimed with pride. I scrutinized the young man, lifting a shotgun from the cabinet. "This gun is my design," he continued. utilizing a box magazine with a capacity of 12 rounds, capable of rapid fire, making it ideal for engagements in complex terrains. Additionally, I have adjusted the recoil for a smoother shooting experience. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. What is its range? I asked, my excitement palpable. The effective range is 80 meters, with commendable accuracy and penetration capabilities, he replied, beaming with satisfaction. Curious, Zichou picked up a weapon akin to a submachine gun. And this one? She inquired. This is an enhancement of the Type 79 submachine gun. I employed new materials to reduce its weight, extended the stock, adjusted the recoil, and lowered the rate of fire to prolong operational endurance. Sister-in-law, this weapon is particularly suited for you. It has minimal recoil and a high capacity of 40 rounds. He chuckled. Are you suggesting that the remaining one is suited for you? I teased. Brother, that sniper rifle is a modification of a semi-automatic rifle, boasting high shooting accuracy and an effective range of 800 meters. However, to be frank, I am not particularly swift. My role will be to provide cover, he said with a wry smile. Cover? Who said we require your protection? I playfully questioned. Brother, are you and sister-in-law not here to rescue me? My marksmanship is quite proficient, and this firearm has a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, which should suffice to provide you with cover, the bespectacled man exclaimed with fervor. My concern lies with your visual acuity, I responded with a wry smile. Rest assured, I possess sports eyewear, and I've outfitted this weapon with an optical scope. The man declared. I could strike a coin at a distance of 800 meters with it. Such claims are unsubstantiated, particularly since it's currently a useless piece of metal. Devoid of ammunition, I countered, setting the gun down with a sigh. Ammunition is available in the workshop. Once we arrive there, I can produce as much as we require. The man stated. Then why haven't you gone? I inquired. I dare not venture out. Unlike you and your wife, I lack such courage and skill. I would surely meet my demise if I went alone, the man replied, his face etched with distress. Enough with the flattery, I interjected. Since you possess some utility, I suppose we could consider taking you along. How far is this workshop from here? 10 kilometers, located within the film company warehouse, on the city's outskirts, the man replied. Gather your essential belongings. We'll depart at dawn, as there's no time to waste, I instructed, descending the stairs with my weapon. I also have a substantial supply of food, the man added, causing me to halt in my tracks. What kind of food? I asked, turning to face him. In the warehouse, the man answered, opening a nearby door. To my astonishment, the small room was filled with an assortment of canned goods and potable water. Did you foresee the impending apocalypse? I asked. I possess some knowledge of communications and computers, and I intercepted certain information, so I prepared in advance and sought refuge in my home, the man confessed, scratching his head sheepishly. Is this just a casual understanding? Zichou asked with a smile. Didn't you think to prepare some ammunition in advance? I inquired. Couldn't bring it out. Everything in the warehouse is strictly prohibited from being taken. Getting caught would be a serious offense, Glasses explained. His reasoning seemed valid. Such regulations likely existed before the apocalypse. Zichou rested her chin on her hand, looking at me. I have a car, Glasses chuckled. What kind of car? Zichou and I asked in unison. I expected something more impressive, but in his garage sat an old Santana, so outdated it might not pass inspection. This? I asked disdainfully. This car is sturdy. My father always loved this model when he was alive, but we couldn't afford it back then. So, when I earned enough, I bought one, Glasses said, affectionately stroking the car. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a story, I apologized. It's all right, no one appreciates these anymore. Let's start moving the supplies, big brother, Glasses said with a smile. We filled the trunk, half of the back seat, and even the roof, finally managing to secure all of Glasses' supplies. Big brother, I always felt you were extraordinary, Glasses suddenly said after dark, as we held cans in our hands. Oh? How so? Zicho asked with a smile. I've observed with binoculars. You seem familiar with everything, and your skills are far from ordinary, Glasses remarked. Actually, your big brother. Zicho began. Let's talk about that later. Do you have any handy tools here? I interrupted, asking Glasses. After all, my understanding of this young man is too limited. And I prefer not to reveal too much to him at this moment. Shortly after, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and I nearly grabbed the baseball bat beside me. Fortunately, the bespectacled man cheerfully handed me something he was holding. It was a machete, about 50 centimeters long, with a robust blade and a well-balanced weight. From my experience with blades in the future, this tool would undoubtedly be effective against zombies. This machete, reportedly crafted by some renowned outdoor knife master from abroad, cost me over 30,000 yuan to acquire, the bespectacled man explained with a smile. It's nothing compared to the cost of those guns, he added. Indeed. Living in such a house, one must possess considerable assets. May I test the blade? I asked as I stood up. Of course, a fine blade suits a hero. It will truly serve its purpose in your hands, the bespectacled man replied with a grin. Without further ado, suspecting his flattery might be a professional habit, I dragged over a wooden chair with a backrest and swung the blade. Chapter 10, Breaking Through the Siege. It truly is a case of getting what you pay for. The chair's backrest was cleanly severed by my strike, and the blade remained unscathed. The seller claimed this blade could even split a pig in two, the bespectacled man remarked. Aren't you afraid I might kill you and take all your possessions? I sneered, placing my hand on the hilt. Brother, please don't kill me. I can be useful to you. I know how to make bullets, understand communication systems, and am proficient with computers. Glasses, believing every word, quickly began to list his merits, his fear evident, almost to the point of kneeling and kowtowing to me. All right, I'm just teasing you. How can you be so timid and still hang with me? I put down my hand and laughed. Brother, you shouldn't scare people like that, Glasses said, his legs trembling so much that he actually wet himself. Zicho turned her head to hide her laughter, while Glasses stood there foolishly. Aren't you going to change? I whispered. Oh, Glasses finally turned and went upstairs. Everything okay? Zicho asked softly. Yes, I never really trusted him. I was testing him deliberately. Everything that's happened has made me wary of strangers at all times. Throughout the night, Glasses indeed made no moves, and I hoped I was overthinking it. Because if what he said was true, he was indeed a rare talent. In this post-apocalyptic world, currency is no longer paper money but bullets. The more bullets you have, the more power you wield, and this guy could even make and modify guns. Here, take this, I said, handing the bat I had earlier to Glasses. Brother. I dare not, Glasses trembled, not taking it. If you dare not, then you're just waiting to die, I feigned anger and shoved the bat into his hands. You don't have to use it, but your brother just wants you to learn to protect yourself. I learned from him, and so can you. Zicho stepped in to play the good guy. Glasses looked at the bloodstains on the bat and nodded with difficulty. You drive, I'll lead the way. Remember what I told you, I leaned by the car and said to Zicho. Sir, may I ride with you? The bespectacled man implored. His hands clutching the baseball bat tightly, his voice laced with trepidation. Stay close, I responded, disregarding his consent, and dashed out, cleaving down two zombies. Zicho started the car and began to advance. The bespectacled man glanced around anxiously and hastened to catch up. This machete is indeed of superior quality. I cut down zombies along the way, with at least a dozen succumbing to my blade. However, I was somewhat disappointed with the bespectacled fellow. He didn't dare to kill a single zombie, but thankfully, he didn't scream in terror. In a mere few hundred meters, we spent half an hour. We barely made it to the garage of Zicho's villa, with a lone zombie wandering on the road. Go and eliminate it, I said to the bespectacled man. Sir, I beg you, I really can't, the bespectacled man pleaded, tears welling up in his eyes. Many zombies were slowly gathering on the road we had passed. As our car couldn't be completely silent, and the zombies were gradually approaching. "Sir, if I eliminate it, will you keep me with you?" the bespectacled man asked, his voice trembling. "If you can't even protect yourself, what use am I to you?" "I need a helper, not a burden," I said coldly. "All right, I'll do it," the bespectacled man said, lifting his foot with difficulty, almost shuffling forward. Watching him get closer and closer to the zombie, I was actually very nervous. I couldn't help but move closer to him because I didn't want him to die. Like I said before, if this kid really had some skills, I would indeed need him. The zombie discovered the glasses and lunged menacingly towards him. Unexpectedly, the lad turned to flee, colliding directly into me. "If you do not fight back, I shall ensure your demise here." Gripping his shoulders, I twisted him to face the zombie. A pitiful sound escaped him, not a scream, but a mournful whimper, soft yet heart-wrenching. At last, the young man raised the baseball bat high and struck the zombie on the head. As the creature fell, he stood frozen in place. Approaching him, I was taken aback to see that he had closed his eyes. "Look at you," trembling in fear, I chided. Giving him a shove, my push sent the glasses tumbling to the ground. "Get up," I urged, pulling him to his feet. "I'm sorry, my legs are weak," he lamented. "Hurry," Zichio called from inside the vehicle. Looking up, I noticed the zombies were nearly upon us. Infuriated by his cowardice, I hoisted the glasses onto my shoulder and sprinted towards the garage. Zichio pressed the remote, and just as I entered, she drove in behind me. The garage door had scarcely closed when a series of thuds echoed from the zombies crashing against it. "Get up and walk," I commanded, dropping the glasses from my shoulder as I headed towards the underground garage. "Let us go, we need to gather our belongings." Casting a glance at the dazed glasses, I spoke to Zichio. In truth, there was little to collect, yet Zichio, with her penchant for aesthetics, insisted on bringing along items that appeared seemingly useless. The RV is sufficiently spacious, so I refrained from any further objections. We estimated that our provisions would last for about another week. Had it not been for the glasses, we would soon find ourselves in dire straits. In truth, I had intended to scour the villa district a bit longer, as there remained considerable areas yet to explore. However, considering the ominous presence of the grinning corpse, I resolved to prioritize arming myself. "Help me out here, quit dawdling," I shouted at the glasses. Who was huddled in the corner? The Amadiro conqueror? The glasses lifted his head, suddenly invigorated, standing up to gaze at the colossal vehicle before him. "Brother, how did you acquire this magnificent machine?" "Wow, it's a modified version, truly a doomsday artifact, akin to Noah's Ark amidst the flood." The glasses expressed his admiration dramatically. Circling the behemoth. "Your sister-in-law purchased it," I replied with a smile, gesturing towards Zichio. "Wow, I didn't realize you were such a tycoon, brother." The glasses looked at me in awe. "It was your sister-in-law's doing, I'm penniless," I explained with a wry smile. "You're so humble, brother. This vehicle even has a radio." The glasses had already stepped inside the vehicle. "Is it functional?" I had not even noticed the equipment within. "Hello, is there anyone alive?" The glasses picked up the microphone and began testing various channels. "How is it?" Zichio inquired. "Never mind that, we need to head to the Taiping warehouse. The mutations are occurring more rapidly than I anticipated, and we require weapons." With that, I leapt into the driver's seat. "Brother, this is the Taiping Film Company." The glasses frowned at me. As the iron gate of the underground garage creaked open, the moans of the undead echoed in our ears, and shadows loomed outside. The undead clawed relentlessly at the iron gate, producing a grating, spine-chilling sound. A few had already squeezed through the gaps. Behind me, the bespectacled man clutched at my shoulder, his grip tight with apprehension. Gently, Zichio took my hand, offering a reassuring smile. In that instant, I felt she had entrusted her very existence to my care. Before the garage door could fully ascend, I slammed my foot on the accelerator. To my surprise, the behemoth's power system proved remarkably reliable. We burst forth, greeted by the blinding glare of the outside world. Dozens of zombies had congregated before the gate, with the sheer force of the vehicle's impact. Many were dragged beneath the wheels. Amidst the slight jolts, we successfully navigated onto the road leading away from the villa. Wails! The blood-curdling lament echoed once more from beyond the windows. Chapter 11, An unexpected turn. Boss, there's someone else, the bespectacled man exclaimed, shaking my shoulder vigorously. That's not a person. Be quiet and hold on tight, I replied, my voice trembling slightly. I jerked the steering wheel sharply, mowing down several more zombies as we sped away from the source of the weeping. Boss, you're going the wrong way, the bespectacled man protested. Shut up, I retorted, in no mood for argument. It's all right, we've left the villa area, Zichio said softly, squeezing my hand. Realizing my excessive speed, I eased off the accelerator. Big brother, you were driving so fast, I was terrified, the bespectacled man stammered. That thing wasn't human. It was a weeping ghoul. With our current arsenal, being targeted by it would be a death sentence, I explained, running over a zombie in the road as I steered onto the highway leading out of the city. A weeping ghoul? A voice tinged with confusion emerged from behind the glasses. Observing my dismal mood, Zichio took the initiative to explain. Yet she refrained from revealing my true identity. I remained perplexed as to why this entity cast such a profound shadow over me. I had always prided myself on my composure. Thankfully, despite the rapid speed of the vehicle, we narrowly escaped calamity. Perhaps it was connected to the smiling, weeping corpse that had claimed the life of my dearest brother. Stop the car! Zichio suddenly grasped my hand tightly. Hastily, I slammed on the brakes, causing the glasses to be flung from the wearer's face. What is the matter? Did you not see? Zichio inquired, somewhat displeased. I apologize, memories from the past resurfaced. I replied, guilt-lacing my words. It is in the past, let us not dwell on it. We need you now, Zichio echoed my earlier tone. Brother, regardless of your thoughts, it is fortunate that sister-in-law reacted swiftly. Had we fallen, we would undoubtedly have met our doom. The glasses wearer remarked while retrieving their spectacles and gazing out the window. The once sturdy overpass lay fractured, a gaping chasm over 5 meters wide, plunging into a drop of over 10 meters. Yet, this was not the most terrifying sight. The true horror lay in the throngs of zombies that swarmed below. No wonder we encountered not a single zombie on the way here, I mused. There might still be survivors in the vicinity, we must tread carefully. Brother, did you misspeak? Shouldn't we be wary of the zombies? The glasses wearer queried. The human heart in this apocalypse is far more fearsome than the undead, I replied, beginning to reverse the vehicle. Are you suggesting that the gap was man-made? Zichio asked. How else could these zombies be amassed below? It is undoubtedly the remnants of the past that have wreaked havoc here. Observe the blackened railings, it is not blood, but rather the marks left by fire. I pointed to the railings as I spoke. What shall we do now? Queried my companion, adjusting his glasses. Let us test the off-road capabilities of this behemoth, I replied, crashing through the railings and driving directly onto the grassy expanse below. A sudden jolt caused my companion to leap from his seat, glancing in the rearview mirror. I realized we had just traversed a pit over half a meter deep. It seems this formidable vehicle is indeed dependable. In regions devoid of roads, zombies are scarce. Yet traversing such terrain proves quite challenging. I continually altered our route, navigating detours until darkness enveloped us, and we had yet to reach our destination. Brother, why have we stopped? My companion inquired, rubbing his bleary eyes. Look ahead, I replied with a smile. Although it is termed the outskirts, this area is, in fact, a development zone. Despite its remoteness, the resident population surpasses that of the city. The Zichio Villa district boasts fewer zombies, for it is inhabited solely by the affluent. with expansive properties yet a remarkably low population density. Here, however, the streets ahead are teeming with zombies, densely packed between the buildings. Driving straight through is simply impractical. Brother, what do we do now? My companion began to panic. We shall wait until dawn, I stated, turning off the engine and stretching languidly. This marked my first time utilizing the kitchen within the vehicle, and to my surprise, the results were quite satisfactory. Coupled with Zichio's culinary skills, our dinner proved to be quite delightful. As night descended, Zichio and I ascended to the second floor of the vehicle, activating the hydraulic lift roof. We settled into the yacht-style living room, poured ourselves a glass of red wine, and savored the night view while observing the distant zombies roaming the streets. Do you think we can survive? Zichio languidly inquired, swirling the wine glass in her hand. Yes, I will protect you, I replied earnestly, setting my glass down. If I were to become a zombie, could you bring yourself to do what needs to be done? Zichio gazed intently at me, placing her own glass down. No. I would never allow such a fate to befall you, I said, my emotions surging. Why are you asking such a question all of a sudden? I grimaced, shaking Zichio's shoulder gently. You've endured so much, yet now you tremble with fear of losing me. If I become a burden instead of your motivation, I would prefer to perish sooner, Zichio stated, locking her eyes with mine. I'm sorry, I weakly uttered, the words escaping my lips with difficulty. I do not wish for apologies, I want the original you. You must understand, you are our beacon of hope for survival. Without you, I would have succumbed long ago. Zichio exclaimed, her emotions palpable. I understand. Tomorrow, you shall take the wheel, I declared, downing the wine in my glass and rising to my feet. What are you planning? Zichio asked, her apprehension evident as she grasped my wrist tightly. Do you see that motorcycle? I said, pointing with a smile at a bike lying by the roadside. So you have been devising a plan all along? Zichio chuckled, her tension easing. You are correct, I was indeed frightened before. To the point where I wished to evade everything around me. The current situation appears grim, mirroring the bleakness of the future, and perhaps even worse. The emergence of the undead is accelerating, and I contemplated seeking refuge with you in a secluded place. With that thought, I glanced into the distance with a wry smile. You know I detest perpetual darkness, Zichio remarked. No, I understand that hiding is not truly living, I replied with a gentle pat on Zichio's head. Are you still afraid now? Zichio inquired, clutching my hand. Yes, I fear instilling fear in you, hence tomorrow I shall divert the zombies while you drive past, I declared. Will you abandon me? Zichio asked with a look of vulnerability. Are you leaving now? Zichio hurriedly followed. I intend to take a chance and see if the motorcycle key is still there, I said as I descended the stairs. Glasses was already snoring on the sofa in the living room, oblivious to my presence as I passed by. I wish I could sleep as soundly as you do. I sighed, shaking my head as I opened the car door. Be careful, Zichio cautioned, gripping my wrist from behind. Rest assured, I am merely going to take a look. You keep watch on the roof of the car for me, I replied with a smile. The motorcycle was approximately 100 meters from the behemoth vehicle. Beyond the motorcycle lay the sidewalk, which presented a slight obstacle, however, it posed little challenge for the rugged motorcycle and our formidable vehicle. I switched on the flashlight and stealthily approached the motorcycle, the greenery along the sidewalk obscuring my view of the surroundings. Fortunately, the key was still on the motorcycle. I lifted the bike, turned on the ignition, and thankfully, there was fuel. At that precise moment, a rustling stirred within the verdant confines before me. And two ravenous zombies lunged forth, their decaying forms hurtling in my direction. Instinctively, I unsheathed my blade, ready to parry their advance. However, as one of the ghoulish figures reached across the motorcycle, its putrid claws grasping aimlessly, it inadvertently triggered the ignition, and a resounding roar echoed through the night. This is it, I muttered under my breath. As anticipated, a throng of additional zombies emerged from the greenbelt, their grotesque features contorted in a ravenous frenzy. There's no time to wait until dawn. Heed me now, disregard my safety, and prepare for immediate departure. Commit the route to memory. With renewed vigor, I cleaved through another abomination, then turned to address Zichio, my voice amplified with urgency. I executed a series of lateral movements, keen on preventing my sole means of escape from becoming besieged by the undead horde. Yet, the verdant barrier continued to disgorge a seemingly endless stream of ghouls, their decaying limbs outstretched in a macabre dance of death. Chapter 12, A hair's breadth escape. Relentlessly, I wielded my blade, carving a sanguinary path through the encroaching throng. With nimble footwork, I advanced, executing a swift roll to evade the clutches of several pursuing zombies. As I regained my footing, I brought my blade down upon the motorcycle's exhaust pipe, thankful for the formidable power of my cleaver. Simultaneously, the unmuffled roar of the engine echoed through the night, causing the vegetation to undulate like waves in a storm. Leaping astride the motorcycle, I expertly engaged the gears and throttled the engine, propelling myself away from the immediate danger. The wheels made forceful contact with the curb, launching both myself and the motorcycle into a brief aerial dance. Indeed, the cacophony I had unleashed had successfully drawn the attention of a large number of zombies obstructing the road ahead. Drawing upon years of honed evasive skills, I executed a smooth landing, my hand firmly gripping the throttle, twisting it with deliberate force. The motorcycle's considerable engine displacement filled the tranquil night with a reverberating roar, causing a disquieting unease even within myself. The horde of zombies blocking the road had all detected my presence. In an instant, the roar of my motorcycle and the howls of the undead shattered the tranquility of the night. I continuously monitored the rearview mirror, cautious not to accelerate too quickly, nor to slow down excessively. Who could tell what aberrations might be lurking within the throng of corpses? Should I attract the attention of a pursuer, my life would truly hang by a thread. The zombies behind me multiplied, and finally, through the mirror, I glimpsed a colossal figure making its way onto the road, seemingly poised to traverse the thoroughfare of the development zone. My anxious heart found some solace, but suddenly, an unusual silhouette emerged from the crowd. Before I could utter a few curses, the creature lunged forth, charging at me. Indeed, the very thing I feared had manifested, a pursuer of utmost peril. While it lacked the delayed death grip of a smiling death, it possessed no hands. Rather, from where its hands should have been sprouted two elongated blades. Moreover, it moved with astonishing speed. I had witnessed future comrades cleaved in two by its ferocity, and even our rugged vehicle had been rendered unrecognizable by its strikes. The blades it wielded were undoubtedly more formidable than my own machete. With the creature now merely a dozen meters away, I could no longer afford to divert the horde behind me. I twisted the throttle fully and veered toward a dirt road ascending to the right. If my memory served me correctly, there should be a developing estate situated up there, as I had delivered goods to it prior to the apocalypse. The pursuer followed closely, having outpaced the horde, its relentless pursuit unwavering. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me. The construction site remained, its gates wide open. With a swift maneuver, I plunged into the construction elevator situated before the building, the kind that is partially exposed and clings to the exterior wall. In truth, I was gambling, for I possessed no firearm. A knife-to-knife confrontation? I was certainly no match for my pursuer. Fortunately, the elevator was still operational, and as it ascended to the second floor, my assailant arrived below. To my astonishment, I had underestimated him. He pivoted and dashed towards the staircase, his speed rivaling that of my elevator. The distance between us remained a single floor, compelling me to force myself into a state of calm. Fear was futile now, and I had to devise a means to eliminate this threat. At last, I inadvertently glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The elevator reached the top floor, the 11th. I disregarded my motorcycle, flinging open the elevator doors and rushing out. Just as I arrived at my designated spot, my pursuer emerged at the staircase entrance. "Do I have a vendetta against you? Why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" I shouted at him, my voice laden with fury, despite his inability to comprehend my words. This creature, I recalled, had only manifested 6 months after the apocalypse. Now, with the emergence of the grinning corpse and this relentless pursuer, who knew what other horrors awaited? I had initially sought to save humanity from the apocalypse, only to find myself ensnared in a nightmare more terrifying than the one to come. Whether he understood my tirade or not, he lunged at me with a swift motion. I could not merely stand by and await my demise. So I too began to run. Although I could not hope to outrun him, I held one distinct advantage. I had hands, while he did not. Yet, I was now fighting for my life. I charged towards the edge of the floor and leaped with all my might, grasping a steel cable suspended outside, presumably used for hoisting some object. I clutched the steel cable tightly as the force of impact sent me swaying, narrowly avoiding the long blade of my pursuer that brushed past me. I hung on the cable for what felt like an eternity, yet the stillness around me was deafening. Drawing upon my years of survival training, I managed to ascend the cable to the rooftop. Peering over the edge, I gazed down into the inky abyss, unable to discern anything, for my flashlight lacked the range to penetrate the darkness. I couldn't afford to linger, for if that creature was still alive and chose to pursue me again, I was uncertain if fortune would favor me once more. With my flashlight raised, I cautiously descended the stairs, each sound sending a jolt of fear through me. Fortunately, I reached the ground floor unscathed and found no trace of my pursuer. Yet, unease gnawed at me as I navigated towards the direction where he had fallen. The sight before me nearly elicited a laugh. The spot where my pursuer had plummeted was littered with upright rebar embedded in the concrete, leaving him a mere shell, riddled with wounds, though not yet lifeless. He was utterly immobilized. Gazing at the knife in his hand, a bold idea struck me. "Sister-in-law, shall we seek out our elder brother?" I proposed. The glasses-wearing companion, observing my departing figure, spoke wistfully. "He has his ways. If we go now and he arrives, it would only complicate matters." Zichil furrowed her brow in response. "But I am so worried. So many zombies are pursuing him." "Fear not, he will survive. If he has not returned by dawn, then we shall go in search of him," I reassured her, though Zichil clenched her fists in silent determination despite her words. I discovered a welding machine at the construction site. Although my skills were rudimentary, it sufficed to repair my damaged exhaust pipe. Such a cacophony would have rendered me a living target had I ventured out. I also took the liberty of closing the construction site's gate. The world outside was enveloped in darkness, and I dared not step out recklessly. Should I encounter something formidable, even 9 lives would not suffice. I found a corner and draped a few scraps of cloth over myself, yet I refrained from sleeping too deeply, a habit ingrained over the years. After a painstaking wait until dawn, I ascended to the 2nd floor to survey the surroundings. Fortunately, the streets were devoid of zombies. The once steel bridge was now littered with abandoned vehicles, though their numbers were not overwhelming. Yet, amidst the gaps, a few zombies lurked. With no alternative routes available, I navigated through the forsaken cars, using my foot to shove away any approaching zombies. Fortune favored me this time, as I did not encounter any mutants on the bridge. Despite the perilousness of the journey, I managed to preserve my life. Once back on the road, the situation here was far graver than within the city. Numerous houses lay in ruins, and skeletal remains were visible along the roadside. To be precise, they resembled half-zombies, raising their hands in greeting as I passed. This was a rural path, and from the houses flanking it, zombies would occasionally emerge. I had to rely on my driving skills to evade them. However, just as I reached the village entrance, preparing to merge onto the main road to rendezvous with Zichil and the others, another problem arose. At the entrance of the village, a throng of zombies had gathered, their presence inexplicable. Perhaps some unseen force had beckoned them, or perhaps they simply favored this spot. I found myself in a quandary. Had I been in possession of a car, I might have contemplated charging through the horde. Alas, I was on a motorcycle. And if I were to be unseated by them, even with my immunity, I would surely meet a gruesome fate. A vehicle was out of the question. Though I had spotted a 3-wheeled cart at some point, which would be of little assistance. Caught in this predicament, I decided to bide my time, retreating into a nearby courtyard to seek sustenance before making any rash moves. However, as I pushed open the door, Chapter 13, the peaceful warehouse, were it not for her undead state, I would have found it impossible to act. The scene was too enchanting to behold directly. After thoroughly inspecting the two-story building, including the restroom, and confirming that no threats lurked within, I proceeded to the kitchen. The pantry offered scant provisions, merely grains and flour, but the task of preparing a meal was well within my capabilities. The refrigerator contained a few bottles of beer, alongside some frozen meat and vegetables, albeit the latter had wilted somewhat. Still, it was better than nothing. I hastily prepared a couple of dishes and poured myself a beer, believing that even in the apocalypse, one should maintain a sense of ritual during mealtime. Moreover, after the harrowing adventures of the day, I truly needed a moment to unwind. Yet, as I consumed a bowl of rice and downed 2 bottles of beer, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. I had scarcely slept the previous night. I found a bed that still bore the faint scent of a young girl and, stretching languidly, soon drifted into slumber. Just as I was enveloped in a deep sleep, I thought I heard the sound of a vehicle outside, and it was quite raucous. Instinctively, my weary body stirred to life. As I stood outside the window, I was taken aback to see Zichio driving a colossal vehicle into the village, scattering dozens of zombies at the entrance. I hurriedly ascended to the rooftop, tearing down a red dress that had been hung out to dry, and waved it fervently. I noticed the bespectacled one in the vehicle gesticulating wildly at Zichio, and fortunately, she spotted me. "What brings you here?" I asked Zichio, a hint of surprise in my voice. "We agreed that if we didn't see you by dawn, we would come looking for you," Zichio replied. "Big brother, sister-in-law, can we leave this place for now?" The bespectacled one trembled, glancing at the not-quite-dead zombies. "No. Now that everyone is here, we need not rush. This village holds a wealth of supplies," I said with a smile. "Then I shall clear the area once more." With that, Zichio leaped into the vehicle. "Big brother? Aren't you coming along?" the bespectacled one asked, astonished. "It's fine, she'll manage." I chuckled as I closed the iron gate of the courtyard. Zichio started the car, and outside, the echoes of zombie growls and the sounds of various collisions filled the air. I yearned to embrace Zichio. I knew she felt the same. Yet, we had agreed yesterday not to overtly express our longing. As for the reason behind this, I believed the bespectacled one would come to understand in due time. "Can you craft a knife handle?" I inquired playfully, gazing at the bespectacled one. "Big brother, you jest." "I can forge a gun, lead indeed. These are the 2 arms of the pursuer, with blades at the front, but the rear arms are still intact, now bloodied, looking quite gruesome." "Brother, what do you need these for? This is too much." After hearing my explanation, Glasses frowned. "This blade is far more formidable than your machete, hurry up. No more chatter, or else you can go out and kill zombies." As I spoke, I walked towards the courtyard. "Wait, I'll do it." Glasses quickly grabbed me. "Here. Take this," I said, picking up a hatchet from the corner and tossing it to Glasses. I went up to the roof, watching Zichio driving recklessly through the village. Basically no zombies were left standing. "Are you okay?" I opened the door, asking Zichio with concern. "I'm fine, just driving, no need to get hands-on, but you? Why did it take so long?" Zichio asked with a smile. "I'll explain slowly. Are you hungry?" "I'll cook for you," I said, heading towards the kitchen. "Glasses, what are you doing? That's disgusting." Zichio's voice came from behind. The usual 2 dishes and beer. Zichio ate happily, but Glasses seemed to have difficulty swallowing. "So, according to you, our journey ahead will be even tougher?" Zichio asked. "Yes, so we need to start using guns as soon as possible," I said, looking at Glasses. "There's something I must tell you." Zichio bit her lip and said, "What is it?" I instinctively glanced at Glasses, then at Zichio. Could it be that in just one night, there's already some green on my head? What are you thinking? I know where Xiaomai is. Ziqiu said, slapping me. Where? I could hardly contain my excitement as I rose to inquire. Brother, I intended to discuss this with you, but the 2 items you gave me utterly bewildered me. I apologize. The bespectacled one, fearing I was upset, hastily clarified. Yesterday, I attempted to tune into the car radio once more, and to my surprise, I managed to receive a transmission. A portion of individuals is currently taking refuge in the underground shelters of Red Sea City, among them is Xiaomai. They are all members of the Doomsday Forum, and Xiaomai had ventured there before the apocalypse commenced. Ziqiu remarked. How do you know she is there? I asked, furrowing my brow. After making contact, my sister-in-law specifically inquired if there was a woman named Xiaomai. The bespectacled one interjected. Thank you, I appreciate your efforts, I said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as I glanced at Ziqiu. Not at all, the more hands we have, the greater our strength. Besides, did you not mention she would become quite formidable in the future? Ziqiu replied with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, shall we not embark on a quest to rescue her? The bespectacled one looked at us, seeking affirmation. It should be relatively safe there. Our primary objective now is to locate Dear Lu, I stated, turning my gaze towards Ziqiu. Indeed, it is secure. They mentioned we could also make our way there, Ziqiu affirmed. Quickly, eat up. Afterward, we must set to work. Tomorrow. Let us first gather supplies from the village, and then we shall proceed to the Taiping warehouse, I declared. You mean the Taiping Film Company? The bespectacled one murmured softly. The following morning, I accepted the 2 knives handed to me by the bespectacled one. In just one night, his demeanor had noticeably transformed. His craftsmanship was indeed commendable. The knife handles were fashioned from 2 pieces of hardwood found within the house, and they felt remarkably comfortable in hand. Give it a try. I picked up a weapon and handed it to Ziqiu. Have you wielded one of these before? I inquired. Ziqiu brandished it a few times in response. Nay. The opportunity never presented itself, nor did I ever anticipate such a need, I replied with a smile. Brother Glasses began, then hesitated, casting his gaze downward in silence. What is it? I asked with a smile. I shall accompany you, Glasses declared, raising his head. Perhaps it was the recounting of my tale the previous night, or the dispatching of the pursuers, or even this brief separation, but the lad had matured. Though still prone to vomiting at the sight of slain zombies, he now possessed the courage to act, no longer flinching with eyes shut or legs turned to jelly. The village yielded a substantial quantity of supplies, with rice and flour packed to the brim of the behemoth's storage compartment. Despite the encroaching darkness, we resolved to depart. I was loath to abandon the motorcycle, and fortunately, the behemoth was equipped with a lift platform at the rear specifically designed for motorcycle transport. The trio set forth once more. Our destination, the warehouse of the Taiping Film Company. In the dead of night, our vehicle came to a halt at our destination, only to find the warehouse gates firmly shut. Are you certain there are no other entrances? I asked, my brow furrowed as I regarded Glasses. Absolutely, brother. You must believe me, Glasses replied, his face etched with dismay. Ziqiu, remain in the vehicle to provide cover. Glasses, you shall accompany me to investigate, I instructed. Opening the car door and stepping out, Brother Glasses hastened to my side. Cease your shouting, lest you invite death upon us. Keep watch behind me, I rebuked in a hushed tone. Fortunately, the warehouse gates were secured only by an iron chain, providing an opportunity to test the metal of the tracker knife. I inhaled deeply, realizing that while I lacked any aptitude for swordsmanship, I did possess a certain talent for impudence. Gripping the blade firmly with both hands, I unleashed a forceful strike, severing the chains with a single blow, the pursuer's weapon proving far more formidable than I had anticipated. However, instead of immediately entering, I pressed my ear against the door, carefully listening for any sounds within. Open the door for me, I instructed, gesturing towards Ziqiu. With the flick of a switch, glasses illuminated the warehouse, revealing its expansive interior and several separate rooms in the distance. Zichio parked the vehicle, and we hastily secured the entrance as a group of wandering zombies approached. "Big brother, my workshop is in that room," Glasses exclaimed, eagerly running towards a room at the far end of the warehouse. But my smile faltered as I noticed something unsettling within the room. Chapter 14, Chills. I sprinted towards Glasses, but I was too late. He had already unlocked the door. There were no screams, nor did anything rush out. Glasses was unharmed. I frowned, perplexed, as my instincts were rarely wrong. I stepped forward, pulled Glasses aside, and entered the room. "What the hell is this thing doing here?" I demanded, pointing at a towering figure. "Big brother, I'm the head of the props department. This is for a movie," Glasses replied, crestfallen. "It moves. I thought it was a zombie," I retorted, my anger still simmering. "Big brother, I know you were worried about me." "Thank you," Glasses said, understanding my concern. All right, let's get to making bullets," I said, waving my hand dismissively. "Do you require assistance?" Zichio inquired, peering in. "I'm quite all right, thank you," I responded, forcing a smile. "Then I shall prepare a meal," Zichio said softly. As a precautionary measure, I meticulously surveyed every nook and cranny of the warehouse, scrutinizing each room with diligence. True to his word, Glasses possessed the aptitude for crafting firearms and ammunition. However, the workshop's inventory was limited to a mere trio of handguns, further production being hindered by a dearth of resources. Nevertheless, our current armament sufficed to contend with small-scale zombie incursions and even common mutated entities. "Let us embark, then," I declared, having gathered our belongings and unsealed the warehouse's portal. The route leading to West Mountain Penitentiary was secluded, yet this afforded an advantage: sparse vehicular traffic, minimal pedestrian presence, and, consequently, a reduced concentration of the undead. Having dispatched a mere quartet of obstructing zombies en route, we arrived at the prison's threshold without incident. However, the towering perimeter walls and formidable iron gate presented a fresh quandary. "Fear not, elder brother, I have a solution," Glasses asserted, producing a case he had retrieved from the workshop. To my astonishment, the youth unveiled a drone. Indeed, Glasses skillfully piloted the aerial device, remotely unlocking the prison's main gate from within. "Proceed with caution, the situation within is undoubtedly dire," I cautioned, furrowing my brow. "Understood," my companions responded in unison. We positioned our vehicle directly before the main entrance, its front facing outward to facilitate swift egress in the event of an emergency. Without exception, we disembarked and advanced into the prison's depths. The secondary gate was of modest height, yet its activation mechanism resided on the exterior. I instructed Glasses to operate the gate while I stood guard, firearm raised. The portal creaked open, revealing a scene of utter carnage. The expansive yard was awash in gore, devoid of any semblance of living beings. It was a veritable inferno. "Brother, I'm afraid Diarlu is dead," Glasses said with a grim expression. "Impossible. Have you forgotten what I told you?" I glared at Glasses then asked. "But this place is so vast, how are we supposed to find him?" Zichio asked anxiously. "Brother, here's a distribution map," Glasses said, tearing a map from the duty room outside the door and handing it over. "Let me see," Zichio said, taking it. "Brother, even with the map, we still don't know where Diarlu is," Glasses remarked. "What's your first reaction when facing zombies?" I inquired. "Of course, to hide," Glasses replied. "Nonsense. I'm talking about normal people," I feigned anger and asked. "I understand, they would definitely go for weapons first," Zichio said, looking up. "But how can you be sure Diarlu is there too?" Zichio continued to ask. "The Doomsday Theory was published by Diarlu, encountering something he's never experienced before. The first thing he'd do is seek out someone knowledgeable," I said with a smile. "Although this is all my speculation, I hope it's correct. That must be the place." "The armory," Zichio said, pointing to the location on the map. "The three of us," armed with guns, stepped into the prison. No, it was more like hell. The situation inside was increasingly dire, and Glasses was so frightened several times he nearly screamed. Inside the prison area, rows of iron cages were filled with zombies, still wearing their prison uniforms from before. As we passed, they all desperately reached out, trying to grab and devour us. Some even had their teeth constantly clashing, making a clattering sound that was truly unsettling. The Glasses clung tightly to the edge, following closely behind me without a moment's hesitation. As we passed through the iron gate and traversed the cafeteria and dormitory area, we were almost there. Zichio spoke from the front. However, as we walked, I sensed something amiss. Some of the cell doors were ajar, revealing nothing within. Yet, that made sense, for how else could the massacre on the large playground have occurred? "Everyone, be cautious and make no sound," I whispered. "Do not panic, under no circumstances should you fire your weapon." I turned to suppress the trembling hand gripping the gun. "All right," the Glasses replied, voice quaking. We proceeded through several iron gates, and I sensed movement ahead. I gestured for the others to halt and raised my weapon to investigate. I initially assumed it would be a zombie, but to my astonishment, it was a living person clad in prison garb, gathered around a fire, cooking something. Just then, a zombie lunged at me from the adjacent cell, the collision between the zombie and the iron bars capturing the attention of this group. In an instant, our gazes locked, and I had no choice but to raise my gun. To my surprise, this group was also armed. I spotted a corpse in the corner wearing a uniform, and the realization dawned upon me. "Who are you?" I inquired, noting that the group remained relatively composed. "Do not panic, we are here to rescue a friend. There is no need for us to turn on each other." I forced a smile as I spoke. There were 5 of them, all aiming their guns at me. Presumably the leader was deliberating with his companions. "Is the door open?" the armed individual asked. "Yes, you may leave," I replied with a smile. "Boss, perhaps we should depart. Remaining here is not a solution, and those others are hiding as well." The diminutive figure beside the armed individual interjected. "Silence!" the armed man barked. Just then, adorned with spectacles, arrived. "My, that woman is comely," one of the 5 remarked, their intentions turning lascivious. "Is it worth risking your lives for this?" I queried, stepping in front of and brandishing my firearm. "Forget it, let's depart. We can find women anywhere." "Let's go," the armed man declared, leading the remaining 4 past us. Though our weapons remained trained on one another, only when they were a considerable distance away did I lower my gun, leading the somewhat shaken pair forward. I had nearly relinquished hope, but the conversation of several inmates rekindled my resolve. The fact that individuals were concealing themselves indicated they were alive. I merely hoped that Dr. Liu was still among the living. Suddenly, a closed iron gate materialized before us, prompting me to halt abruptly. I gestured for the 2 to provide cover as I retrieved the key from the guardhouse at the main entrance, though it had remained unused until now. All the previous iron gates had been ajar, making this locked gate an anomaly. Either something was contained within, or others were present. A sense of trepidation began to creep in, as I could discern numerous open iron gates ahead, and who knew what might emerge from within. We proceeded cautiously, yet surprisingly. We encountered nothing, neither the undead nor any living soul. Traversing this area, we arrived directly at the cafeteria, and my heart nearly leaped from my chest. For I heard that all too familiar sound of weeping once more. No wonder the group that left earlier wore a ghostly smile. It seems the grim scene within this prison is the doing of that smiling, weeping corpse. Gazing at the tightly shut iron door before me, I hesitated. This was the sole passage leading to the dormitory and the armory. "Brother, is it that thing again?" The voice of my companion, Jing, trembled with fear. "What shall we do?" Zichio asked anxiously. There was no other option left. As I spoke, I grasped the keys, attempting to unlock the iron door with the utmost gentleness. However, the more tense I became, the more elusive the right key seemed. The keys in my hand were slick with my perspiration. "Let me try," Zichio said. taking the keys from me. Without wasting much time, she deftly unlocked the iron door. I raised my hand, signaling the two to remain still, and cautiously stepped inside, needing to ascertain the location of that smiling, weeping corpse. To my astonishment, as soon as I entered and turned my head, that entity was less than 5 meters away on my right. At that moment, it was facing away from me, kneeling on the ground with its hands covering its face, emitting a chilling wail that sent shivers down my spine. Chapter 15, a thread between life and death. I was frozen in place, my gaze fixed on the exit several dozen meters away. Fear gripped me. This space was entirely enclosed, and if I startled that smiling, weeping corpse, none of us would escape alive. To the right, 5 meters, I whispered to my companions. Upon hearing this, they too shuddered. For the legendary entity was indeed the most terrifying, and now it was right before us. Fortunately, this entity seemed capable of lingering in one spot for an extended duration, never shifting its position. I could only wonder what sustains its very existence. However, this is not the juncture for such contemplation. My gaze remained riveted upon the pair. We are presented with a binary choice: advance or retreat. Retreating would, at worst, expose us to 5 menacing, armed convicts. Yet, what of advancing? Should the weeping corpse be roused, the rescue of dear Lou would be jeopardized. To my astonishment, they both nodded in unison. Adhere closely, and remember, maintain absolute silence, I whispered. The 3 of us inhaled deeply, stepping into the dining hall. The lament of the weeping corpse hung over us like a death warrant. Each step was taken under a deluge of perspiration. The mere score of yards felt like a transcontinental journey. By the time we stood before the iron gate, all 3 of us were trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, I did not falter this time, successfully unlocking the gate. As the 2 entered, I slowly closed the gate behind us. The click of the lock echoed with jarring intensity in the stillness. Both Spectacles and Zichio remained frozen in their entry postures, while I, in contrast, held my breath. I fixed my gaze upon the weeping corpse, relieved that it remained undisturbed. Turning back, I saw that the 2 were in tears. The corridor ahead was devoid of any presence. Rounding the corner, we leaned against the wall, gasping for air. The preceding events had been profoundly terrifying. We were now in close proximity to the armory. Having dispatched 2 uniformed zombies along the way, I had also procured their firearms. Is anyone present? I tapped lightly on the armory's iron door. Who is it? A resonant male voice replied. Is dear Lou inside? I asked, barely suppressing my elation. Who is it? Is that you, Xiao? Hearing that familiar voice, I nearly wept with relief. Indeed, it is I, come to extricate you, I declared, barely suppressing my elation. My pronouncement was met with a murmur from within, accompanied by what seemed to be a female voice. After a short interlude, the iron gate creaked open. Though not to an embrace, but to the menacing muzzles of firearms. Lower your weapons, we both demanded in unison. As you wish, I stated coolly. Let us depart. Dr. Liu. Bring them along, they were instrumental in my rescue, Dr. Liu interjected. It was then that I noticed, besides the uniformed man, a uniformed woman. This individual's provenance is dubious, and he is armed. You mustn't accompany him, the uniformed man asserted gravely, casting a glance at both Zichio and the bespectacled man. I have neither the time nor the inclination to argue with you. There is a weeping laughing corpse in the cafeteria, and we must evacuate this place forthwith. Once beyond the prison gates. You are at liberty to go wherever you please, I retorted curtly. What is the origin of that entity? Dr. Liu inquired anxiously. The prison's inhabitants are all deceased. Had we not sought refuge here, we would likely have met the same fate. Not all, I corrected. There are 5 remaining, still in possession of firearms. You permitted them to leave? The uniformed man demanded, his gaze fixed upon me. My mandate was to rescue Dr. Liu, other matters are inconsequential to me, I replied. To which department do you belong? The uniformed man inquired, scrutinizing me intently. That is inconsequential to you. Make haste, I said impatiently. Is there no semblance of order left? If you, too, are an officer of the state, you have a duty to uphold the law, the uniformed man insisted obstinately. With no living souls in sight. You persist in lecturing me about law and order? Will you depart or not? I inquired, easing the muzzle of my firearm forward slightly. In the midst of the chaos, I implored calmly, Yuxiao, take it easy. Xiao Zhang is a good person. Let us step outside first, shall we? Dr. Lu positioned himself directly between us and the weapons, demanding the return of our guns. The uniformed woman suddenly pointed at the handgun at my waist, while Dr. Lu nodded at me repeatedly, prompting me to furrow my brow in concern. I will hand them to you once we are outside, I asserted, lowering the shotgun in my grasp. Dr. Lu promptly suppressed the long gun held by the uniformed man. Yuxiao, you lead the way, Dr. Lu instructed. Why him? Protested the uniformed man. I have been working here for 5 years. I am more familiar with this place than anyone. I must clarify, the smiling crying corpse cannot be killed and is currently in the cafeteria. If you wish to meet your end, I will not intervene. But I prefer to survive. If you wish to escape with your lives, heed my words. I halted and locked eyes with the uniformed man, who towered over me. Remain calm. Surviving is of utmost importance. After we exit, I will explain everything. Trust me, this young man is trustworthy, Dr. Lu interjected once more, attempting to ease the tension. Humph, the uniformed man scoffed, turning away. Yuxiao, share your plan, Dr. Lu urged. The smiling crying corpse has a disturbance radius of 2 meters. As long as we remain silent and do not approach within that distance, we will be safe. You must stay close to me and, under no upon re-entering the refectory. The lamentations reverberated once more, causing my heart to palpitate with trepidation, especially with the unpredictable duo in tow. I halted, scrutinizing the trio behind me, before seamlessly executing my entry. And the bespectacled one followed, succeeded by Dr. Lu and the uniformed pair. I vigilantly observed the actions of the mournful jester, while simultaneously minding my steps. The party had now swelled from 3 to 6, and the proximity of the exit beckoned me to sprint towards it. Thankfully, the 3 exhibited prudence, averting any complications. With the exit a mere 7 or 8 meters away, my anxieties began to dissipate. However, the ominous sound of a rifle bolt being drawn shattered the tranquility, sending shivers down my spine. I turned to witness the uniformed man brandishing his firearm, aiming it squarely at the jester's head, spewing forth a declaration of vengeance for his fallen comrades. An expletive escaped my lips as I propelled forward, seizing the hands of the bespectacled one and Dr. Lu, and bolted towards the exit. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, a gunshot echoed behind me, followed by a piercing scream. The mournful jester surged to its feet, lunging towards the uniformed man. Flee! I shouted to the uniformed woman, who, with commendable training, immediately sprinted towards me. In that fleeting moment, I caught the uniformed man's gaze, a realization dawning upon him, albeit belatedly. Fortunately, his weapon proved potent, causing the jester to stumble, allowing us to reach the doorway. The uniformed man retreated while fighting, and as I was about to reach out to help him, he slammed the iron gate shut. Brother Zhang, the uniformed woman cried out. Go! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you, they're in your hands now, the uniformed man said urgently. At that moment, my perception of him completely changed. I had thought him stubborn, but it turned out he was a hero in a critical moment. The smiling, weeping corpse rushed towards Brother Zhang and killed him in a few moves. Go! I said, pulling the uniformed woman up and leading everyone to flee the way we came. With great difficulty, we reached the main gate, only to find it closed. Damn it! It must be those animals, I said angrily. Big brother, I'll do it, Glasses said, his voice still trembling, but at least he knew what he had to do. Perhaps due to excessive fright, it took Glasses a long time to use the drone to press the gate switch. Once outside, I immediately closed the gate. The smiling, weeping corpse should be dead, but there were still many zombies in this place, and I didn't want any mishaps. As we approached the car, about to get in, the 5 animals emerged from behind the wall, this time with 2 guns in their hands. The uniformed woman, without waiting for my consent, drew the pistol I had picked up from my waist and aimed it directly at the 5 men. "What's the meaning of this?" I asked coldly. "Take us with you," the leader said with a smile. "Absolutely not, I would rather die than be with you," the uniformed woman said sharply. "Indeed impressive, managing to escape from that individual. I perceive you possess considerable skill, we shall follow you henceforth and serve as your subordinates." The leader regarded me with amusement, entirely disregarding the woman in uniform. However, the gazes of his companions continually flitted between Zichio and the uniformed woman. "In our next life, let us be spouses once more." I set down my firearm and retrieved a hand grenade from my pocket. Zichio nodded in agreement. Conversely, the uniformed woman, Dear Lu, and the bespectacled man stared at me in astonishment. "Hold on, young man, you are quite audacious. We shall take our leave," the leader declared as he began to retreat. "Brother, where did you acquire that hand grenade?" the bespectacled man inquired with curiosity after we had entered the vehicle. "From my studio," I replied, casually tossing it to him. "A prop? You nearly frightened me into thinking you intended to take us all down with you." The bespectacled man caught the grenade, chuckling wryly as he collapsed onto the seat. "Weren't you in the armory? Why are you unarmed?" Zichio turned to ask the uniformed woman. "When the incident occurred, all the weapons were discharged, mine was lost during the struggle," the uniformed woman lamented. "Dongling, do not be disheartened," Dr. Lu stepped forward to offer solace. "I am fine. I appreciate your efforts to rescue me," the uniformed woman responded. It turned out her name was Dongling. This young lady was of similar height to Zichio and possessed an attractive appearance, though she seemed rather aloof. Her figure, however, was quite alluring. In our conversation, we learned that when the incident transpired, they had received orders from above to ensure Dr. Lu's safety. Unfortunately, by the time the orders arrived, it was too late, and many had sacrificed their lives in the attempt to save Dr. Lu. In this regard, our objectives were indeed aligned. "Where shall we go next?" Dr. Lu inquired after we departed from the mountain path. "To the underground air raid shelter in Hongshan City," Zichio replied with a smile. "Have you found her?" Dr. Lu asked, casting a glance at Zichio. "Who exactly are you people?" Dongling questioned. "Good people," the bespectacled one interjected. "From the very beginning, I noticed the way this fellow gazes at Dongling. It's clear he has taken a liking to her. Yet, Dongling has consistently rebuffed him, remaining indifferent even when he tries to engage her in conversation. Perhaps it's simply because he is half a head shorter than she is." "Where did you acquire your firearms?" Dongling interrogated. "They were made by me." I finally had my turn to speak. "You?" Dongling's incredulity was palpable, likely directed at the bespectacled one. "It's true. I graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China and I am in charge of props at Taiping Film Company," the bespectacled one fervently explained. "I wouldn't have guessed," Dongling replied with a teasing note in her voice. "All right, let us rest here for today. You must be hungry," I suggested. After several hours of driving, night had fully descended, and I found a suitable spot to park the vehicle. "I'll prepare the meal," Dongling announced as she stood up. To my surprise, the girl's culinary skills were quite commendable. During dinner, the bespectacled one continuously offered her food, but she remained unappreciative of his gestures. "May I join you?" Dongling suddenly asked. "That would be splendid. Once we acquire the materials, I'll craft a gun tailored just for you," the bespectacled one exclaimed with delight. "Don't misunderstand, I simply have no place to go at the moment, and my family is out of province," Dongling coldly remarked. "Do not misunderstand, for we do not lack for your presence. If you wish to remain, temper your foul disposition, no one here is indebted to you. And we are not prisoners." I imitated her tone, speaking without courtesy. I have long found her intolerable. And I had hoped that the death of old Zhang would awaken her to reality, yet she still carries herself with an air of superiority. I no longer wish to eat, Dongling declared, setting down her utensils and exiting the vehicle. Take your time, no need for farewells, I remarked with a smile. Brother! What are you doing? The bespectacled one frowned and pursued her. You shall, in truth, Dongling is a good person, dear Lu attempted to mediate. I am aware. Yet I simply cannot abide her. We are not her subordinates, what gives her the right to act so superior? Moreover, we even saved her, I responded. So, are you suggesting she should treat you with utmost respect? To my surprise, it was Ziqiu who spoke. Why do you say that? I inquired, puzzled. Perhaps you possess a deep understanding of zombies, but you know nothing of women, her demeanor stems from fear, Ziqiu explained. Indeed, dear Lu chimed in. Am I to blame for this? I stood up, displeased. Perhaps you should go and comfort her, Ziqiu urged, grasping my hand. Brother, please console her. She is but a girl in this desolate wilderness, and I feel terrified outside, the bespectacled one implored. Dear Lu looked at me with eager anticipation. Very well. Where is she? I asked, furrowing my brow. By the riverside, she told me to leave, the bespectacled one lamented. For heaven's sake. My temper flared instantly. Speak to her calmly, Ziqiu cautioned, observing me with concern. Alas! I sighed and exited the vehicle. Did I not tell you to leave? Winter Spirit scolded as soon as she heard footsteps. Oh, which young lady do we have here? Aren't you afraid of being dragged away by zombies in this desolate wilderness? I teased. What brings you here? Winter Spirit rose and shot me an angry glare. I was voted in by everyone, I replied. Huh! This girl actually smiled, I thought. Then you owe me an apology, Winter Spirit stated. Do you dislike me? She asked, furrowing her brow. It's not dislike, I just find you rather dull. This apocalypse has already tormented us enough, why must you maintain such an icy demeanor? I said with a stern expression. I simply do not like him. Winter Spirit said with a pained expression. Who? The bespectacled one? Do you think you're a fairy? He might not even fancy you, I retorted. Not in the best of moods. Why do you speak so harshly? Winter Spirit's voice rose slightly. Oh, so you are aware that your words can be hurtful? Even if the bespectacled one likes you, must you push him away? After all, we did save you, I replied. I apologize, I was just in a bad mood. Winter Spirit said. Enough with the chatter, this place could very well harbor zombies, I concluded, turning to leave. Wait for me! Winter Spirit called as she hurried to catch up. Apologize to the bespectacled one, I said, pausing by the car door. All right, Winter Spirit nodded in agreement. No worries. I'm Johai, the bespectacled one said with a smile. I felt somewhat ashamed, I had never thought to ask for his name. That night passed without incident. But as dawn broke, the bespectacled one began calling out on the radio, only to receive no response this time. Could something have happened over there? I inquired with a hint of urgency. No, it's quite safe there, the signal is likely poor, replied the glasses wearer with a smile. UCL, I have an unreasonable request, Dr. Lu said, approaching me with a troubled expression. I understand your eagerness to reunite with your beloved, but could you assist me in saving someone? Dr. Lu pleaded. Who is it? Your spouse? The glasses wearer asked, looking bewildered. No, my spouse has been gone for 2 years, Dr. Lu replied with a wry smile. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the glasses wearer, who quickly took the hint and scurried off to the kitchen. Dr. Lu, tell me, who is it? I will help you rescue them, I said, guiding Dr. Lu to sit at the table. It's one of my students, she has extensive knowledge of genetics and virology. I believe she could be of assistance, Dr. Lu explained. How do you know she is still alive? I asked, astonished. Before the apocalypse began. I called her and urged her to protect herself. She should still be hiding in her basement, Dear Lu responded. Chapter 17, The Awakening of the Glasses Wearer. Look. I've gathered a plethora of mushrooms, we can enjoy mushroom soup today. It turned out to be Dongling. What is wrong? Do you not like mushrooms? Seeing my troubled expression, Dongling hurriedly asked. We have received specialized training in outdoor survival. I can recognize dozens of mushroom varieties, and I assure you these are completely safe. Dongling explained with a frown. In truth, I wanted to express something different, but the girl had misunderstood my intent. Just as I was about to clarify, a gunshot echoed from the roof of the vehicle. I swiftly rose and rushed up in haste. Are you out of your mind? I unceremoniously delivered a sharp slap to the back of the glasses wearer's head. Brother, there is a zombie in the distance. I might as well practice my courage and test my marksmanship. The glasses wearer rubbed his head in dismay, following the direction he lay in. I indeed spotted a zombie several hundred meters away, but it was already down. There are plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your shooting skills. Yet firing recklessly in such an open area could easily attract more zombies, do you understand? This fellow is certainly adept with a firearm, with a single shot. He could undoubtedly land a headshot, but I refrained from praising him immediately. I understand now, the glasses wearer replied, feeling guilty as he got up. Just as I intended to gather everyone for a meeting on survival tips in the apocalypse, a sudden rustling emerged from the distant woods. Frowning, I reached for my binoculars, only to discover that the shot fired by the glasses wearer had indeed drawn the zombies closer. Hurry, get the car! I shouted to the lower level. Brother, I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. The glasses wearer was now in a panic. Apologies won't save your life, now is your moment to demonstrate your shooting prowess. With that, I turned and hurried downstairs. Ling Dong was at the wheel, and Ziqiu had just dashed out of the kitchen. Where are we headed? Ling Dong inquired. What is going on? Ziqiu asked. Dear Lu, guide Ling Dong, Ziqiu, grab your weapon and prepare for battle. With that brief instruction, I seized my shotgun and sprinted toward the upper level. Brother, with so many, which one should I shoot? The glasses wearer, still yet to fire a single shot, was beginning to tremble. Do you see the one with blades for hands? That is a pursuer, ignore the ordinary zombies and take him down. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated the presence of a pursuer lurking in the woods ahead. Fortunately, this time I am not riding a motorcycle, and I possess a firearm. Why are there so many zombies? Who discharged a firearm moments ago? Ziqiu, brandishing a submachine gun, also surged forward. Let's forego this discussion for the nonce. Descend and maintain vigilance, lest the zombies approach. As I articulated this, I cocked the gun. Understood. Ziqiu responded, pivoting on her heel. Instruct Dongling to accelerate. A pursuer is upon us. I shouted at Ziqiu's departing figure. Eldest brother, his head is proving elusive to target. Glasses had already commenced firing. Yet the fusillade persisted unabated. Unexpectedly, the pursuer raised his twin blades, intersecting them before him, thereby shielding his cranium and leaving only meager slits for vision. Target the torso. The legs, strike him wherever you can. Should you fail to dispatch him, he will overtake us and inflict demise. I exclaimed fervently. Dong Ling's vehicular aptitude proved commendable, as she adeptly evaded the onrushing zombies across the expansive meadow, occasionally sending a few sprawling. However, the pursuer in the rear drew ever closer, with the projectiles discharged by glasses appearing to have negligible effect. Cease fire, allow him to draw nearer. I stooped and directly suppressed Glasses' firearm. Eldest brother, I am genuinely contrite. While your intention to fortify my valor is appreciated, must it transpire at such a juncture? Glasses lamented, his countenance crestfallen. Once he is within closer proximity, I shall employ this to engage him, I declared, raising the shotgun in my grasp. On the lower deck, the incessant discharge of firearms suggested that Ziqiu was assisting Dongling in clearing impediments from their path. I had yet to witness Ziqiu's marksmanship, and remained uncertain of her aptitude with firearms. However, I currently lacked the leisure to dwell on this matter. The sound of gunfire ceased, and the pursuer's speed intensified, evident from the liquid seeping from his leg, indicating that a bullet had struck. However, this fellow's legs were as thick as my waist, rendering the glasses wearer's shots ineffective. "Brother! Shoot quickly!" The bespectacled man anxiously tugged at my sleeve as the pursuer closed in. "Patience, just a moment longer," I whispered, lowering my voice. "Let go. You're compromising my aim." With that, I pushed away his increasingly trembling hand. "Brother!" The pursuer was now only 40 to 50 meters away, and the glasses wearer was on the verge of tears. "Silence," I commanded, crouching down and raising my weapon to take aim. Bang! The power of the shotgun was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the glasses wearer's adjustments for recoil were remarkable. Similar firearms I had used in the future had left me with sore shoulders. The pursuer staggered as a bullet struck his leg, yet he astonishingly remained upright, though his speed had considerably diminished. "Brother, this thing won't kill him, what should we do?" the glasses wearer asked with a quaver in his voice. "If you utter another word, I will abandon you," I feigned anger. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, a gesture I had always believed only women would make. As the pursuer lunged forward again, I fired twice, deliberately lowering the barrel to strike his relatively slender calves. At last, he fell in a heap, unable to rise immediately. Meanwhile, our vehicle had finally reached the main road, accelerating swiftly. "Stay vigilant, alert me at the first sign of trouble." I sighed deeply, and regardless of my glasses' sentiment, I strode directly downstairs. It was indeed Dong Ling at the wheel, while Dior Lu was drenched in cold sweat. "Doctor, this gun is for you," I said, pulling out another handgun I had found in the prison and handing it over. No, I cannot use a gun," Dior Lu hastily waved his hands. "In the future, your marksmanship will be quite commendable," I whispered into Dior Lu's ear. He looked at my glasses, accepting the gun with skepticism. In truth, I was deceiving him. He had always been averse to firearms, even afraid to touch one, and because of this, we had lost several brothers. "I'll teach you when there's time," I added before making my way to the driver's seat. "Was that you who fired the gun?" I inquired, gazing at Ziqiu. "What? Do you look down on me?" "I have received professional training abroad," Ziqiu replied with a smile. "Who exactly are you?" Dong Ling asked, furrowing her brows. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Our goal is simply to save lives, that is all you need to know." "How far is our destination?" I questioned. "Over 200 kilometers, Dong Ling responded. "Is that manageable?" "I would like to take a nap," I inquired with a smile. "No problem, we can take turns driving." Ziqiu interjected. "It's fine, you should rest," Dong Ling agreed, casting a glance at Dior Lu, still lost in thought while staring at the gun. I proceeded to the bedroom. My slumber was quite restful, but due to the poor road conditions, I was awakened by Ziqiu when night had already fallen. "Are we there?" I yawned. "Not yet, come see for yourself," Ziqiu said, her face reflecting a sense of difficulty as she turned to leave. Following Ziqiu to the second level of the colossal structure, we found ourselves by the river bank. Not far away stood an iron bridge spanning the two shores, but beyond it, the density of the undead was rather alarming. "On the other side?" I inquired in astonishment, realizing that this area had also succumbed to the devastation. I wondered if my students had survived. Dr. Lu approached as well. "I have observed that there is a path we may take," he stated. Suddenly, the bespectacled man spoke up. Gazing into his resolute eyes, I felt a surge of disbelief. "Do tell," I urged, suppressing my excitement. "There aren't many zombies on the bridge, we can walk across. After crossing, head west for 300 meters, and there lies a supermarket. Beyond that, you will find the building where the doctoral students reside," he explained. I raised my binoculars once more. The streetlights on the other side still glimmered. The destination comprised 4 rows of buildings, each marked with the numbers 1 through 4. Indeed, my student is in Building 2, Apartment 304, Professor Liu confirmed. The route proposed by the bespectacled man appeared feasible, though uncertainty lingered regarding the supermarket's interior. Are you certain there will be no issues? I lowered my binoculars and regarded him intently. My drone cannot remain airborne for long, yet the pathways to the supermarket are relatively clear of zombies. I have surveyed the inside to some extent, it should pose no significant problems, he assured me. Chapter Shigi, Trapped in Despair. Very well, let us proceed along this path, I declared, turning to address the group. I will accompany you, both Zichio and Dongling asserted simultaneously. You shall remain here to safeguard Diarlu. Remember, whatever means you employ. Ensure Diarlu's safety above all else, I said, placing a hand on the bespectacled man's shoulder, my tone earnest and grave. However, as the glasses spoke, he glanced at Dongling. Suddenly, I comprehended why this fellow had become so audacious. No more hesitations. When faced with danger, if we cannot fight, we can always flee, Dongling remarked bluntly. I shot Dongling an exasperated look. All right, I understand. I will stay. The glasses, somewhat aggrieved, grasped my hand, likely worried that I would chastise Dongling again. By the way, teach Diarlu how to use a gun, your marksmanship is commendable. I chuckled as I patted the glasses on the shoulder. Stay close to me, and unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. After disembarking, I earnestly cautioned the 2 women beside me. They exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. I slung my gun over my back and gripped my knife firmly. Both I and Zichio had only 2 hand knives for our pursuers, leaving Dongling to temporarily wield the glasses machete. The bridge was not long, merely 100 meters or so. Yet, it was precisely this short distance that instilled a sense of unease, for numerous vehicles were haphazardly parked upon it, some with doors ajar and others closed. Not far into our advance, a zombie sprang out from a blind spot. I hesitated to swing my knife too forcefully, fearing that the creature might collide with one of the vehicles. Should the car alarm trigger due to a failure in the anti-theft system, we would truly be doomed. Watch your step, I whispered. In the past, we had encountered numerous such situations. Initially, we had been overly complacent, and some brothers had been dragged down by zombies lurking beneath cars, with dire consequences. Fortunately, the zombies on this bridge were few. By the time we reached its end, we had only dispatched 7 or 8. However, the situation here is quite dire. Indeed, as the glasses detected, our only option is to proceed westward. The streets to the east are teeming with zombies, crowding together as if attending a conference. The supermarket has been nearly stripped bare, leaving only desolate shelves in its wake. Yet, on the bright side, this allows me a clear view of what lies beyond the shelves. The ground within is littered with debris, compelling us to tread with utmost caution. I am not particularly troubled by the ordinary zombies, rather, my greatest concern lies in the potential emergence of a pursuer or a weeping laughing corpse. Do not venture that way, I cautioned, firmly grasping Ling Dong, who was about to investigate a nearby area. The visibility there is poor, and the shadows are prime for ambush. Observing the bewildered expression on Dongling's face, I quietly elucidated. Speaking of this matter incenses me. How could the head of a props team lack even a walkie-talkie? Be careful, regardless of how enticing something may seem. Do not act hastily. My intent was clear. Zombies do not move perpetually, and should there be one dozing on the ground, compounded by the oppressive darkness within, we could only rely on the beam of our flashlight. Fortunately, the quality of the flashlight provided by the props team is commendable. We cautiously advanced towards the appliance sales section on our right, but upon reaching the shelves, I nearly cursed aloud. There was not a single walkie-talkie to be found, only a few televisions remained. All the low growls of zombies echoed from all directions. I quickly restrained the 2 individuals who were eager to flee. Running at this juncture would indeed reveal our position. They have not detected us. Do not panic, stay calm, I whispered. In truth, These zombies are akin to silent dogs that bite. If they have truly noticed you, they will not announce it, they will simply attack. If you were to run at this moment and they heard your footsteps, that would truly expose us. The three of us stood frozen in place. My palms slick with their perspiration. After a painstaking wait for the zombies to calm down, I quickly took the two of them and maneuvered around the electronics section, heading towards the direction indicated by the exit sign. Winterling, that fierce girl, was eager to charge in with her knife, but I swiftly restrained her. I gestured towards the wall behind us, and fortunately, she was clever enough to halt her advance. We circumvented the area, and I quietly pointed to a row of freezers. To our right lay a wall, presumably still lined with shelves, but we could not ascertain the situation within. If there were dozens of zombies hiding inside, it would spell our doom. I sheathed my knife and gently crouched down, using the freezer as cover, and began to crawl forward slowly. The two girls mimicked my actions, trailing behind me. Upon reaching a central position, I gestured for them to remain still while I cautiously extended my head. Thankfully, I had refrained from attacking those few zombies earlier, for there truly was a horde behind them, not dozens, but certainly more than 10. Just then, one of the zombies turned, locking eyes with me, and I instinctively recoiled. I furrowed my brow and frantically waved my hands at the girls, signaling them to remain absolutely still. In truth, aside from the mutated ones, zombies can be categorized into two types, one being the living dead, who retain some fragments of their former memories, and the other being the ordinary zombies, mindlessly lunging to bite. The most significant distinction between the two is that the living dead possess a degree of vision, capable of seeing up to 3 or 4 meters away. Just moments ago, the distance between that zombie and me was undoubtedly within 3 meters. And I could only hope that the creature I was staring at was not one of the living dead. In a brief interlude of mere seconds, perspiration cascaded from my brow, forming droplets upon the ground. Fortunately, the adversary remained quiescent. With a delicate wave of my hand, I advanced forward on my hands and knees, until my head was in close proximity to its knees. Despite the limited visual acuity of these common undead, the proximity was such that the scent of my presence would be unmistakable. Disregarding all other considerations, I drew my blade and rose to my feet, thrusting it into the creature's lower jaw. I embraced its torso and gently lowered it to the ground. Casting a glance backward, I observed that the two women were in a state of bewilderment, their gazes somewhat unfocused. I retrieved my blade with a deliberate motion, assuming a semi-crouched posture. Fortunately, this was the sole member of the undead in the immediate vicinity, and those previously situated had not detected our presence. Alas! The ichor of the undead now covered the ground, causing Zichio to lose her footing. Her elbow struck the glass cover of a sizable freezer. To my dismay, the cover, which had previously exhibited commendable quality, shattered at this critical juncture. Instantly, the assembled undead turned their attention toward our position. "Flee!" I exclaimed in a hushed tone, seizing Zichio by the arm, disregarding any potential injuries she may have sustained. However, our progress was short-lived, as several more undead emerged before us. Evasion was no longer an option, confrontation was inevitable. "No firearms, employ your blades," I whispered. "Block the entrance with any available objects." As the undead relentlessly pursued us, I was compelled to stand my ground. "I've located it! I've located it! Come quickly!" Zichio exclaimed, her voice fraught with excitement. After dispatching several more undead with my blade, I hastened toward the glass exit door. Fortunately, the door was equipped with 2 handles. As I exited, Dongling swiftly closed the door, while Zichio secured it with a length of wire. "Move!" I urged. As I gazed at the approaching horde of zombies, I murmured to myself, the glass door would hardly withstand the onslaught for long, as there were no fewer than dozens of zombies within the supermarket. However, as I turned to the two women, I nearly collapsed to the ground. I could not discern whether our noise had attracted their attention, but a sea of zombies now stood before us, blocking our path to the D building. which was merely across the street. Hundreds of them loomed ahead. "Use the gun, and charge forward," I said, furrowing my brow and raising my voice. At this point, whispering had lost its purpose. I was the first to unload my shotgun, firing 2 rounds, at close range. This weapon was truly a path-clearing marvel. Those 2 shots created an opening, but the surrounding zombies multiplied by the second, forcing us to shoot while pushing forward. Chapter 19, a turn of events. Just as we were nearing the entrance, an unexpected surge of zombies appeared on our left, compelling us to retreat to the right. The 3 of us pressed against the wall, realizing that there was truly no escape. I glanced up. The second floor lacked windows, making any attempt to climb futile. Suddenly, the sound of weeping pierced the air. At this moment, encountering a laughing, crying corpse, Zichio fired several shots in despair, exclaiming, "I don't want to die here." Dongling shot down a zombie that was crawling over a car. Had there not been 3 small vehicles obstructing the road, we would have surely been overwhelmed by the zombies. "It's not a laughing, crying corpse, it's a human," I exclaimed, my heart racing with excitement. I was all too familiar with that voice. It was undoubtedly human. "Stop comforting us," the 2 women replied, their voices heavy with sorrow. "Hold your ground, trust me." I turned and squatted down, facing the wall. As the sound undeniably emanated from beneath my feet, to my astonishment, there indeed existed an iron window at the base of the wall. With the beam of my flashlight illuminating the interior, I beheld a harrowing sight: 4 women, scantily clad, 2 of whom were shackled by iron chains at their ankles. One of them, weeping, was curled up in the corner, her body marred by injuries. "Get back!" I bellowed at the 4 women. 2 of them, still somewhat coherent, grasped each other and retreated to a safer distance. "It's up to you now, darling," I said, planting a kiss on my weapon. I stepped back and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the corner. The sound of gunshots erupted, sending fragments of stone flying, yet I could scarcely feel the pain. My sole desire was to forge an escape through the solitary exit. Fortunately, the weapon crafted by my glasses proved dependable. As I managed to blast open the 4 corners of the iron window, with a forceful kick, the window collapsed inward. "Hurry, crawl inside," I urged, pulling Dongling down. "What about you?" She hesitated for a moment. "No time for hesitation," I retorted, delivering a swift kick to her backside. "Ouch!" she cried as she landed safely. It was not a matter of favoritism. After all, Dongling possessed only a single handgun. "Move quickly," I shouted to Zichio. "You go first," she stubbornly insisted. Now is not the time for debate. The opening can accommodate only 1 person at a time. I found it perplexing that I still had the patience to explain. Zichio shot me a fierce glare before turning to unleash a torrent of gunfire at the approaching zombies, then finally bent down to crawl through the opening. "Hurry down!" both women urged in unison. I fired 2 more shots, the bullets in the chamber finally expended, and I swiftly turned and bent down to follow suit. The 2 women were also very effective, simultaneously reaching out to pull me in. The 2 women who had previously pulled the woman away were not idle at this moment, lifting the bedboard to block the entrance. I hurriedly got up and pushed a cabinet over, but this could only provide temporary resistance. As I was searching for a way out, the large iron door of the basement suddenly opened. A stout man with a fat head and large ears walked directly in. He was only slightly stunned when he saw us, and immediately took out the knife from behind him. Fortunately, Dongling reacted quickly, raising her hand and firing a shot. But at the same time, the knife in the man's hand was also thrown out. A woman hiding in the corner didn't have time to dodge and was directly pierced through the body by the large knife. The man died and fell to the ground. And the woman also fell in a pool of blood. "Save me! Save me!" The dying woman tremblingly raised her hand, her miserable appearance unbearable to look at. "Get up quickly!" The woman who fell to the ground was beyond saving, and the entrance was about to be broken through by zombies. Now was not the time for overflowing compassion. I drew my knife and cut off the iron chains on the feet of another imprisoned woman. and several women supported each other as they ran out. As soon as I lifted my foot, the entrance exploded at the same time, and a zombie crawled in. I quickly rushed to the large iron door, and at the moment of closing the door, I only saw the constantly pouring zombies, following the bloody scent towards the woman on the ground. At the moment of closing the door, I couldn't help but close my eyes. But everything inside the door was completely imprinted in my mind. Why? Why? The woman with the iron chains on her feet suddenly cried out shrilly. I opened my eyes and frowned as I looked over. Why did you have to ruin my peaceful life? Why? The woman was screaming hysterically. I frowned, wondering if she had been frightened into madness, or if she had been insane all along. Before I could inquire, she seized a knife from the table and charged towards me. Frankly, I was stunned. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. The knife-wielding woman collided with the wall, slowly sliding to the ground, the knife clattering beside her. A crimson bloom stained the wall. I followed the sound of the shot and was surprised to see Zichio maintaining such composure in this critical moment. Have you all gone mad too? Zichio swung the gun towards the two women who had blocked the cave entrance for us, the ones not restrained by chains. No, we just want to leave. The two women frantically waved their hands. Ling Dong stared blankly at Zichio. I glanced at the deceased woman, hastily unloading my gun to reload the magazine. It was then that I truly took in the room's interior. It was clearly a living room, but the sofa was filthy and strewn with clothing. The television played something vulgar, and various snacks were scattered across the floor, along with several overturned liquor bottles. Ashtrays overflowed with cigarette butts, some spilling onto the table. The entire place was disgustingly grimy, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Seeing the staircase behind Dongling, I just wanted to leave immediately. I had just reloaded my gun and was about to speak when footsteps echoed from upstairs. Did that fatty kill someone again? A male voice called out. Quick, hide! I whispered, diving behind the sofa. Winterling, being closest to the stairs, could only take cover beneath them. Concealed behind the sofa, the two rescued women mirrored my actions, while Zichio deftly sidled to the side, finding refuge beside a wall-adjacent cabinet. Fatso, what in the world are you up to? A man's voice drew nearer. Boss! Let's go down and investigate, two additional voices chimed in. Immediately following was the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs, passing directly in front of my position. Heavens! The man's footsteps ceased abruptly, presumably upon discovering the deceased woman. At that juncture, I brandished my firearm and stood upright. Judging by the footsteps, the two men were heading towards the iron gate. Should they manage to open it, our demise would be all but certain. Freeze! I commanded, aiming my weapon at the two men who had reached the gate. You, don't move, a voice echoed from the direction of the staircase. I turned my head to behold, for the first time since the apocalypse began, an individual so impeccably attired, a man no less. Undeterred, he advanced towards me. Dongling, positioned at the foot of the stairs, was poised to emerge, prompting me to furrow my brow in haste. For, perched upon the staircase, stood two armed men, now leveling their weapons in my direction. Fortunately, having learned from the prior incident at the supermarket, Dongling seemed to comprehend my unspoken directive, obediently retreating into the shadows. Who are you? The man and I spoke in unison. Ha ha ha, it seems that Fatso has met his end at your hands? If that is the case, perhaps we can negotiate, the man remarked, a newfound ease in his demeanor. Indeed, Fatso is dead by my hand, as is the woman who attempted to flee. No. Who are you? I demanded sternly. I am a member of the Future Group. This is merely a modest outpost of ours. Since you have eliminated the hefty fellow, you may assume his position, the man remarked with a smile, yet he paused in his steps. If he advanced any further, he would catch sight of Zichio hiding behind the cabinet. The two women behind the sofa gently grasped my ankles, their apprehension evident. They feared I might betray them. Such despicable acts are not to my liking. I might consider murder and arson, however. I returned the man's smile and said, "Indeed, splendid. Your demeanor is exceptional. Our company requires individuals like you." The hefty man's demise is inconsequential. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, and I assure you a life of luxury and wealth. What is your name? I shall promptly submit it. As he spoke, he astonishingly produced a mobile phone. What? Are you unaware that we restored communication yesterday? From now on, notions of movement, communication, or trust are obsolete. We, Future Communications, stand as the sole communications company. Observing my bewildered expression, the man triumphantly raised his phone, revealing a signal on the screen. Chapter 20, The Mysterious Organization Is What You Say True? Yet, I have never heard of this future group, I retorted, my grip on the gun unwavering. Since I was to become one of them, I contemplated lowering my weapon for a more amicable discussion, allowing my two brothers to verify the situation. The man replied with a grin, "Then have those two brothers on the stairs lower their weapons first." My words were, of course, directed at Dongling. "Very well, I shall count to 3, he continued to smile. 1, 2, 3. As the man's words ceased, I honored my pledge and relinquished my firearm, a gesture mirrored by the pair on the staircase. My gamble, it seemed, had paid dividends. "Please, be seated," the man offered, gingerly using a wooden stick to clear the sofa of its clothing clutter with a visible air of distaste. "Thank you," I replied, unceremoniously vaulting over the sofa and settling onto it. "There," the man said, turning to me with a smile. "Indeed, no issue," I responded, glancing in Dong Ling's direction. The metallic clang of the iron gate echoed, followed by a chorus of guttural roars and the agonized screams of 2 men. The man beside me recoiled in terror. I seized him, using him as a shield as I discharged a round towards one of the figures on the stairs. However, the limitations of a single-handed shotgun allowed for only 1 shot. One man tumbled down, while the other, heedless of the danger, opened fire upon me. In that instant, Dong Ling materialized, unleashing a volley of shots at the assailant. The sequence unfolded with lightning speed. I shoved aside the riddled corpse of the man and snatched the phone from the table, stowing it in my pocket. "Move, now!" I bellowed. Fortunately, the iron gate was congested with a throng of the undead, their attention fixated on devouring the 2 unfortunate men, preventing their immediate advance. The 2 women behind the sofa, showing remarkable alacrity, rose and leaped forward. Ziqiu provided covering fire, while the women scavenged weapons from the bodies of the fallen men on the stairs. "Let's go! Forget the guns," I urged. Even as I spoke, the undead surged forth from the iron gate. Reaching the staircase, I prepared to assist the 2 women rummaging through the corpses when Ziqiu suddenly cried out in pain. I was astonished to discover that the man I had used as a shield was not entirely deceased. He lay prone, his hand tenaciously gripping at Ziqiu's ankle, causing her to fall. With the zombies closing in, I hastily raised my firearm and discharged it. "Evacuate, leave me behind," Ziqiu cried out in a harrowing tone. "I'll drag you down with me," the man rasped, his voice faint yet filled with malice. As I stood there indecisive, the 2 women who had been rescued charged towards Ziqiu. One wielded the butt of a rifle, striking the man's face with relentless blows, while the other raised a gun, firing incessantly at the zombies, her inexperience causing her aim to falter with each recoil. Ziqiu managed to extricate herself, and the 2 women pulled her towards us. Dong Ling assisted Ziqiu in ascending the stairs. I retreated while firing, expending my last bullet as I reached the top of the staircase. Dong Ling seized my arm and hauled me out of harm's way, as one of the women slammed the door shut. At that precise moment, the zombies crashed against the door, causing it to tremble violently. With no time to spare, I turned and dragged a large cabinet towards the door, the women joining in to barricade it with various heavy objects. "Is everyone unharmed?" I inquired, relieved. As soon as we had finished. "We're fine," the women replied, examining themselves. Where were you injured earlier? I asked, finally able to inspect Zichio's elbow. It's nothing. Just a scratch, Zichio responded with a smile. That's hardly just a scratch, I exclaimed, observing the wound on her elbow. There's a medical room nearby. The long-haired woman suggested. Find some clothes while you're at it, I added, turning my head. Allow me, Dongling offered. Taking the medical kit and beginning to tend to Zichio's wound. Two women donned white coats. This must not happen again, I gently admonished Zichio. I am perfectly fine. Zichio feigned ignorance. I was referring to just now, I said, feigning anger as I gazed at her. Had we not agreed that if there was no hope, no one would be saved, regardless of who it was? Zichio continued to smile. Nonsense, in such a situation my words were interrupted by Dongling. Enough of the bickering, the priority is survival, she declared firmly. We can assist, the two women approached with guns in hand. Give it to me. Dongling unceremoniously seized one of the guns. Are you sure your hands are fine? I once again looked at Zichio. Truly, I am unharmed, she replied, waving her arms for emphasis. All right, let us proceed and find others, I said, guiding Zichio out the door. I am fine. Zichio insisted on releasing my hand. The building was remarkably clean, devoid of any zombies, likely having been cleared by this group. However, this also meant that our hopes of finding others were dim, as evidenced by the 4 women in the basement. By the way, is there anyone among you named Lingming? I paused to look back at the 2 women. No. They both shook their heads simultaneously. That is fortunate, I sighed inwardly. We stood before the door of room 304 英寸, building D. Yet everything before us extinguished my hope entirely. The room was in disarray, resembling a scene ransacked by thieves, devoid of any sign of a person. What should we do? Both Zichio and Dongling furrowed their brows in concern. Should we go back? Having narrowly escaped with my life to arrive here, it is evident that this woman, Ling Meng, is of paramount importance. Dr. Lu mentioned that she is an expert in the fields of genetics and virology, and one cannot possibly endeavor to save humanity without such expertise. What if she is still in this vicinity? Should I venture here once more? I remarked with a wry smile. We could relay a message. One of the rescued women suggested, producing a mobile phone. Where did you get a phone? I inquired, taken aback. I found it while picking up a gun. The woman replied. The 3 of us exchanged glances, realizing that this seemed to be the most pragmatic solution at present. But how will you get across? Our people are on the other side of the bridge, Zichio stated. One can traverse via the rooftops. That's how I initially arrived, the woman responded ruefully. Very well. We shall rendezvous with you once we locate the individual we seek, I said, retrieving my phone to save their telephone number. After escorting the 2 women to the rooftop and watching them use the cables spanning the roofs to reach the opposite side, I felt an overwhelming urge to berate the man with glasses. How could he have overlooked such a convenient route and instead lead us through the lower levels? Let us proceed, we should descend and commence our search, I said, turning to head downstairs. The interior of this building was remarkably barren. We scrutinized virtually every room. Yet we were unable to find even a morsel of food. As we were preparing to explore the adjacent building, the phone in my pocket began to ring. Hello. Our vehicle has been commandeered, a tearful voice from the man with glasses conveyed. What? I nearly exploded with fury. We were deceived by those 2 women. They absconded with our vehicle, Dr. Lu added with remorse, taking the phone. Alas, not only did we fail to rescue the person we sought, but we also lost our vehicle. I am nearly driven to expletives. By the way, she mentioned that she has a basement here, if she is not in room 304. She is likely in the basement, Dr. Lu remarked. Why didn't you mention this earlier? My frustration boiled over, and my tone grew sharper. I, too, have become rather forgetful. It slipped my mind that the basement is located in building B of the 3rd block, Dr. Lu confessed, feeling remorseful. My dear fellow, do not be angry. The glasses snatched the phone, and before I could finish my sentence, I hung up abruptly. I was clearly outwitted by those two women. The older and the younger are truly unreliable. I put away the phone, seething with indignation. Enough! Do not let your anger consume you. We must swiftly locate them and reunite, for their safety is also at stake, Ziqiu urged. Alas, what a calamity! I muttered as I made my way towards the rooftop. Fortunately, each floor is equipped with its own fire door, and upon inspecting from the rooftop, I noted that the main entrance on the first floor remains intact. Therefore, if we eliminate the zombies in the corridor, we should be able to proceed unimpeded. Chapter 21, A Fiery Fury. The layout here mirrors that of the previous building. The only distinction being this heavy iron door leading to the basement. A camera is mounted above the door, and without hesitation, I pressed the doorbell. This must be the place. Who is it? A woman's voice crackled through the intercom. Dear Lu sent us to rescue you, I replied, my excitement palpable. If she is alive, then this journey has not been in vain. Why should I trust you? You are with that group, are you not? The woman retorted coldly. Your name is Ling Mang, and dear Lu's full name is Lu Jiangwo. You are the most esteemed student of dear Lu, specializing in genetics and virology. I struggled to suppress my fury and patiently explained, who knows if you have captured dear Lu to coerce him into revealing information? The woman remained unconvinced. Are you out of your mind? Dong Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Call dear Lu, Ziqiu suggested. Oh right, I completely forgot that we could use the phone now. I took out my mobile and dialed, fortunate that the two women had seized the car but still had the decency not to take the phone. She doesn't believe me, you tell her. I spoke directly into the phone and pressed the speaker button. Ling Mang, this is dear Lu. These three are here to rescue you, came dear Lu's voice. Teacher, have you been taken hostage? The woman asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Hostage my foot. If you want to leave, then go, if not, then so be it. Dong Ling roared in exasperation. Xiao Meng, they are indeed here to save you. I am not being held captive, even if I were, I would never betray my most accomplished student. You can trust these individuals, go with them, dear Lu insisted. His patience wearing thin. Teacher, is what you say true? The woman still refused to relent. Oh, very well then. As she spoke, she opened the door. I hung up the phone and charged inside, with Dong Ling even more fervently grabbing the woman's collar. I told you they are villains. Ling Meng stubbornly clung to her doubts. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Dong Ling shouted, delivering two sharp slaps to Ling Meng. Ziqiu stepped forward to mediate, and I found the beauty before me somewhat familiar, yet I could not recall from where. We are not villains, Ziqiu implored earnestly. Then why are you so rude? Ling Meng whimpered. Do you dare to speak again? I will strike you. Do you understand how perilous it is outside? Do you know we nearly perished out there? We sacrificed so much to rescue you, and you still refuse to open the door? You doubt us? This is infuriating. Let me strike her once more, Dong Ling exclaimed, preparing to act. Enough, we have saved you, we must leave swiftly, Ziqiu interjected, embracing Dong Ling. I am sorry. I am simply terrified, Ling Meng finally succumbed to Dong Ling's intimidating presence. Let us depart quickly, I urged. No, I have much research yet to conduct, Ling Meng protested. Struggling to rise and obstructing my path. What research? I inquired, forcing back my irritation. I require the blood of zombies to test the virus's activity, she replied. Where is the blood? Where are the zombies? I scoffed. The room was small, consisting of a kitchen and a bathroom. With several computers and a microscope on a table against the wall, adorned with numerous A4 sheets filled with writing. This is mere sophistry, if you do not exit. How can you conduct your research on zombies? Leave! Dong Ling insisted, attempting to pull her away. Let me take my materials and notebook, Ling Meng finally relented. Surprisingly, this girl took half an hour just to copy her data, and in the end, she even wished to carry away stacks of paper over 1/2 meter high. I could no longer tolerate this. May I not eliminate her? Winter Spirit, with resolve, drew her gun and aimed it at Cold Dream. All right. I only have my laptop, Cold Dream quickly replied, clutching her laptop tightly as she stood up. Hand it over. I stepped forward, swiftly snatching the laptop from her grasp and stowing it in Winter Spirit's backpack. This is crucial, you. Cold Dream attempted to protest but was silenced by the menacing muzzle of Winter Spirit's firearm. Move, I commanded, striding towards the door. Did you do all of this? Cold Dream gasped, pressing herself against the wall upon seeing the corpses of the zombies in the corridor. Hurry, stop wasting time, Winter Spirit urged. Giving Cold Dream a firm push, the handgun was pressed firmly against her forehead. Either move or face death, Winter Spirit declared coldly. But I am a scholar, not a killer. Why must you treat me this way? Cold Dream whimpered, sinking to the stairs in tears. Just eliminate her. Bringing her along will surely lead to our doom, Winter Spirit looked at me and said. And how shall we explain this to Diarlu? Zichio inquired. Just say she was devoured by zombies. With her cowardly demeanor, it was only a matter of time, I replied. Very well, I shall take action, Winter Spirit said, pushing the gun forward. Please, don't kill me. I will comply. I won't cry or cause a fuss, Cold Dream pleaded, rising to her feet. Her face devoid of any tears. The thought of placing the hope of saving humanity in the hands of such a person chilled my heart. We must move quickly. If you continue to resist, she truly will end your life, I warned, glancing at Winter Spirit. All right, I will follow your lead, Cold Dream stammered. This girl still clung to her studies, her intellect seemed woefully inadequate. I couldn't help but see her as a mere child. Then give her a few kicks. Winter Spirit addressed the lifeless body of the zombie before her. No! The words had yet to escape her lips when she once again aimed her gun at it. It was evident that she was genuinely terrified, however. If her fear reached such depths, it would be best not to save her. I did not wish for her to inadvertently bring about our collective demise. In the past, while protecting Diarlu, we had already lost numerous lives. Fortunately, under the oppressive influence of Winter Spirit, Cold Dream reluctantly lifted her foot, eyes shut, and tapped the zombie's body a few times. Let us go, I remarked, shaking my head. I cannot proceed. After much effort to reach the rooftop, Cold Dream began to act out once more, halting before the cable. Zichio and Winter Spirit quickly followed suit, and we chose to ignore Cold Dream entirely. Turning away to depart. Wait for me. Cold Dream's voice called out. She was hardly incapable of crossing, her movements appeared even more adept than ours. So you can cross after all? I glared at her, demanding an explanation. In a world rife with zombies, amidst the apocalypse, her temper tantrum was intolerable. She's simply frightened, Cold Dream surprisingly pouted. Upon reaching the building near the river bank, the cable altered its angle. No longer parallel to the floor but slanting towards the opposite side, creating a considerable span. I casually picked up a bent rebar from the ground to test its stability. It seemed adequate. Zichio and Winter Spirit, witnessing this, also bent down to retrieve rebar. Do you not have climbing gear? Aren't you going to secure a safety line? Cold Dream retreated a few steps as she spoke. Let us go, I declared, gripping the rebar tightly and sliding down. Aside from the rather clumsy landing and rolling a few times on the ground, I believe this was the most reliable method of retreat considering the multitude of zombies we faced. I rose to my feet, and both Zichio and Dongling had also landed. Yet as we waited, Cold Dream was nowhere to be seen. Alas, we had truly suffered a significant loss. Our vehicle was gone, and lives were extinguished. Dongling expressed her intent to leave. Just as Zichio and I were preparing to abandon hope, Cold Dream appeared, landing gracefully, the only one among us not tumbling upon impact. Such impressive agility. Dongling glared at Cold Dream as she approached. I have practiced gymnastics for several years, Cold Dream explained nervously. Enough of this trivial conversation, I declared, drawing my blade and stepping forward. We were still 200 meters from the bridge, and a few zombies roamed ahead. It was uncertain whether they were drawn by the two women prior, or if they had simply been overlooked. Chapter 22, Contingency Plan. Why do you not utilize firearms? Is it to satiate your bloodlust? Cold Dream chattered incessantly as we unsheathed our knives. Are you foolish? The moment a gun is fired, it will attract every zombie in the vicinity, Dongling retorted, her brow furrowed in disdain. Foolish? I am the youngest graduate student at my school, and my name appears on every scholarship award. I have been class president since middle school. Cold Dream suddenly grew agitated, her voice rising in pitch. I had found her vaguely familiar, and now it dawned on me who she truly was. Silence! I turned and barked at her, causing Cold Dream to take several steps back in fright. Her commotion transformed what was once a simple task into a perilous endeavor, as the wandering zombies surged toward us. Jinx, Winterling muttered under her breath, casting another glance at Cold Dream. The three of us brandished our blades and advanced, with me leading the charge. Zikyu, having accompanied me for quite some time, was a source of reassurance, while I cast a sidelong glance at Winterling. Aware that the unfamiliar surroundings differed greatly from the staircase we had traversed before. Yet, it appeared my concerns were unwarranted. Winterling's skills surpassed my expectations, wielding her weapon with ferocity as if slicing through mere vegetables. 7 or 8 zombies fell before us, and perhaps it was a matter of shared intuition, for all three of us simultaneously turned to observe Cold Dream. It was evident that the oppressive aura of death surrounding us had unsettled her, as I distinctly noticed her shuddering. Let us go, I uttered succinctly, striding toward the bridge. Cold Dream, originally named Ling Yue, was a former classmate from my middle school days, where she served as the class monitor and often made my life difficult. However, I was 5 years her senior, and it seemed her memory might not serve her well. Or perhaps she simply did not recognize me. What are you looking for? Zichio inquired softly, stepping closer to me. Those two fools abandoned the car. We must find another means of transportation, I replied with a wry smile. That's true, Winterling concurred, beginning to search among the vehicles on the bridge. We paid little mind to Cold Dream, yet I caught a glimpse of her diligently searching as well. What are you looking for? I asked. I'm merely checking which car still has the keys inside. To my surprise, Cold Dream was the first to speak. The three of us turned toward her voice, nearly succumbing to the urge to deliver a few sharp slaps. What's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? This car is remarkable, possessing substantial horsepower. Our family previously owned one, Cold Dream remarked, gesturing towards the 2 sports cars before her. They merely intended to assist. Yet you continuously speak of them in such a manner, she added, her tone laced with grievance. Your silence would be a tremendous help, Zichio interjected, unable to contain herself. Let us take this one, although it's a bit worn, it accommodates all 6 of us perfectly, I suggested, pointing to a somewhat battered van. Agreed. Both women nodded in unison. I leaped into the vehicle, silently praying. Thankfully, despite its dilapidated appearance, the engine roared to life with a mere turn of the key. You expect me to ride in this? Absolutely not. Cold Dream stood resolutely in front of the car, arms crossed and lips pouted. Then you can stay behind, I retorted, pressing the accelerator. How can you be so heartless? Cold Dream protested, yet she still rushed after me. However, upon entering the vehicle, her expression of disdain as she half squatted without fully sitting was intolerable, prompting me to accelerate abruptly, causing her to stumble. Provide me cover, I commanded as I halted the car and briefed Zichio and Dongling before leaping out. To my surprise, the parking spot revealed no sign of Dr. Liu or the bespectacled individual, only 2 wandering zombies. I swiftly dispatched the pair, hoping fervently that these bumbling companions would remain unscathed. Hey! I've arrived at the location. Where are you? I inquired, pulling out my phone to dial. "We're right here," came the voice of the bespectacled one. Following the sound, I discovered them not far behind, awkwardly perched on a tree branch, their predicament quite comical. "Why not simply climb onto the bridge?" I gestured from beneath the tree, observing the two struggling to descend. "You Xia, I apologize, this is entirely my fault." Dr. Liu, having discerned my underlying meaning, promptly offered his apology upon landing. Just as the glasses wearer was about to speak, Ling Meng rushed over and seized my wrist. "Chai Yu Xiao? Is it truly you? Do you not recognize me?" she exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Xiao Meng, you two are acquainted?" Dr. Liu inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Of course. We were classmates in middle school, sharing the same desk." "How is it that you seem so much older now?" Ling Meng explained, glancing back at me. "How do I clarify this?" I asked, astonished, looking at Dr. Liu. "How long has it been since you last met?" Dr. Liu inquired, glancing between me and Ling Meng. "We haven't seen each other since graduating middle school." "Which must be over a decade ago," she replied. "That makes sense. If there's a gap in time, she naturally wouldn't recognize you," Dr. Liu commented. "What do you mean?" Both Ling Meng and I inquired simultaneously. "I see," I nodded thoughtfully. "What are you two discussing?" "I don't quite understand," Ling Meng pressed. "Brother, let us set that aside for now, I have something to say," the glasses wearer interjected excitedly. "Let us put the apologies aside. It's also my fault for placing my trust in the wrong person. For now, we must locate our supplies. All our belongings are in that vehicle," I said, gesturing towards him. "That's not it. I meant to say that I installed a GPS in the car, so I can track its location," the glasses wearer exclaimed animatedly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" we all chorused, excluding Ling Meng. "I didn't have the chance to mention it," he replied, looking around at everyone with a sense of grievance. "Then why not hurry and check where the vehicle is?" I exclaimed with excitement. "All right," replied Glasses, as she retrieved an object resembling a mobile phone from her bag. I leaned closer and noticed two dots on the screen, one green and the other red. They were not far from us, perhaps 50 or 60 kilometers away, but they were still in motion, Glasses remarked. "How far can this device locate?" I inquired. "Unless she goes abroad," Glasses confidently replied. "Let us get in the car and pursue," I said, heading toward the van. "Wait a moment," Dongling called out to me. "What is it?" I asked, furrowing my brows. "First, we shouldn't just consider whether we can catch up. Even if we do, what can our vehicle do? Stop a behemoth?" Dongling said with a wry smile. "Then what do you suggest we do?" I retorted. "We should find a better vehicle, gather some supplies. If we encounter any unforeseen circumstances on the road, it's wise to have a backup plan. If they keep fleeing, we will be at a disadvantage," Dongling advised. "Dongling makes a valid point," Ziqiu chimed in. "All right, then it's settled. Who knows the area well?" I asked. "I have something to say," Liming interjected, raising her hand as if in class. "Spare us the trivialities," I coldly interrupted. "No, our school is not far from here. And I also want to utilize the school's equipment to analyze the virus," Liming insisted anxiously. "How much ammunition do we have left?" I asked Glasses, looking at her. "Not much," she replied, unloading her backpack. "That's fortunate, at least you know to keep it on you." "Let us go," I said, jumping into the driver's seat. Under the aegis of Ling Meng's guidance, we traversed the labyrinthine streets, encountering minor tribulations en route. Providentially, the van proved to be a reliable conveyance. And as the nascent light of dawn kissed the horizon, we arrived at her alma mater. The sheer grandeur of the institution of higher learning was immediately apparent, its gates exuding an aura of prestige. However, the somnambulant cadavers that roamed the grounds presented a formidable challenge, their numbers far surpassing those we had previously encountered. Chapter 23, Viscous Corpse. "Good heavens, what shall we do?" Glasses exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. Are there alternative points of entry? I inquired, turning to Ling Meng, who appeared to be lost in thought. The rear entrance is quite a distance, bordering the mountainous region, Ling Meng responded, her brow furrowed in consternation. The issue at hand is not proximity, but rather security. Which entrance is nearest to the equipment you require? I retorted, my patience wearing thin. Should you persist in your capricious behavior, we shall be compelled to abandon you within the confines of the school, Ziqiu added. Her usually placid demeanor now tinged with exasperation. Why must you always single me out? Ling Meng lamented, adopting a demeanor that suggested imminent tears. Enough, Xiao Meng. Considering the exigency of the situation, could you refrain from such conduct? To our collective astonishment, Dr. Lu interjected. Professor? Ling Meng uttered, her countenance reflecting bewilderment. As if disbelieving the source of the words. We are now in the throes of an apocalypse, and no one is obligated to indulge your whims. Observe the world around you. How do you believe they have managed to survive? Should you persist in this manner, I shall disavow any further responsibility for your well-being, Dr. Lu declared, his pronouncement eliciting a torrent of tears from Ling Meng. Dr. Lu's admonition effectively quelled my own irascibility, and an atmosphere of hushed solemnity descended upon the vehicle, punctuated only by Ling Meng's subdued sobs. I was wrong, I apologize, let us head to the back door, it's closer to the laboratory. Cold Dream murmured after a long pause. The path to the back entrance was adjacent to a quaint market, which had once been a lively spot for university students to indulge in food and entertainment. To call it merely a market would be an understatement. It could nearly be considered a small town. Glasses, you drive, I instructed, glancing at Ziqiu and Dongling. The two understood immediately and alighted from the vehicle. Glasses drove slowly, as a variety of shops lined the route. Although there were numerous zombies, the goods within the stores remained untouched. Let us park here. Take a moment to hydrate and snack, I said, stopping in front of a small convenience store. It's safe. Dongling and Ziqiu emerged from the shop. You eat first. I'll keep watch, I declared, climbing onto the roof of the van. The group, indeed famished, rushed into the convenience store and began to feast. Have some water. Ziqiu offered, handing me a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, I replied with a smile, opening the cap while seated atop the vehicle. How does it look? Can we make it? Ziqiu inquired, glancing into the distance. I believe we should be fine. Quickly grab some food and ensure everyone takes what supplies they can, I said, lowering my binoculars. I'm not hungry, I'll keep watch, you go eat. Ziqiu chuckled. Are you troubled? I asked gently. After spending so much time together. If I couldn't discern her worries, I would truly consider myself a failure. Not exactly, I just have a sudden sense of foreboding, Ziqiu replied with a wry smile. Don't overthink it, hurry and eat, I reassured her with a laugh. As I watched Ziqiu reluctantly turn and step into the convenience store, an unsettling feeling washed over me, perhaps a sixth sense honed by years of surviving apocalyptic conditions. I grasped my binoculars once more, scrutinizing the road leading to the school's back entrance. Yet, aside from a few wandering zombies, I truly found no signs of any mutants. Your turn, Dongling remarked, wiping her mouth and playfully poking my side, tossing a package onto the vehicle. Have you eaten enough? I laughed as I leaped down from the roof of the car. Eat well, or you won't be able to run later, Dongling replied as she climbed up. Taking the bread Ziqiu offered, I devoured it alongside some mineral water, while Dr. Lu and the bespectacled Cold Dream rummaged through the store. Observing Cold Dream set aside her defenses, I felt a sense of relief. The foolishness of youth could never warrant resentment in my heart. Brother, I've got something good, the bespectacled one said, tossing a cigarette my way. I caught it with a grin, though I did not open it. What's wrong? Ziqiu inquired. I'm afraid I won't have any left for later, I chuckled, taking a bite of my bread. Weren't you the one saying we might not survive today? Why worry about the future? Zichio tilted her head, questioning me. Haha, you're right. Here, I said, handing the cigarette to her. Seeing her clumsy demeanor, I knew she was inexperienced with smoking, yet to my surprise, she stood up to fetch a lighter from the counter and lit one for herself. Cough, cough. Zichio took a deep drag, tears streaming down her face. I don't even know what the appeal of this is. She then passed the cigarette back to me. Let me have one too. Dongling's unexpected request caught me off guard. What's wrong? Can't smoke? Seeing my bewildered expression, Dongling chuckled. Of course. I stood up and handed her a pack. She accepted it without hesitation, tucking it into her pocket. Then extended her hand to me. Haha, you're quite stingy. I laughed and pulled out a cigarette, offering it to her. It had been years since I last smoked. Dongling expertly took a puff and blew out a smoke ring. Big brother, that should be enough, we won't need the rest. Glasses tossed the last pack into the vehicle and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good job, I said, smiling at the three of them. Glasses hopped into the driver's seat as Zichio, Dongling, and I wielded our knives, forging a path ahead. We stopped at suitable shops along the way to search, but unfortunately, we found little of value in the latter establishments. With the school's back gate just ahead, Zichio and I exchanged a knowing smile. Perhaps we had indeed overthought our concerns. However, as we turned a corner, I nearly gasped. At that moment, Glass's vehicle collided with a bicycle lying on the ground. It was not entirely his fault, the bicycle had been in his blind spot. As luck would have it, the collision caused the bicycle's bell to ring. Get in the car, Glasses! Don't stop, just drive through. I shouted to the two girls, turning to Glasses. Before he could respond, I unlatched my shotgun from my back and fired directly ahead. A loud bang echoed. It wasn't my gunfire, rather. It was the sound of a zombie expel. I have forgotten who bestowed this name upon it. This creature, despite its nearly 2-meter height and balloon-like physique, with its enormous belly appearing quite intimidating, possesses little lethality. Its combat abilities are comparable to those of an ordinary zombie, yet its belly, upon rupture, releases a copious amount of green liquid. This entity emits a peculiar odor that attracts hordes of surrounding zombies, with an estimated radius of attraction exceeding 100 meters. Moreover, even without my intervention, it will self-detonate once disturbed. I merely hastened its explosion to prevent the splattering of those zombie-attracting fluids onto our vehicle. Accelerate, do not halt, I commanded, leaping into the car and directing my words at the driver, Glasses. Although my companions were bewildered by the situation, Glasses complied with my instruction. Winterling and I positioned ourselves at the door, wielding our blades to dispatch the zombies obstructing our path, while Zichio readied her submachine gun, poised to forge a way ahead. After all, our van is no behemoth. If we were surrounded by zombies, escape would be impossible. Dr. Lu and Cold Dream clung tightly to the handrails inside the vehicle, too terrified to even breathe. Which way? I shouted at the stunned Cold Dream as the vehicle surged into the campus. This way, no, not that way. The girl panicked and pointed in the wrong direction. Fortunately, Glasses possessed adequate driving skills, or we would have surely overturned. Drive up and block the entrance, I instructed, gesturing toward the steps ahead. Glasses had no time to argue. He closed his eyes and rammed the vehicle directly into the entrance. Its front end wedged firmly against the door, while zombies encroached from all directions, incessantly battering our doors and windows. Quick, get inside! I kicked away the windshield and shouted at the crowd. While they scrambled, I gathered supplies from within the vehicle and continuously tossed them inside. Zichio and Dongling joined me in throwing the provisions through the door. Stop dawdling, quickly find something to block the entrance, I bellowed at the three bewildered individuals. Only then did they snap out of their stupor and rush off, but the horde of zombies surrounding us was growing increasingly formidable, causing the vehicle to sway under the pressure. Hurry, we can't delay any longer, I exclaimed as I noticed cracks forming in the rear window, urgently pulling the two girls who were still salvaging supplies. Chapter 24, Hope. The three of them emerged from the front. barely touching the ground when the rear window of the van shattered, and the relentless zombies began to claw their way inside. I grabbed a chair that the dazed trio had found and wedged it into the vehicle. Zichio and Dongling mimicked my actions. Fortunately, the chair fit snugly, effectively obstructing the zombies from advancing further. Why didn't you mention there was a door? I looked up to discover a retractable iron gate inside, and I scolded the bewildered trio with a sharp tone. As they stood frozen in fear, I disregarded my reprimand, located the switch, and thankfully, it was operational. The iron gate descended, finally sealing our fate from the zombies outside. Let us go, lead the way, I instructed as I hoisted several bags of supplies, addressing Ling Meng. Oh, right, she responded, her gaze toward me markedly different now. Are you just going to stand there? Do you want to starve here? I directed my attention to Yingzi and Diarlu. Luckily, the experimental building was already secured, and after a brief inspection, we encountered only 3 zombies. What are you doing? I asked irritably. I require his blood to analyze the virus, Ling Meng promptly stated. I relinquished the substantial bundle of supplies in my grasp and swiftly delivered 2 strikes, causing the zombie's arms to fall to the ground. Despite this, the creature continued to lunge, jaws agape. Seizing a nearby rope, I bound its mouth, securing it multiple times to ensure it was completely sealed. Let's proceed, I said, after having fastened the rope around the zombie's head in a knot, leading it as if it were a dog, and calmly addressing the group. Zichio began, observing the zombie attempting to bite my shoulder, but hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. The laboratory equipment remained intact, instilling a sense of hope. I tethered the zombie near the entrance and pulled up a chair. Teacher, Zhou Hai. Assist me, Ling Meng requested, taking the laptop. Refrain from calling me Zhou Hai retorted, adjusting his glasses, revealing a hint of irritation. What is your name, then? Ling Meng inquired, pausing her actions. Zhou Hai? Very well, Zhou Hai, your assistance would be appreciated. Ling Meng adapted rapidly. The 3 of us exchanged smiles, and I rose, closing the door on the 3 who were still in a daze. If only we could find a place to rest. I'm exhausted, Dongling remarked, stretching languidly. I nearly gawked, taken aback by the sheer size of her breasts. Zichio rolled her eyes and nudged me with her elbow. Hee, I chuckled sheepishly, averting my gaze. The facilities within this experimental edifice are indeed comprehensive. Furthermore, I have discerned implements akin to those used by Yan Jing in the creation of projectiles. The structure comprises 4 stories, each encompassing approximately 7 or 8 chambers, conveniently observable upon entry. After a circuitous exploration, we located a diminutive refectory on the 2nd level, compact yet possessing all essential accoutrements. Regrettably, the comestibles had all deteriorated. However, several pieces of congealed meat remained within the refrigeration unit, presumably still palatable. Ascending to the 3rd story, we discovered a lounge, more precisely a changing room, complete with an adjoining sterilization chamber. There's hot water! Dongling exclaimed with elation. Excellent! We can cleanse ourselves, Zichio remarked joyfully. Partake at your leisure, I shall continue to reconnoiter, I said with a smile, as I exited the chamber. In truth, there was little further need for reconnaissance, as we had meticulously scrutinized each chamber, ensuring the absence of any further animated corpses. I proceeded directly to the rooftop, ignited a cigarette, and approached the periphery. The animated corpses surrounding the transport van had yet to disperse. In this vicinity alone, at least 100 such entities had congregated. While this edifice may not be of considerable height, it afforded me a panoramic vista of the entire campus. I procured a monocular, my sole aspiration being the absence of any further mutated entities within the campus confines. After an extensive perusal, I detected no mutated entities. But I did make a discovery worthy of elation. Although an armored vehicle eluded my detection, what lay before me was not without merit, a commercial vehicle, presumably employed for the conveyance of dignitaries. While its defensive capabilities may be somewhat limited, it would at least serve as a means of transit. In comparison to the other vehicles within the parking structure, this selection was optimal. However, the egress was currently obstructed, and the parking structure was, by my estimation, at least 500 meters distant. These 500 meters were replete with roaming animated corpses, and the whereabouts of the vehicles remained unknown. I held the telescope aloft, scanning the surroundings in hopes of uncovering an escape route. To my surprise, I spotted a student dormitory, its balcony teeming with zombies, predominantly female, and clad in scanty attire. The sight ignited a fervor within me. What captivated me so? A fragrant aroma wafted into my nostrils, and suddenly, a hand patted my shoulder. "What is wrong?" Winterling's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. She had changed into a t-shirt, the most striking detail being that she wore nothing beneath it. Her damp hair cascading alluringly, exuding an irresistible charm. "What brings you here?" I stammered. "Oh, I came out but didn't see you. So Zichio and I decided to search for you separately," Winterling replied with a smile, tossing her hair, droplets splattering across my face. Her gesture added an extra layer of seduction and allure, nearly overwhelming my composure. There was a van in the parking lot, but I was uncertain if it bore a key. I quickly shifted the conversation. "Let me take a look," Winterling said, taking the telescope from me and gazing in the direction I indicated. I found it increasingly difficult to avert my eyes from her silhouette, especially as she raised her hand, the voluminous sleeves of her shirt failing to conceal the beauty within. As Winterling set down the telescope and turned, our eyes met, and instinctively she covered the hem of her shirt, her expression betraying a hint of panic. "So this is where you are." Zichio's arrival perfectly masked my embarrassment. Winterling feigned composure and stepped forward to explain our findings to Zichio. "We'll discuss this later. Dr. Lu and the others have made new discoveries," Zichio said, a note of disappointment evident in her voice. With a final glance at the zombies below, I followed Zichio's lead down the stairs. Dongling, perhaps out of shyness, dashed ahead alone. "Isn't it beautiful?" Zichio suddenly smiled at me while we descended the staircase. "What?" I was taken aback, yet I had no intention of admitting anything. "Humph. I saw everything at the door," Zichio remarked, quickening her pace. "No, wait. Let me explain, it's not what you think." I hurried after Zichio, eager to grasp her arm. The situation was far more dire than we had anticipated. Cold Dream unexpectedly appeared in the corridor before us. "What is it?" I slowly lowered my hand, which had been reaching for Zichio. "Come inside and talk," Cold Dream said, turning to enter the laboratory. Just as we settled in, Dongling arrived, having changed into long pants. "I've informed her of everything regarding you," Dr. Lu said to me, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. "What do you mean? Why does it feel as if I'm facing death?" I stood up in agitation, my gaze fixed on Cold Dream. "The results of the live specimen experiment are in. I even compared the blood samples of the doctor and the bespectacled one. If my suspicions are correct, this zombie virus is utterly incurable." Cold Dream's voice was laden with despair. "At the very least, your presence has allowed a 9% increase in survival." Dr. Lu rose to offer comfort. "Initially, I thought that surviving for 10 days would suffice, but it seems all the survivors are merely antibodies," Dr. Lu stated matter-of-factly. "That cannot be. Why does Xiaomai tell me that I was the last antibody?" My anger began to boil. The zombie virus is incurable. Should the living succumb, they inevitably transform into zombies. However, we, the living, possess certain unique antibodies that can prevent the zombie virus from seizing control of our bodies. Ling Meng observed the two bewildered women and began her explanation. "Is it true that this catastrophe is unalterable?" Zichio's voice bore a hint of melancholy. "According to my analysis, the zombie virus also has a lifespan, though I have yet to ascertain the precise duration." Ling Meng bit her lip, her gaze a complex tapestry directed towards the crowd. Chapter 25, The Convergence of Twin Blades. "Are you suggesting we endure until all the zombies perish of old age?" Dong Ling inquired with a mocking tone. "Brother, do not lose heart, we still harbor hope. The previously silent glasses stood up and placed a supportive hand on my shoulder. Hope? Throughout our journey, the living we have encountered could be counted on one hand, surrounded by zombies and monsters at every turn. Where is this hope? Rising to my feet, I unleashed a frantic scream. Do not behave this way. Dongling furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with discomfort. It seemed that only through this outburst could I release the emotions buried within me. For so long, I had refrained from even the slightest expression of my feelings. Living in constant trepidation. At this moment, I had no desire to heed the howls of the zombies outside. Have you lost your mind? Is our existence not sufficient to sustain you? You still have a chance for rebirth, but what of those who come after? As Ziqiu spoke, she delivered a sharp slap across my face. The room fell silent, all eyes, including mine, wide with shock. The tension was palpable as everyone regarded me, at this juncture. I was the most fearsome presence, more so than the zombies outside. You speak the truth. I forced a smile as I rubbed my face and turned to exit the laboratory. Perched on the edge of the rooftop, my feet dangled in the air, swaying back and forth as I gazed down at the frenzied zombies below, and to my surprise, I chuckled. Are you contemplating a leap? Came the voice of Dongling from behind me. She promptly joined me, mirroring my position with her feet suspended in the void. Ziqiu asked me to convey her apologies. She fears that addressing you directly might provoke your ire. While Dongling spoke, her gaze was averted, focused on the opposite direction. She was right. My temper had indeed been too volatile. Sighing, I picked up a pebble and tossed it downwards. The sound of the stone striking the ground immediately drew the attention of several zombies. A spark of inspiration ignited within me. I sprang to my feet and bolted down the stairs. Wait for me! Dongling's voice and footsteps echoed behind me. Glasses, can we create a bomb? I burst through the door of the laboratory, disregarding their astonished expressions. Quickly, check the other labs in this building for any materials you might require. I stepped forward and grabbed the glasses. Yuxi, are you all right? Dr. Lu approached cautiously. I am not mad, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions, especially to Ziqiu. Thank you for snapping me back to reality, I said, moving forward to embrace Ziqiu. What on earth is going on with you? Dongling inquired softly, catching up. An inducement bomb, combining sound with explosives to divert the zombies, and it can. Before I could finish my thought, the glasses interrupted me. His eyes alight with excitement. I understand now, my friend, you are nothing short of a genius, he exclaimed, rushing out with palpable enthusiasm. The remaining individuals were momentarily taken aback, yet they swiftly comprehended my intentions, as none present were lacking in intellect. Under the guidance of the bespectacled one, we commenced a thorough search for electronic devices throughout the building, and indeed, he discovered materials suitable for bomb making. This marked the first occasion I felt a modicum of fondness for this place. Can we manufacture bullets? I inquired, leaning closer to the bespectacled one, who was engrossed in his bomb construction. The shell casing poses a challenge, he replied, pausing his work to furrow his brow in contemplation. Nevertheless, let us first devise a means to escape this location. Although this news left me somewhat disheartened, at the very least, the bomb appeared to be feasible. Brother, I have an idea. I was about to depart when he called out to me. What is it? I halted and turned to face him. You mentioned that the blood of the exploded fat corpse could attract zombies, correct? He pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, I replied, still unclear about his train of thought. Could we not utilize the blood of the exploded fat corpse to create explosive grenades? He gazed at me with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Is that possible? How would we accomplish that? I asked, my enthusiasm prompting me to grasp his hand eagerly. After much contemplation, I concluded that an induced explosion was indeed viable. However, the noise generated would inevitably attract zombies. This method might suffice for dealing with a small horde, but when faced with a larger mob, Explosive grenades would prove to be far more practical, as they could divert the zombies without producing significant sound. The bespectacled one patiently stroked his chin while explaining. Nonsense. You think grenades make no noise? I chuckled wryly, releasing his hand. It is merely a title. Given the existing equipment, I should be able to aerosolize the blood of the explosive fat corpse. This process does not necessitate an explosion and will not produce any sound, the glasses remarked. Very well, this method is promising, yet. After my initial excitement, I instantly regained my composure. There indeed lies the remains of an explosive fat corpse nearby. But currently, even leaving this place poses a challenge. Rope descent, I shall accompany you to retrieve the blood of the explosive fat corpse. Winter Spirit's voice resonated behind me. However, I am uncertain if the blood would still be viable after such a lengthy duration. I expressed my concerns. Thus, I resolved to aerosolize the blood of the explosive fat corpse, for I distinctly sensed a warmth when it exploded. It seems heat is required to evoke the blood's unique scent, which lures the zombies, but once cooled, its efficacy vanishes. The glasses adjusted their spectacles as they spoke. You truly are impressive, Zichio remarked as they entered the room. All right, let us proceed, it is worth a try, regardless of the outcome, I asserted, straightening my posture. I shall accompany you, Zichio declared, positioning themselves in front of me. Yet, Zichio was interrupted by Winter Spirit. No buts, rope descent, I am a professional. And I will ensure his safety, Winter Spirit stated, casting a glance at me. Stop hesitating, night is approaching swiftly, let us hurry, I said, patting. I chuckled softly. Placing all the cups into my backpack before making my way directly to the back of the laboratory, where I tossed the rope out of the second-floor window. I descended first. Dong Ling, exclaiming, grasped the rope and slid down with remarkable finesse. I blinked twice, and she had already landed gracefully. Be careful. The others advised in hushed tones from behind us. I nodded, grasped the rope, and followed suit. Let us go, I remarked as I trailed after Dongling. At that moment, the zombies were congregated at the front entrance, and with no windows on the first floor, we cautiously advanced along the base of the wall, striving to remain silent. Following her gaze, I spotted a few bicycles lying in a flower bed not far away. I will handle the 3 on the right. You take care of the 2 on the left, I whispered. Dong Ling nodded, and the 2 of us drew our knives, crouching as we sprinted forward. With a swift motion, I felled 2 of them, while the last, intent on pouncing at me, was met with a kick that sent it sprawling. I then stepped forward and plunged my knife directly into its skull. Glancing back, I saw Dong Ling had also dealt with her adversaries. We exchanged nods and began to cautiously assess the condition of the bicycles. Regrettably, after searching, we found only one that was functional. You ride. And I will cover you from behind, Dong Ling indicated, pointing to the 2 pedals on the rear wheel. Is that feasible? I inquired. A bittersweet. I find it difficult to articulate the sensations I am experiencing at this moment. My neck feels as though it is resting against a plush massage chair. With each obstacle my bicycle surmounts, intensifying the massage's embrace. Chapter 26, Trapped Outside the Campus. Could you choose a better path? Winterling's voice carried a hint of reproach, tinged with shyness. I am attempting to avoid the zombies, I offered, somewhat defensively. As I descended a small step, Winterling emitted a delicate sound of discomfort. Were it not for the zombies wandering about, we would appear as a couple enjoying a romantic rendezvous on campus. Her soft exclamation nearly caused me to lose my grip on the handlebars. Focus, came Winterling's bashful admonition. Our partnership, however, proved formidable. Her dual blades danced before me, ensuring that any approaching zombies stood no chance of reaching me. Yet, with Winterling's increasing exertion, the massage sensation behind me grew ever more intense. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion, compelling me to channel my inner turmoil into the bicycle, causing it to accelerate significantly. Unfortunately, the speed led to an unfortunate incident where I inadvertently ran over a plastic bottle, resulting in a sudden loss of balance. Despite my efforts to maintain control, we both tumbled to the ground. The fall sent the bicycle skidding a considerable distance, while Winterling fortunately landed on the grass beside us, seemingly unscathed. My predicament, however, was less fortunate. I crashed onto the concrete, my face unharmed but my foot twisted painfully. The noise of the bicycle scraping against the ground had, regrettably, drawn the attention of the zombies, who now charged towards me with alarming fervor. As mischievous thoughts crossed my mind, Dong Ling scolded me with a flushed face while rushing over to assist. My foot seemed to be twisted. I urged her to run. Seated on the ground, I pushed Dong Ling away with a sudden shove. "How dare you take advantage of me and expect to escape unscathed?" I retorted. Dong Ling, with a fierce declaration, not only retaliated but also delivered a sharp slap to my face. Bewildered, I glanced at the approaching zombies, raising my hand to rub my face in disbelief at the misfortune that had befallen me. What sins had I committed to deserve such humiliation? With great difficulty, I managed to rise, and with Dong Ling's support, we stumbled into a clothing store. Balancing on one foot, I faltered, and before I knew it, a female zombie had knocked me to the ground. Instinctively, I tried to brace myself with my hands, but the zombie's disheveled attire left my grip ineffective. Fortunately, Dong Ling arrived just in time, dispatching the assailant with a swift stroke of her knife. That was merely an instinctive reaction. At this point, I found myself at a loss for words. Alas, my dignity had been utterly tarnished by a mere zombie. The store was small. After inspecting the surroundings, Dong Ling dragged a chair over to sit, choosing not to speak. Nonetheless, her decision to sit implied that the store was now secure. I struggled to rise and settled onto the sofa, propping my injured foot on the coffee table. With a swift motion, I tore at the hem of my pants to assess the injury, though my lack of flexibility rendered the entire endeavor awkward and laborious. "Let me handle it," Dong Ling said, setting down her knife and approaching with a frown. As she examined my wound, I winced in pain. "Ouch!" I couldn't restrain my cries. "Serves you right for harboring such nefarious thoughts," she remarked, applying pressure with a force that nearly brought me to tears. "It is merely a sprain. I have stretched it for you, and by tomorrow, it should be fine. Alas, there is no medicinal liquor available at the moment, and I wonder if it might leave some lasting impairment." Dongling's face betrayed her concern, and her words sent a shiver down my spine. "Oh no! Please do not frighten me," I implored. The sharpness of her recent twist was indeed excruciating, particularly as it was her ankle. Her comments truly unnerved me. If this were to result in a disability, how could I possibly flee from zombies? "Serves you right. I hope you are terrified," Dongling retorted, tossing my foot aside and rising to rummage through the store in a frenzy. That last jolt of pain made me grimace, though I dared not utter a sound. Realizing that this was her form of retribution, "Consider yourself fortunate," Dongling declared as she emerged from behind the counter. "Fortunate? How is it possible that a clothing store harbors a bottle of safflower oil within its counter?" Clenching my teeth, Dongling tossed me a wooden hanger and unscrewed the cap of the safflower oil with determination. I dared not hesitate and promptly shoved the hanger into my mouth. This girl was indeed ruthless. She began to vigorously rub the oil onto my injury, causing me to writhe on the sofa in agony, feeling as though I might shatter the hanger with my teeth. "Stay still, this will enhance the oil's efficacy," she instructed, delivering a sharp slap to my leg. I was taken aback by her strength, and I clenched my jaw once more. I began to suspect that she was indeed seeking revenge. Yet I was unable to voice my grievances at that moment. However, as she continued to massage my ankle, I noticed that the pain seemed to diminish. This could not be right. Had I truly injured my bones? Dongling kept probing at my ankle, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, that tickles," as I inadvertently spat out the hanger, bursting into laughter. "Wang Baodan!" In an instant, Dongling realized she had been deceived and slapped the area of my injury. "Oh!" I hurriedly sat up and blew on the affected spot. Are you really from the future? Dong Ling suddenly gazed at me with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I replied, leaning back against the sofa. Tell me your story, she said as she settled beside me. What would you like to hear? I inquired with a smile. Your story, she responded, her eyes not meeting mine. Yet, this did not dampen my spirits. With nothing else to occupy my time, I began to recount my tale. I lost track of time, and soon I felt a weight on my shoulder. Turning my head, I discovered that Dong Ling had fallen asleep against me. I stared at her profile for a moment, hesitant to make a move, while the occasional sharp pain in my foot prompted me to close my eyes. Before I knew it, I too succumbed to slumber, unaware that Dong Ling had secretly opened her eyes and gazed at me with deep affection. When I awoke, Dong Ling was no longer by my side. I sat up abruptly, only to realize that I was missing a shoe on my right foot. Remarkably, however, my foot no longer ached. I even attempted to twist it a few times. To my astonishment, it felt completely healed. Don't move too deliberately. It will take 3 consecutive days of medication for a complete recovery. Dong Ling cautioned as she grabbed a bottle of safflower oil from the table and placed it into her backpack. Are you a doctor? I asked, chuckling as I began to put on my shoes. I often get injured during training, so I suppose I've become somewhat of an expert, she replied casually. What are you looking for? I asked, observing her rummaging through the pile of clothes. I need something sturdy to make a rope. I've just found a way out. Dong Ling replied without glancing at me, continuing her search. Why haven't I seen you? Where's the way out? I inquired as I approached to assist. This place has a 2nd floor, but it's sealed off. Later, you can send me up, and then you can climb up with the rope. Without lifting her head, Dong Ling replied. Where? I asked, surveying the surroundings. There's a compartment in the ceiling of the changing room that I've already opened. Dong Ling said as she picked up a few garments and stood upright. I understood she was considerate of my foot injury, yet this girl, despite her many virtues, possessed a rather difficult temperament and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Dong Ling stepped onto a chair and then onto my shoulders, successfully navigating through the large opening in the ceiling of the changing room to reach the 2nd floor. Shortly thereafter, a rope made of clothes was thrown down, and I grasped it to ascend. To my surprise, the upper floor turned out to be a bedroom, likely styled as a hotel. Upon reflection, I indeed recalled seeing a hotel sign. I had wondered how such a small facade could accommodate guests. It appeared that the entire 2nd floor of this street belonged to that very hotel. The room contained little of value, but Dong Ling tossed me a bottle of mineral water. Noticing she had another in her hand, I unscrewed the cap and drank it eagerly. Dong Ling only consumed half, placing the remainder into her bag. I leaned against the door, listening intently for a moment. It seemed there were zombies still lurking within the hotel. The zombie that attacked you must have fallen through that hole, Dong Ling remarked. Chapter 27, The Thoughts of a Woman. Weren't you the one who opened that hole? I asked with a wry smile, looking at her. I merely widened it a bit, Dong Ling replied as she tossed a knife to me. The meaning is quite clear. She does not wish to be alone with me, which also elucidates the attire of the female zombie. Upon this realization, I deliberately glanced towards the restroom, but it was entirely empty. Presumably, the individual the female zombie was awaiting remained outside. To my astonishment, there were indeed zombies in the corridor, though fortunately, there were only 5. Both male and female, they shared a singular trait: their clothing was tattered and barely clung to their forms. Winterling and I swiftly dealt with the 5 zombies, who soon lay lifeless upon the floor. The 2nd floor boasted numerous rooms, yet only 3 were ajar. It was likely that the 5 zombies had emerged from within. Let us proceed. There are undoubtedly more zombies inside, and they hold little value for a search, I remarked, observing Winterling as she leaned against the door, listening intently. We cautiously advanced forward and soon discovered a staircase leading down to the 1st floor of the inn I had previously glimpsed. Upon descending, I crouched to assess the situation on the street. Fortunately, the zombies there were a considerable distance away. I gradually made my way down, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies within the establishment, with Winterling closely trailing behind me. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon us. Peeking outside, I chuckled at Winterling, who followed me closely. The clothing store was situated directly across from the corner where we had encountered the grotesque fat zombie. All the zombies that had congregated there had now migrated to the entrance of the clothing store, leaving only a couple wandering along the street leading to the corner. "Are you all right?" Winterling inquired, casting a glance at my feet. Together, we navigated along the university's wall, retracing our steps while disregarding the 2 wandering zombies. After much effort, we finally arrived at the site of the explosive corpse. The nearest zombies were merely 10 meters away, a perilous distance. Winter Spirit, concerned about my foot injury, instructed me to keep watch while she began collecting the viscous blood of the exploded corpse. However, we had wasted an entire night, and now the blood had already congealed. There was a considerable amount on the walls and the ground, but taking it with us proved to be quite a challenge. I kept a close watch on Winter Spirit's position while gradually shortening the distance between us, moving further away from the horde of zombies. "Still no signs?" I whispered, tilting my head. It seemed that our endeavor might have been in vain. Winter Spirit, somewhat disheartened, replied. Yet at that moment, as I turned my head, I made an astonishing discovery. "Have you ever seen green ice cream?" I exclaimed, walking towards a shop's freezer. Winter Spirit paused in surprise, trotting over to me. Indeed. When the freezer door swung open, it revealed a substantial amount of the exploded corpse's blood, miraculously still in a viscous liquid state. "Quickly, we must act." "Why are you still standing there?" Winter Spirit rolled her eyes as she unstrapped her backpack. The numerous small cups we had brought were filled to the brim, and despite the weight, she slung the backpack onto her shoulders. "I'm fine, it's my foot that is injured, not my hands." I attempted to take the cups from her. I worry that otherwise, I long to experience that feeling once more. Though it seems that Dongling will no longer ride a bicycle alongside me. At last, we arrived on campus. Fortunately, the path leading to the laboratory was relatively clear. I limped along behind Dongling. In that moment, she appeared transformed, and as I gazed at her silhouette, I, a grown man, inexplicably felt a profound sense of security. Together, we successfully reached the rear of the laboratory, though Dongling was somewhat fatigued after having dispatched at least 20 or 30 zombies along the way. Just as I was about to signal, a rope suddenly fell before me. I looked up to see Zichio's anxious face come into view. "You go first," Dongling declared, standing resolutely in front of me with her blade drawn. I intended to decline, but the pain in my ankle intensified, and remaining behind would only be a burden. Reluctantly, I reached up to grasp the rope. Those above us had likely been observing us for some time and must have realized my injury, as they quickly pulled me up together. Before I could steady myself, I rushed to the window and tossed the rope back down. I only exhaled in relief once Dongling had completely entered. "What happened to your foot?" Zichio inquired with concern. "It's nothing, I just twisted it yesterday." Thankfully, Dongling was there. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me again," I replied with a wry smile, glancing at the others. "Brother, did we succeed?" the bespectacled one asked, rubbing his hands together with a hint of embarrassment. I understood his feelings. My injury had likely made him feel guilty. Yet, since we were alive, the mission was of utmost importance. "Do not let us down," Dongling said as she removed her backpack and retrieved a small cup. "All right, I will begin my research immediately," the bespectacled one exclaimed, eagerly accepting the backpack. "I will assist you." Ling Meng observed me and, like Dongling, hurriedly ran away with her glasses. "I'll help you to rest," Zichio said as he approached. "He has medicine in his bag, remember to tend to him." "I'm going to grab a bite, I'm nearly starving," Dongling stated flatly before exiting. "I'll fetch you something to eat," I offered. Dear Lu, ever perceptive, also took his leave. Zichio supported me to the third floor, and I collapsed onto the couch in the rest area. With thoughtful consideration, Zichio removed my shoes. Have you applied the medicine? He asked with a mischievous smile. It's merely medication, I replied, sitting up nervously. Bear with it, Zichio said, refraining from further inquiries as he poured the medicinal alcohol into his palm and began to treat my wounds. To my surprise, her application was even more intense. The treatment concluded amidst my cries, and when Diarlu delivered the food, I found myself lacking in appetite. I suspected I had succumbed to exhaustion from the pain. And as I closed my eyes, I drifted into a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was already night. I reached for the food beside me and began to eat heartily. To my astonishment, a crutch lay nearby, evidently prepared for me in haste. Although the pain in my injury had lessened, I recognized that walking for an extended period would still be unwise. Thus, I obediently leaned on the crutch, allowing my injured leg additional time to recuperate. As I stepped outside, I encountered Zichio approaching. Why aren't you resting properly? He feigned anger. I'm fine. I couldn't lie still any longer. You should rest, I'll keep watch tonight, I replied with a smile, glancing at the crutch in my hand. It's not my doing, it's Dong Ling's work. Zichio chuckled and shook his head, though a peculiar look lingered in his eyes. I'll head up to the rooftop for a moment, I said, awkwardly diverting my gaze from Zichio. The girl truly did not follow me. However, the moment I pushed open the iron door to the rooftop, I understood why Zichio had not accompanied me. Winter Spirit was seated at the edge of the roof. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were here. Upon hearing the commotion, Winter Spirit turned to look at me, and I awkwardly smiled, preparing to turn away. What? Don't you wish to see me? She called out ominously. Of course not, how could I? I replied, forcing a smile as I approached her. Isn't this rather awkward? Winter Spirit rose to stand before me. What sort of remark is that? I feigned ignorance with a smile. Humph, man. With that, she brushed past me and descended the stairs. I turned to watch her depart, feeling an undeniable sense of unease within me. And I suspected Winter Spirit felt similarly at that moment. Slowly, I set down my cane and sat at the edge of the eaves, pulling out a cigarette to place between my lips. Just as I was about to light it, a voice came from behind me. Give me one. I turned to see Cold Dream, and the cigarette slipped from my mouth to the ground. What? Is the rooftop yours? Cold Dream laughed as she sat beside me. Aren't these girls afraid of heights? She picked up the cigarette I had dropped and snatched the lighter from my hand, igniting it and taking a deep drag. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that this seemingly demure girl indulged in smoking, and judging by her adeptness, she must have been a seasoned smoker. Is it so surprising? Cold Dream asked, pinching the cigarette between her fingers, her smile laced with mischief. From a young age, I have been burdened by immense pressure. It was never my intention to evoke disdain from those around me, rather, my emotions were trapped, yearning for an outlet. Do you know, throughout these years, I have always considered you a friend? Cold Dream exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing into the distance. You call me a friend, yet you continually mock me? I replied with a wry smile, meeting her eyes. I merely sought to capture attention, to make my existence known. Within my household, they perceive only wealth, overlooking my presence. Cold Dream inhaled deeply, articulating this truth. It dawned on me that each individual bears their own suffering, no matter how splendid their life may seem. I took a drag from Cold Dream's cigarette, and she stared at me in astonishment for a moment before bursting into laughter. In that instant, I recognized that this girl before me was, in fact, quite beautiful. I understood and expressed my gratitude, assuring her that I would not give up. As I flicked the cigarette butt away, I watched as the glowing ember descended, landing squarely on the head of a zombie who, ironically, was bald. Though it was rather immoral. Cold Dream and I could not help but laugh uncontrollably. That night, we shared numerous conversations atop the roof. Brother, we did it. At dawn. Glasses excitedly flung open the rooftop door. Upon seeing Cold Dream and me sitting together, he abruptly halted. What have you accomplished? I slowly rose to my feet. The explosive grenade! Glasses exclaimed, raising the object in his hand with exhilaration. I gingerly accepted it, noting that it resembled more of a thermos than a grenade. Topped with a red button. How does this resemble a thermos? I mused with a bemused smile. Indeed, it is simply a thermos. The bespectacled one, in a moment of pride, adjusted his glasses. You must be jesting with me, I exclaimed, hurling the thermos towards him. The glasses wearer, startled, opened his mouth wide, bending down to catch the thermos tightly in his embrace, only to look up and glare fiercely at me. What is the matter? I shot back, glaring at him. I intend to utilize the thermos's insulating properties by integrating a mini nebulizer, allowing the blood of the explosive cadaver to vaporize swiftly, he explained with fervor. If you had mentioned that earlier, we could have avoided this, I replied with a smile. But I haven't tested it yet, he said, somewhat begrudgingly. Then let us give it a try, I suggested, reaching for the thermos to toss it downstairs. Please, don't. That's our only one. He leaped up to grasp my hand. How else will we ascertain its efficacy? I insisted stubbornly. Are we to risk it without any certainty? He asked, frowning. Do you see that van over there? I pointed towards the parking lot. I do, he nodded. If this is successful, I will go drive it. But there is a dilemma. At this point, I furrowed my brow. What dilemma? He inquired. We lack the car keys, Cold Dream, who had been silent, murmured. That is a trivial matter, our props team can start any vehicle, he boasted, but upon observing the expressions on Cold Dream's and my faces, he realized he had dug his own grave. Are we really going to rush out there? He asked, gazing out the second-floor window at the surrounding zombies, visibly distressed. If your explosive grenade succeeds, we can escape from this place, I said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. But what if it fails? The bespectacled man wore a grimace, resembling someone on the verge of tears. It's ready, came the voice of Dongling from my phone. Throw it! As I spoke, I glanced out the window. Dongling had been trained for such tasks, making her the most suitable for this endeavor. Before long, the sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed, followed by a plume of green smoke rising from the thermos. My companion and I anxiously focused on the direction of the thermos, and moments later, the surrounding zombies converged upon it. Let us go! I grabbed the rope we had dropped, pulling the bespectacled man along as we hastened towards the ground. To my surprise, the explosive grenade had indeed succeeded. I felt a surge of excitement as I observed the zombies distracted by the spectacle, completely oblivious to our presence. Quickly, we covered the 500 meters in no time. The bespectacled man crouched by the car door, retrieving tools to pick the lock, while I stood guard behind him with my firearm at the ready. Chapter 29, The Fox's Tail. You three can rest here, the man said, gesturing towards an empty room. What about them? I inquired with a smile. Oh, we'll make arrangements, he replied, signaling for the three women to follow him. Ziqiu exchanged a furtive glance with me, prompting me to pull Diorlu and the bespectacled man into the room. Brother, this man definitely harbors ill intentions, the bespectacled man whispered as soon as we entered. Did you really let them follow? Diorlu asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Let us assess the situation first, we need to rest quickly, I replied, pulling over a piece of cardboard and lying down. Brother, at such a time, you still have the presence of mind to sleep? The bespectacled man approached, squatting before me with agitation in his tone. There are more than just a few people here, if you don't sleep, they will become suspicious. With my eyes closed, I turned over. The two exchanged glances and ultimately lay down, mimicking my posture. I apologize for the interruption, would you happen to know how to repair a vehicle? A man smiled awkwardly as he stood at the doorway. This brotherhood will attend to it shortly, I replied with a smile as I rose. Very well. I shall await your return outside. The man retreated with a smile. Brother, have you misunderstood them? The bespectacled one looked at me with some confusion. You will find out in due time, I said, smiling as I stepped outside. The vehicle the man wished to repair was none other than our colossal machine. I suppressed my inner frustration and smiled as I approached the vehicle. Leave it to us, I said to the watchful man behind me, forcing a grin. All right. I'll entrust it to you, and I will have someone prepare some food and water for you, the man said reluctantly before turning away. So, what is the situation? I whispered to the bespectacled one. The vehicle is fine, but all the supplies are gone, he replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Then how did they claim the vehicle wouldn't start? Diarolu asked quietly from the side. In fact, I installed a protective device on the vehicle. Once the engine is turned off, the device activates, and it cannot be started without disengaging it, the bespectacled one said with a sense of pride. It's about those two women. Just as I was about to scold the bespectacled one, Diarolu suddenly grasped my hand tightly. Following his gaze, I saw two disheveled women emerging from a distant room, their faces marked with injuries. Indeed, they were the two thieves. Will Lingming and the others be in danger? Diarolu appeared somewhat agitated. Rest assured, we need only worry about ourselves, I remarked with a smile, peering out to observe the movements of the car thief. Glasses! Go find the person in charge and mention that we require tools, see if we can locate our belongings. I instructed, pulling Glasses closer as he gazed outside. What should I do? Diarolu inquired, watching as Glasses nodded and dashed away. You should seek out those three women and have them wander about to see if there are any suitable exits, I replied in a low voice. Will the people here suspect me? Diarolu's apprehension was evident. Not at all, given your age, they will not raise any suspicions, I reassured him, patting his shoulder. Diarolu, though still somewhat skeptical, exited the vehicle, and I could only offer a smile, for some matters are best left unsaid. I leaned against the car door, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life, and discreetly altered the car door's code before making my way to the second floor to search. In a moment of foresight, I had concealed a handgun within a crevice, a secret known only to me. I sincerely hoped it remained in its original position. Fortunately, luck favored me. The gun was still there. How is it? I asked, pulling him aside when I noticed he was alone. Brother, you are truly astute, they indeed have a warehouse. And all the items are inside, Glasses exclaimed, raising the wrench he clutched with excitement. Let us proceed, the night is upon us, I nodded, taking Glasses by the hand as we descended from the vehicle. Upon returning to our designated quarters, Diarolu was already present. I briefly outlined our plan as the individual tasked with delivering our meals arrived. Chapter 30, The Conscience's Remorse. Fortunately, I had effectively barricaded the roads, and many who had crawled beneath the vehicles were met with a gruesome fate, pursued and bitten by the undead, their cries echoing in the night. Do we truly disregard them? Ling Meng could no longer contain himself. The individuals here have become almost indistinguishable from zombies. I brushed past Ling Meng, continuing with my task. His implication was clear, the humanity of these people had vanished. Ziqiu observed Ling Meng's bewildered expression and offered an explanation. Help us, please help us. The cries echoed around the vehicle. Each person furrowed their brow. I too felt a pang of sympathy, yet if we were to show compassion now, we would all meet our demise here. Moreover, even if these individuals were to survive, they would undoubtedly be untrustworthy. Move, don't just stand there, I shouted at the group. With zombies rampaging outside, we were akin to soulless beings ourselves, and with our supplies dwindling, I leapt into the vehicle and started the engine. Behind us, a horde of zombies pursued, and exiting through the front was no longer an option. Under Ziqiu's guidance, we pressed onward, pursued by both the living and the undead. Glasses, prepare yourself. I inhaled deeply, maneuvering the car sideways, facing a nearby shop. Glasses bit her lip and ascended to the second floor, raising her reclaimed sniper rifle. At the far end of the store, a thermos sat against the wall. With a gunshot, it shattered, and a gaping hole appeared in the shop's wall. The screams from behind were incessant, yet I had no intention of pausing. I steered the vehicle onto the main road, uncertain of our destination, only yearning to escape this place. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped us. Our actions indeed contravened ethical standards. Not only them, but I too was tormented by my conscience along the way. Until a soft light began to emerge in the east. When Zichou gently grasped my hand. Let us take a moment to rest, there are no more zombies ahead. I turned to glance at her. The smile on her face was feeble. Gradually, I pressed down on the brake, bringing the colossal vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Rising, I surveyed the somber expressions of those around me. Without uttering a word, I opened the door and stepped outside. This was an unfamiliar place, presumably a suburban area. There were several buildings around, though the tallest structure did not exceed 3 stories. I felled a zombie that lunged towards me, propped a chair from the ground upright, and sat down to light a cigarette. In the distance, a sign read Red Mountain Mine, suggesting that the surrounding edifices were erected in service of the mine. The cigarette was quickly consumed, and I stood to patrol the street. Here, one could find small inns, convenience stores, and tea houses, all nestled around the mine's periphery. Some buildings appeared quite new. Had it not been for the apocalypse, this place would likely have evolved into a quaint little town. As I casually dispatched another zombie, I rummaged through a convenience store. Fortune smiled upon me as I discovered a few bottles of Ergo too. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and I swung my blade around, relieved to see Zichou, who adeptly blocked my strike with her own weapon. My apologies, I mistook you for a zombie, I explained with a wry smile. You were merely trying to ensure our survival, I can understand that. Zichou seemed unperturbed by my earlier action. Care for a drink? I chose not to dwell on the matter further. Zichou smiled silently, bending down to retrieve 2 plastic cups from the bottom shelf and placing them on the counter. Just as I twisted the cap off a bottle, the colossal vehicle came to a stop at the entrance, and 4 individuals leaped out. Drinking without us? Dongling laughed as she entered the store. Imbibing from a plastic toothbrush receptacle for the first time evokes a singular sensation. An unspoken agreement permeated the atmosphere as we raised our glasses in unison, the prior events relegated to the background. Dr. Liu was the first to succumb, followed by Specs, who, in a zealous tribute to Winter Elixir, drank himself into oblivion. To my astonishment, the 3 young women exhibited remarkable tolerance for alcohol, remaining composed even as I began to feel the effects. Have I erred in my judgment? I mused, casting an amused glance at the trio, emboldened by the liquor. I had once been fixated on the dichotomy of right and wrong, but in this current reality, such distinctions seem irrelevant. Survival appears to be the sole determinant of rectitude. Winter Elixir, with a flourish, raised her glass and declared, "Were it not for you, we would have perished long ago." Cold Dream echoed the sentiment, pouring herself another serving. "Indeed, we ought to celebrate," added Zichou, instantly capturing our attention. "At the very least, we are still capable of remorse, which signifies that we retain our humanity." Chapter 31, Rekindled Hope. Before me stood an iron portal, adorned with a barred window through which I could discern illumination, seemingly emanating from several monitors. However, I hesitated to approach too closely, as the occupant within was fervently pounding against the barrier. A zombie. A key was inserted in the lock, and I promptly unlocked the entrance. Whereupon the undead creature lunged forth. The close proximity hindered my ability to strike. I recoiled swiftly, and as it advanced, I brandished my blade. As Specs had foretold, a surveillance center was indeed present, this very chamber. I dragged over a chair and, with trembling hands, manipulated the mouse. As the footage rapidly rewound, a succession of harrowing scenes unfolded before my eyes, causing my heart to clench. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized on the screen, prompting me to halt the rapid playback. It is indeed Wheat, Truly Wheat, however, there stands before her a robust and handsome man, who at this moment is firmly grasping her hand as they dash towards the outside. The crowd has now gathered behind me, and fortunately, I am facing away from them, so they remain oblivious to my tear-streaked eyes. As time progresses on the screen, a colossal figure emerges beyond the fence, prompting the guard to issue a warning while raising his weapon to fire. Brother, what manner of zombie is this? Why is it so enormous? The bespectacled one inquires, his voice trembling. A ravager, this creature was not supposed to appear until 3 years after the apocalypse. Everything has descended into chaos now. Anxiety begins to grip me. The Ravager is the only mutated being capable of wielding weapons, towering at nearly 3 meters, and possesses formidable resilience to damage. As the scene shifts, it becomes evident that the Ravager has breached the entrance of the air raid shelter. Thankfully, these individuals are not foolish. Realizing they cannot prevail, they commence organizing an evacuation. In the footage, several off-road vehicles race away, with Wheat and the man aboard one of them. Let us depart swiftly from this place, I declare as I rise to my feet. Brother, let us rest a moment before we continue, the bespectacled one protests somewhat reluctantly. Upon hearing my words, the others hastily catch up. I leap into the vehicle and promptly drive away from this location. Although I do not voice it, Zichio perceives my unease. You've been driving for a while, allow me to take over, she gently suggests. Brother, let me drive, the bespectacled one now expresses understanding. Successfully transferring the role of driver, I do not seek rest but instead ascend to the roof of the vehicle, raising the top and settling upon the sofa. I behold the unfolding scene. As Zichio appeared, she casually remarked, the girl driving the off-road vehicle must be Xiaomai, right? She then settled beside me. How did you know? I asked, astonished as I gazed at her. In truth, I had been standing behind you for quite some time, Zichio replied, gripping my hand tightly. It was evident even to a fool that she had observed everything, especially since I had paused for an extended moment when Xiaomai and that handsome man appeared on the screen. Oh, it's nothing, I forced a brave smile, though I felt quite embarrassed. Zichio had walked alongside me, yet Xiaomai had also been a part of my journey, albeit on a different timeline. You need not worry about my feelings. Having endured countless hardships alongside you, I can certainly empathize with the pain of watching someone you care for holding hands with another, Zichio said, lowering her gaze slightly. She was no longer Xiaomai to me. I dared not look at Zichio but instead turned my gaze into the distance. I understood that she bore the weight of shared memories, while she remained a stranger to me. Such anguish, I thought I could comprehend, but that was merely a consolation. Zichio's voice was soft, yet I could discern the sadness within. Her words struck a chord. Indeed, I carried the burden of shared memories. Yet she did not know me at all. Tears unwittingly streamed down my cheeks, and although Zichio noticed, she chose not to address it. Resting her head gently on my shoulder, we maintained this position in silence for a considerable time, neither of us willing to break the quiet. Why are you so magnanimous? I could not help but inquire, gazing at Zichio. If it were not for the presence of Wheat, I would not have come to know you. If you are truly destined to be together, then no matter what transpires, the outcome remains unchanged. Zichio spoke these words with a tranquil demeanor. Yet my heart roiled with tumultuous emotions. Chapter 32, Boundless Darkness. Is it possible for the island to be self-sufficient? Dongling inquired, looking at the glasses. What about the accommodations? Lingming asked. The living conditions are quite favorable, consisting entirely of standalone villas, and special wooden cabins have been reserved in the forest for select clients. The glasses replied with a smile. If it is just us few, the island's resources should suffice. The current issue is the uncertainty regarding the island's situation. I interrupted their reveries, observing the group. Do you mean there might be other people on the island? Zichio's smile faded as she gazed at me. Yes. What we can conceive is not guaranteed to be beyond the imagination of others, and my greatest concern is whether there could be mutated beings present on the island. I candidly expressed my apprehensions. Why must you always dampen the mood? Let us go investigate first, Dongling retorted without hesitation. Very well, let us all rest early. And tomorrow we shall first visit the town by the lake to assess the situation. I held no resentment towards Dongling, for her words echoed my own thoughts. My intention in expressing such concerns was rooted in the fear that everyone might end up facing an empty reality, a disparity I could hardly bear. That night, we slept soundly. At dawn, Dongling volunteered to take the helm. Throughout the journey, the group even found themselves in a leisurely mood akin to a spring outing. Marking the first occasion, we began to appreciate the scenery along the way, despite the occasional appearance of a few jarring zombies. The lakeside town can indeed be described as picturesque, were it not for the extensive stains of blood marring its buildings. You three stay behind to watch the vehicle. Always prepared to assist us. I turned to glance at the three in a stupor. Brother, please keep an eye on the battery for me, I reminded the bespectacled one, who reiterated his concern. This fellow's drone battery had perished, and the spare was stowed aboard the behemoth, yet we had failed to locate one in that gang's warehouse. The trio remained armed as usual, though Dongling had acquired a submachine gun. The greatest advantage of reclaiming the behemoth was the substantial ammunition we had discovered. The town could only be accessed via a single main road, and adhering to the principle of utilizing local resources, this place was essentially a tourist destination. The three of us advanced cautiously, yet the entire street was unsettlingly silent, having walked several hundred meters without encountering a single zombie. Eventually, I could not resist picking up a soda can and tossing it aside, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of the undead. How peculiar, is this place truly this clean? Zichio could not help but voice her thoughts. Be cautious, there may be others around, I urged the two women, leading them into a nearby shop. The interior was completely devoid of any items, indeed, it was utterly barren. The sign outside indicated that it was a restaurant, yet inside, apart from the bloodstains, there were no tables or chairs. The three of us exchanged glances, silently acknowledging our shared apprehensions. We separated to investigate several more establishments, each revealing the same desolate condition. Ultimately, we found ourselves before a 3-story building, our gaze directed toward the small island at the heart of the lake. It appeared that someone had beaten us to it. I could not help but let out a bitter smile. At that moment, my phone in my pocket began to ring. Naturally, the ones who could call me were either Glasses or Diarlu. However, it was rather strange that after walking for a while with intermittent signal, I found that there was reception here. Hello, what is the matter? I answered the call with a hint of impatience. Big brother, how are things? Can we go in? It's quite eerie out here, came Glass's voice from the phone. It's even more sinister inside, feel free to come in and see for yourselves. I replied with a smile before hanging up. I took out my binoculars from my backpack, but the island was too distant for me to discern any details. The trio, who often daydreamed, had also driven to our vicinity. Once we regrouped, I shared my observations and speculations. This time, everyone fell into contemplation once more. There should be a boat nearby, right? Dr. Liu inquired. If there are indeed people on the island, how could they possibly leave a boat behind? I chuckled and shook my head. What shall we do then? Are we really going to give up? Winter Spirit was the first to express her discontent. After all, they are not good people, Zichio remarked. Let South leave this place for now. Cold Dream's voice was noticeably anxious. I suspected she had seen something unsettling. Although we had only had one encounter with the future group, their actions were undeniably sinister. After finally reaching the main road, I turned on the headlights, illuminating both the inside and outside of the car, yet our hearts were engulfed in darkness. What I thought was a suitable refuge had now rendered us homeless wanderers. With our hopes dashed, everyone lost their sense of direction. Cold Dream was in a poor state as well, so I could only continue down the main road. Though my speed was not brisk, I dared not halt, for the expression on Leng Mang's face revealed her fright. It was only at dawn that I veered from the main road and parked amidst the thicket. She had succumbed to slumber, perhaps from sheer exhaustion. Ziqiu approached my side. I surmised she too had been startled. Dongling, speaking softly, joined us. Elder brother, you should rest, I will keep watch. The bespectacled one volunteered. Without you, I truly would have been at a loss, I replied with a smile as I rose. In truth, fatigue weighed heavily upon me. Yet I must not falter. As I lay in bed, tossing and turning, I lost track of time until sleep finally claimed me in a haze. My slumber was profound, abruptly shattered by the report of a gunshot. Instinctively, I grasped my weapon and dashed outside. What is happening? I inquired, bewildered by the assembly before the vehicle. Elder brother. Do not be angry, we spotted a deer, the bespectacled one said with a hint of grievance. Did you manage to hit it? I was, in fact, more exhilarated than they. If hunting could alleviate their burdens, I would gladly welcome even the undead. However, after a thorough search, I found no trace of Ling Meng. Xiao Meng seems to have a fever, Dear Lu remarked, furrowing his brow. Just as I was about to check on Ling Meng, Ziqiu emerged from the woods. I got it! She exclaimed, her joy palpable. Let us go, I beckoned, leading the bespectacled one into the forest. The gunfire had come from Dongling, who stood before the deer, seemingly at a loss. I did not expect this place to be so picturesque, I mused, taking in the vibrant flora surrounding us. This is a nature reserve, Dongling remarked, biting her lip. Do not harbor any guilt, we are the protectors of these creatures now. As I spoke, I approached the deer with a drawn knife. It was evident that none dared to take action, such grim and laborious tasks fell solely to me. With practiced ease, I extracted the deer's entrails, skinned it, and divided the meat. The vast, empty refrigerator was finally filled once more. Drink up, it will do you good. Dongling supported Lingming, feeding her deer meat soup. To my surprise, the two individuals I had once regarded with disdain were now able to set aside their grievances in a moment of necessity. So this was the reason behind it all. Outside, I sipped the soup, observing the others with a smile. When I had a fever as a child, my grandfather would give me this. Ziqiu remarked. It is indeed my fault, we currently lack adequate medicine, and this issue needs to be addressed. After finishing the last spoonful of soup, I stood and opened the map. What are we searching for? Dongling inquired as she stepped outside. Let us check the location of the nearest hospital. I did not lift my gaze. A few gathered around the map, in truth, none were familiar with it. For we lived in an age dominated by smartphones. Our usage of maps had diminished, as our movement was restricted by the presence of zombies. Here. The first to spot the hospital was the bespectacled one. Then it settled, everyone prepared to set out. I glanced at the location. It was approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from where we were. If we set off now, we could arrive before nightfall. I'll drive, Dongling said, heading to the driver's seat. I'll take a short nap then, I replied, resting my head on the table. It was not mere laziness. In a place like a hospital, who could predict how many zombies awaited? We have arrived. Ziqiu gently nudged me. I straightened, rubbing my eyes. How is Lingming? I inquired softly. Brother, lower your voice. My glasses were so tense that they nearly covered my mouth. Chapter 34. A journey of terror. The wall was at least 3 meters away from the medical building, and the zombies trailing behind us were now at our feet. I doubted my ability to leap 3 meters, even on level ground. That was beyond my capability. I insisted on bringing my belongings along, holding the bag tightly. With a smile, Dongling removed her backpack and handed it to me. To my surprise, she had also brought along a climbing rope, which was secured with a grappling hook at the end. Hold on to me, Dongling said, beginning to swing the rope in her hands. I quickly sat on the wall, clutching her thigh tightly. Dongling's body shuddered slightly, perhaps feeling some discomfort, but fortunately, my presence did not hinder her performance. The rope she held successfully latched onto the second floor. After tugging on it a few times to ensure its stability, I gazed up at her, suddenly feeling a sense of admiration for her remarkable abilities. Are you not going to let go? Dongling glared down at me. I promptly released my grip, though I found her thigh quite comfortable to hold. With a firm grasp on the rope, Dongling swung across like a pendulum, her feet effortlessly finding purchase on the wall as she began to ascend without pause. As I watched her deftly roll into the second-floor window, it was a while before she re-emerged. Safe, she declared, tossing the rope down to me. I grasped the rope tightly, intending to mimic her stylish maneuver, but lost my balance, my shoulder crashing heavily against the wall. The rope nearly slipped from my grasp, causing my body to slide down significantly, and I narrowly escaped the grasp of a zombie reaching for me. Be careful! Dongling's concern was laced with panic, though I could sense no mocking tone in her voice. I scrambled upward with sheer brute force, finally reaching the window, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Dongling pulling me back, I fear I would have plummeted. Leaning against the wall, I gasped for breath, both from fatigue and fear. As I regained my composure, I realized I was in an office. It seemed empty when the apocalypse began, as there were only a thin layer of dust on the office supplies, devoid of any bloodstains. The door must have been closed by Dongling, for outside lay an eerie silence. Something feels amiss, I remarked, rising to approach the door. What's wrong? Dongling followed closely. With so many zombies in the yard, it shouldn't be this quiet inside. I turned to face her. Let us proceed with caution, Dongling declared, boldly pushing the door open and stepping outside. The corridor was ominously dim. I have always harbored a dislike for hospitals. Every visit leaves me feeling as though I am the one afflicted. We traversed the second floor, and as twilight descended, we were fortunate that the power had not yet failed, despite several flickering lights that did not hinder our visibility. The second floor housed only office spaces and examination rooms, with no sign of a pharmacy. Remarkably, we had encountered not a single zombie. We should check the first floor, medication is typically stored there, Dongling suggested, making her way toward the staircase. A sense of unease gnawed at me, though I could not pinpoint its source, and the entrance on the first floor was tightly shut, and the wandering zombies outside completely obstructed my view. It seemed that someone had closed the door, but if that were the case, there should be zombies within the building. Or perhaps there were still living people inside. According to the hospital's directional signs, Dongling successfully located the pharmacy. The medications here were remarkably well preserved, suggesting that we were among the first to arrive after the apocalypse, which only heightened my unease. With so many supplies, we could not possibly take them all. I gazed at the various medications in the pharmacy and remarked that we should just take some common drugs and antibiotics. Dongling, squatting down, began stuffing her bag. Noticing my inaction, she seized my bag as well. I had learned some first aid knowledge, she continued, oblivious to my concerns. I will check outside, I announced, stepping away from the pharmacy. The first and second floors were quite similar, both housing consultation rooms. I even pushed open the door to the restroom. It remained utterly empty, with fresh water still flowing from the tap. I bent down to wash my face and drank my fill. Upon raising my head, I was startled, nearly crying out, as Dongling stood behind me with my bag. Do you walk without making a sound? I exclaimed, clutching my chest. Chapter 35, A Terrifying Encounter in the Hospital. The layout here differed from below. The operating room occupied nearly half of this floor. The noises we had heard earlier emanated from within. It would be a lie to say I was not anxious. Who could tell what peculiar zombies might lurk in the operating room? Cover me, I instructed. It was best not to let a woman take the lead in such matters. The door outside appeared quite ordinary, and I had expected it to open easily, only to find it seemed to be locked from the inside. Could there be living people inside? Winterling gazed at me, her expression filled with confusion, and inquired, Is anyone inside? I pressed my ear against the door and called out, though I dared not raise my voice too much. This apocalypse was indeed peculiar. Numerous mutated beings had emerged prematurely, leaving me uncertain whether the queen bee was the sole anomaly. With no other choice, I forced my way in, reassured by the exceptional quality of my blade. I swung my arm with precision, cleaving both door and lock asunder. Expecting a horde of zombies to rush forth, I was instead met with Winterling, who, after aiming her gun for an extended period, found no target in sight. "Let us proceed inside and investigate," I proposed. "Having come this far, we might as well explore." The floor within was immaculate, and through the glass partition, I could see an operating table. Nevertheless, we resolved to conduct a thorough search first. As we walked, we encountered a room with a metallic door, reminiscent of stainless steel, devoid of windows, concealing its interior. I raised my hand and struck the door several times, only to be met with an unexpected sound from within. However, I was certain it was not a zombie, as the noise was unmistakably a human gasp of surprise. "Is there truly someone inside?" I exchanged a glance with Winterling, and the notion seemed quite unbelievable. "We are human, not zombies. Please open the door," Winterling urged. Yet, regardless of her entreaties, the occupant remained obstinately silent. "If you do not open the door, I shall force my way in," I declared, delivering a swift kick to the barrier. "Those creatures will kill you if bitten." At last, a trembling female voice emerged from within. "Are you referring to those bees? Please open the door, we have not been bitten." I found myself in awe of how this woman had managed to survive. "It cannot be. Everyone in the hospital has perished," the woman's voice trembled with fear. "We are not from the hospital," Dongling remarked. "Have we truly frightened ourselves into madness?" I gestured toward the door, directing my gaze at Dongling. "I am not insane." To my surprise, the individual inside possessed quite remarkable hearing. "Then why don't you open the door? How do you intend to survive in there?" I began to probe her mind. "I have food, and there is water inside." The woman replied. How naive! If she encountered a villain, she would undoubtedly be robbed. I shook my head and chuckled bitterly. "What gives you the right to claim you are good people?" The woman pressed relentlessly. "If you were truly mad, wouldn't you wish for us to be the villains?" I asked one final time, "Will you open the door?" My patience was waning. Yet, the typically impatient Dongling exhibited an unusual calm today. "You should leave." "Do not come in," the woman shrieked. "If you are enticing me to enter, you must be a villain," but her tone suggested she was merely terrified. Dongling and I exchanged glances, and I raised the knife in my hand once more. The formidable weapon crafted by our pursuer proved effective. I swiftly carved a hole into the stainless steel door. The woman's screams echoed continually, clearly indicating her distress, and with my forceful entry, anyone would be frightened. "We are truly not bad people, please remain calm," Dongling signaled me to halt, leaning closer to the breach to offer comfort. "Do not come closer. Do not come closer," the woman completely broke down, bursting into tears, unable to hear Dongling's words. "Allow me," I insisted, pulling Dongling aside to continue dismantling the door. The quality of this door was indeed impressive. It took considerable effort to create an opening large enough for a single person. "I will go in," Dongling declared, disregarding my objections as she squeezed through the opening. I comprehend her intent. Being a woman myself, I perhaps pose less of a threat and shall not further provoke her. However, soon enough, a cacophony erupted from within. It was evident that this woman was not easily intimidated by Dongling's demeanor. I immediately stepped inside, only to find her cowering in a corner, clutching a metal pipe. "Stay back! Do not approach!" she shrieked in hysteria. Chapter 36, The Sole Escape Route. "Rest assured, we shall conduct a brief patrol," Dongling reassured her. Sensing the woman's anxiety, I advanced to secure the door behind us. Armed, Dongling and I ascended to the 4th floor. Our supposed patrol was merely a ruse, as we had thoroughly investigated this building previously, leaving us with an abundance of questions. "Share your thoughts," Dongling urged, pulling me into a patient room and closing the door. "I am uncertain. According to the female doctor, the queen bee manifested prior to the mutations. Yet it is clear that the meteorite caused the transformations, I replied, furrowing my brow. What if it was orchestrated by human hands? Dongling inquired. How could that be possible? Is there anyone else who, like me, foresees the impending apocalypse? I chuckled bitterly. Yet, as I pondered, a realization struck me. Perhaps there is more than one individual who has traversed dimensions. Dongling promptly articulated my concern. If that were the case, it could elucidate why these mutated beings had appeared prematurely. My gaze drifted anxiously toward the door. The two of us fell into a contemplative silence. If indeed this were true, then other travelers were certainly not here to save the world. Regardless, we must exercise greater caution henceforth, Dongling asserted, tightening her grip on the firearm. The pressing question now is how we shall escape. I cast a wry smile toward the window. Suddenly, I realized the utility of glasses. Winterling remarked with a smile. Upon her mention, a solution began to form in my mind. Do you think this will work? I inquired, gesturing towards the railing of the hospital bed. It should be feasible, Winterling replied, stepping forward to test its sturdiness. Then it's settled, let's search for some tools. As they spoke, the two turned to ascend the stairs. I recalled a storage room upstairs, and indeed, we discovered the necessary tools within. Disassembling the railings proved to be a straightforward task, however, reassembling them posed a challenge, and at that moment, I found myself yearning for my glasses. Could we tie them together? Winterling asked. There aren't enough ropes, I replied with a wry smile, opening my backpack. We can use this. Winterling cheerfully tugged at a bedsheet. The female doctor was still in poor condition, leaving the laborious tasks to Winterling and me. It's quite heavy. Please hold the back steady while I check if the length is sufficient. I extended the improvised ladder out the window, hoping it would reach the surrounding wall. Perseverance pays off, as the ladder aligned perfectly with the wall. I wonder how much weight it can bear, I turned to Winterling. As long as it can support me. You should be fine, I said, securing a rope around my waist. Wait a moment, Winterling replied, taking the rope and wrapping it around the railing inside the room. I need to leverage this, otherwise, I won't be able to hold you. She then secured the end of the rope around her own waist. I apologize for not being of any assistance, the female doctor lamented weakly. Just don't fall, and that will be the greatest help. I replied before promptly climbing the ladder. Before me lies a horde of ravenous zombies, their hands reaching out in a grotesque display. Their faces a ghastly mash of blood and flesh. Even though I am somewhat accustomed to this horror, a cold sweat breaks out upon my brow. With each cautious step forward, I tread carefully, for the ladder sways perilously, akin to walking a tightrope atop a precipice. As I reach the midpoint, the swaying intensifies, and the ladder begins to warp. No, this is impossible, I cannot proceed, I uttered, slowly retreating. I contemplated turning around. Yet the ladder proves too narrow for such a maneuver, leaving me no choice but to backtrack. Suddenly, I feel the rope around my waist tighten abruptly. Turning my head, I see Dongling and the female doctor gripping the rope with all their might, their faces flushed with exertion. Despite my own fear, I hasten my retreat. After what feels like an eternity, I finally reach the window, but the ladder has become completely deformed. What about the shelves in the pharmacy? The female doctor suddenly inquires. Ah, how could I have overlooked that? I exclaim, ready to dash downstairs, only to be halted by Dongling. We have a friend with a high fever. Could you possibly go down and see what medication we might need? Dongling implores the female doctor. Chapter 37. In a moment of ingenuity, Dongling presses firmly on the ladder, bearing the weight of two individuals, and indeed, the ladder is somewhat overloaded. Yet, I had not expected this contraption to remain functional, it was intended for a single use. Fortunately, after reinforcing it, although it has taken on a new shape, it still manages to support the weight of the female doctor and myself. Be cautious, Dongling's facial muscles contort in tension, her gaze fixed intently behind me. I am aware. Even without her words, I hear the ominous sound of the door splintering. I could feel the ladder trembling violently behind me. There was no need to look back to know that the zombies were climbing up. Hurry! Dong Ling's face was filled with desperation, her hands reaching out to me. However, the mere 3-meter distance felt insurmountable. Suddenly, Dong Ling fired a shot, and the doctor on my back jolted violently, nearly causing me to lose my balance on the ladder. That was not the end of it. It seemed a zombie had unexpectedly fallen behind us, causing the ladder to lose its tension and bounce slightly. I was jolted away from it, but thankfully my grip remained secure. Yet, during the descent, my legs collided painfully with the metal rungs, making tears well up in my eyes. But there was no time to dwell on the pain. As soon as I regained my balance, I continued to climb. Dong Ling kept firing, and with each shot, the doctor trembled anew on my back. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a sudden warmth on my back. Hurry! The ladder can't hold much longer. Dong Ling, gun raised, looked at me with terror in her eyes. I sensed it too, the ladder seemed to have softened. Realizing the distance was nearly closed, I disregarded caution and leaped with all my might. Almost simultaneously, the ladder broke apart. I gripped the wall tightly. Fortunate that the fractured section of the ladder was right beneath my feet, providing a barrier against the zombies and a foothold for me. As the zombies reached for my ankles, I swiftly propelled myself up the remaining. I gazed at the towering 3-meter wall and inquired. All right, Winter Spirit replied, leaping down effortlessly and rolling onto the grass. Initially, I had no qualms about the jump, but with a person on my back, the prospect of descending from such a height filled me with trepidation. Yet, hesitation was a luxury I could not afford. Winter Spirit had just fired her weapon, drawing the attention of the zombies lurking outside the wall. As soon as she landed, a multitude of them emerged from the woods. If I did not descend to assist her, her fate would likely be dire. However, if I were to jump down and twist my ankle, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. I could only hope she was worth the risk. Casting a glance at the unconscious female doctor on my back, I steeled myself and leaped down. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon me. Though my landing was somewhat ungainly, I emerged unscathed. I swiftly severed the fabric binding my waist, neglecting to observe the doctor's landing, and charged forward with my blade drawn against the approaching zombies. I had anticipated encountering merely 7 or 8 of them, but it soon became evident that my expectations were overly optimistic, as more and more zombies emerged from the thicket. Let us move, I urged, pulling Winter Spirit along. But these medicines, she lamented, eyeing the backpacks scattered at our feet, still hanging from the necks of the zombies. An idea struck me. I seized one of the backpacks and deftly placed its strap around the head of a nearby zombie. Sever its hand, Winter Spirit urged, her composure unwavering. Once more, we united our blades, one knife in each hand, tossing aside a pack with each strike. With each zombie now adorned with a backpack filled with supplies, Winter Spirit turned and yanked the still closed-eyed doctor from the ground. If you wish to survive, open your eyes and run, Winter Spirit admonished, finally emulating my earlier actions by delivering a resounding slap to the doctor's face. The female doctor finally opened her eyes, but upon witnessing the scene before her, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Get up! If you wish to die, do not implicate us, Dong Ling admonished, delivering a sharp slap. Chapter 38. Alone again. I genuinely believed that this girl was capable of such actions. In a flurry of panic, I rushed to seize the gun, inadvertently pointing the barrel directly at myself. I will kill you, you heartless scoundrel. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Zichil unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. I had barely managed to utter a cry of protest when I heard no gunshot, nor did I feel any pain. My tightly shut eyes fluttered open. This time, I truly beheld the tears streaming down Zichil's face. I'm sorry, I truly. The words hovered on the tip of my tongue, yet I could not articulate them. Truly what? Truly not intentional? That excuse felt so feeble, so powerless. You clearly understood her feelings. Why then? Ziqiu's words rang hollow. I am sorry for you, I know I am less than a beast. I murmured, lowering my head. No, you are indeed a beast. Ziqiu retorted as she set down the gun. Why not load it? I asked with a bitter smile. Because I cannot bear to, she exclaimed, delivering another slap before she ran down the stairs in tears. At that moment, Jing arrived. Brother, what on earth happened? Why is sister-in-law crying so sorrowfully? He inquired, taking a seat beside me. If I tell you, you will likely weep even more. I responded with a wry smile, avoiding his gaze. In truth, I understood that Dongling held me in contempt. I was unworthy of her. I harbored no resentment, yet it seemed that sister-in-law had genuinely been hurt. The glasses smiled faintly, delivering those words with an air of nonchalance. I gazed at them in astonishment. The fool I had always perceived was, in truth, more perceptive than anyone else. Brother, I apologize, I raised my hand to rest on their shoulder, yearning to articulate my thoughts. Yet at a loss for words. It's all right, big brother, there is no need for apologies. Winterling and I were never truly connected. The glasses grasped my hand with a smile. Just as we were about to exchange further words, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, sending both of us crashing to the ground. What on earth? I seethed as I stormed out of the car. Ziqiu had fled. Winterling bit her lip, gazing out of the window. Damn it! I seized my weapon and dashed outside. To my surprise, Ziqiu was surprisingly swift. By the time I spotted her, she was already 100 meters away. Fortunately, I was no slouch either. Summoning all my strength, I pursued her and lunged, tackling Ziqiu to the ground. Let go of me, don't touch me. Ziqiu seethed, her fists raining down upon me. Yes, I am no better than a monster, I deserve this. I should just leave, I retorted, rising to depart in the opposite direction. However, just a few steps away, I halted abruptly. By sheer coincidence, we had stumbled into a village. Even more ironically, not far off stood a zombie. And, fortuitously, this particular zombie was a mutated one. The very type that had previously bested me. No, you cannot go. Ziqiu attempted to advance, but I turned and shot her a fierce glare. Ziqiu froze, her eyes brimming with tears as she regarded me. That creature is a roadblock, our vehicle may not withstand it. If you do not leave, we shall all perish. With a sigh, I offered Ziqiu a smile. The road tyrant, a creature I encountered twice in the future, towered at 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as my waist. Although its speed did not match that of a chaser, its strength was indeed formidable. In its presence, an ordinary vehicle seemed utterly insignificant. A single charge from it could easily overturn one. Thus, we referred to it as the road tyrant. I was uncertain whether our behemoth could withstand such a force, especially considering that its wake radius extended to 15 meters, while I stood no more than 10 meters away. The road tyrant had but one flaw: it remained motionless as long as I did. I want to survive, Ziqiu said, her voice laced with tears. Run, I commanded sharply. Ziqiu hesitated for a moment before she began to move. The instant she did, the road tyrant stirred as well. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my weapon and fired. This action caused the road tyrant to stumble, successfully redirecting its attention towards me. Chapter 39, Unexpected isolation. Having feasted and quenched my thirst, I stood atop the roof, gazing down at the pitch-black village, my last glimmer of hope extinguished. I descended to the lower floor, found a room, and lay down. The phrase full and weary held true. In fact, I was genuinely exhausted, and it wasn't long before I succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, the colossal figure from my dreams did not materialize at the village entrance, while the zombies below continued to linger ominously. From the rooftop, I could see the precipice where I had fallen and the small lake nearby. Aside from the cliff, the surrounding area was flat and unobstructed. I could escape if I wished, yet avoiding the zombies entirely was impossible. Should one of them catch sight of me, the entire horde below would certainly pursue. Given the geographical layout, I surmised that even if I evaded capture, exhaustion would surely claim me. Unless I could find a means of transportation, I mused to myself. The sun shone brightly as I meticulously searched the village, yet I found not a single motorcycle, nor even a bicycle. Perhaps there were some. Obscured from my view by the walls of the houses. Resolute, I decided to change my vantage point. Fortunately, the adjacent house was only about 2 meters away. With determination, I leapt from this rooftop to that of the neighboring home. This household was somewhat populated, with 5 members of varying ages. For safety's sake, I positioned myself at the stairway, taking them down one by one. I scoured the interior, but still found no means of transportation. After traversing through approximately 50 households, dusk fell and I had only explored half of the village. I could not discern whether my luck was simply poor or if the village itself wished for my prolonged stay. After dispatching dozens of zombies, I had yet to encounter a single vehicle. I scavenged a meager meal to satiate my hunger and took refuge in a local farmer's home. Upon rising the next day, I felt a profound ache throughout my body, likely from the chill of the water and the exertion from my rooftop escapades. I was utterly spent. Struggling, I drew a bucket of well water to prepare a thin porridge, grateful for the plentiful pickled vegetables in the household. Sustained by the porridge and the cured meats I had brought along, I rested in this abode for a full 2 days. The zombies in the village were no longer as densely clustered, yet they had not strayed far. If I were to exit the village, I would undoubtedly encounter them. Once more, I ascended to the rooftop, clutching onto my last glimmer of hope. I leapt, and leapt again, landing in the yard of the 3rd house. Nearly moved to tears. The yard was expansive, but the crucial detail was the presence of a tractor parked within it, the kind with impressively large wheels. Filled with exhilaration, I hurried downstairs, dispatched 3 zombies from this household, and knelt before the tractor, bowing my head 3 times in gratitude. In this room, I rummaged through every corner. Yet I could not locate the key to the tractor. With a wry smile, I approached the tractor. "Brother, it seems we are fated to be apart," I muttered to myself, raising my hand to pull open the door. To my astonishment, the door swung open, revealing the key still inserted in the ignition. I leapt into the cab and checked the fuel gauge. Fortune smiled upon me, the tank was full. I scoured the yard and found a barrel of fuel, which I secured to the tractor. I gathered a few water containers, filled them to the brim, and packed my cured meats and rice. Pushing open the gate, I jumped onto the tractor and ignited the engine. This tractor boasted a cab, with small doors on either side and towering tires that offered ample protection. Furthermore, it possessed formidable horsepower. Although its speed was not remarkable, it was undeniably effective for crushing zombies. The only drawback was its considerable noise, yet this was tolerable, as I was able to outpace the undead. Despite the cacophony attracting numerous new zombies along the way, I had successfully evaded their encirclement. However, having escaped the throngs of zombies, my frantic flight had left me disoriented, and I had no idea of the whereabouts of my companions. I was compelled to drive aimlessly, stopping to eat when hunger struck, and fleeing whenever the undead drew near. I remained oblivious to my location. After consuming half of my 2nd barrel of fuel, I still had not encountered a soul. After traversing a considerable distance, I finally caught sight of distant skyscrapers. Yet, this revelation implied an abundance of zombies nearby. Reluctantly, I bid farewell to my tractor, even bending to kiss the steering wheel. With my pack slung over my shoulder, I set off towards the looming high-rises in the distance. Chapter 40, Rising Malice. The wolf lay on the ground, seemingly wounded. The 2 individuals on the motorcycle halted and approached the creature. "Run, why aren't you running?" taunted the man with the gun, a wicked smile on his face. I pondered how depraved these 2 must be to mock such a fearsome beast of the wilderness. I concealed myself in the shadows for a while, observing them. It appeared that the wolf had been pursued for quite some time. It wasn't he just injured, but utterly exhausted. How dull, after running so far, it collapses now. I might as well make a wolf skin coat. The man on the motorcycle remarked as he drew a dagger. Stop! I could no longer contain myself. In terms of speed, he was no match for me. His gun had barely lifted when mine had already discharged. The man fell backward, clutching his weapon, a new hole appearing in his forehead. Who are you? The motorcycle rider, now alarmed, abandoned any thoughts of using his gun. I am a man, and you, a mere beast. What are you? I retorted coldly. Don Tibirash. I am a member of the future group, the man stammered, attempting to maintain his composure. Perfect, I had long been curious about this future group. And now I had the opportunity to interrogate him. Just as I moved closer, his phone rang. The presence of a signal indicated that a tower operated by the future group was nearby. Perhaps Zichio and the others were also in the vicinity. Unfortunately, my phone had been waterlogged, and the Oppo you fiends, you will meet a wretched end. A female voice pierced the air, sending a jolt through my entire being. I suppressed my rising fury and gave the man a curt nod. That voice, without a doubt, belonged to Dongling. Spare me, I beg you. I'll comply with your every demand, the man pleaded, his voice laced with desperation as he switched off his phone. He must have glimpsed the murderous intent in my eyes. Wordlessly, I proceeded to strip the deceased of his attire, revealing a bulletproof vest emblazoned with the words Future Group. Donning the vest and clothes, I armed myself with his weapon and helmet. Let's go, lead the way, I commanded the man on the bike. But, sir, what are you planning? He stammered, his eyes wide with apprehension. Get on the bike, and hand over your phone, I retorted, raising my gun for emphasis. The man, cowed by my threat, wordlessly surrendered his phone and started the engine. Don't try any tricks, or I'll feed you to the zombies, I growled, pressing the gun against his side while gripping his clothes with my other hand. And no, of course not, the man stammered, swiveling the bike around. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a strange glint in the eyes of the wolf lying by the roadside. Hurry up! But with the urgent task of rescuing Dong Ling weighing on my mind, I had no time to dwell on it. The man sped off on the motorcycle, his fear evident in his every action. I wasn't concerned about him betraying me, my heart was consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. Our destination was a warehouse on the opposite side of the city, a place unfamiliar to me. During the journey, I learned that the group consisted of 7 individuals, with 5 currently stationed at the warehouse. Ride straight in, I ordered, jabbing the gun forward. The man, who had been about to stop, had no choice but to obey. The leader revels in new tricks, while we merely dabble. Another man approaches, rubbing his hands together. In the depths of the warehouse, I behold a multitude. Dr. Liu and the bespectacled one have lost consciousness, and 4 women, disheveled, are streaked with tears. Aren't you hot? Why wear a helmet? Another man steps forward and addresses me. Chapter 41, If the wolf turns back, I shall slay him. Dong Ling declares, stepping forward. No need, let him fend for himself here, I respond, glancing at the wandering zombies in the distance. Hero, please. I will serve you like a beast of burden, do not feed me to the zombies. The man wishes to kneel, but the restraints prevent him. Shout louder, I would still like to enjoy the show, I say, holstering my weapon and smiling at him. The man opens his mouth but no sound escapes, tears cascading down his cheeks. What a pity, I harbor no pity for such a person. Dr. Liu remains unconscious as I drive, recounting my extraordinary encounters along the way. Eyeglasses, can we rig a trailer? I do not wish to part with my little off-road vehicle. Upon arriving at the bank, I finally hit the brakes. This is splendid, having this vehicle will facilitate our reconnaissance in the future. Given that the behemoth is far too conspicuous, Eyeglasses remarks as he leaps from the car. However, I wait for an eternity without seeing him take further action. What is the matter? I turn to inquire, only to find Eyeglasses trembling, rooted to the spot, utterly immobilized. Big brother, the wolf. Eyeglasses stammers. slowly turning his head, his eyes filled with dread. "Stop!" I interject, preventing Dongling from seizing her weapon. I gestured for everyone to remain calm and gradually rose to make my way towards the car's exit. The creature before me was indeed a wolf. The very one I had rescued previously. It had not wandered off and was now lying behind a dilapidated vehicle in front of the bank. No wonder we couldn't spot it from inside the car. I slowly adjusted my glasses to rest behind me and donned what I believed to be a more amiable expression as I gazed at the wolf. I intended to utter a few words, but to my surprise, the creature suddenly approached me. I have a fondness for dogs, yet this being was not a dog, nevertheless. An instinct within me assured me it meant no harm. As expected, it sniffed at my toes, then began to nuzzle its head against my leg. I hesitated momentarily but ultimately placed my hand upon its large head. To my astonishment, it displayed a look of sheer contentment, even rolling onto its back with its paws in the air. "What on earth are you?" the glasses-wearing individual behind me exclaimed. "You are the one who's bewildered." "I saved it," I retorted, somewhat irked. To my surprise, the wolf immediately flipped over, rising to confront the glasses-wearer, baring its fangs and emitting a low growl. The fur on its neck bristled, and it appeared poised to pounce upon the glasses-wearer. "Stop! We are allies!" I cried out, unsure where my courage originated. As I instinctively embraced the wolf's neck, everyone inside the vehicle watched in astonishment, their eyes wide, likely pondering the same question as the glasses-wearer. I had not anticipated that this creature could exhibit such humanity. After a moment of gentle stroking, the gray wolf had become thoroughly familiar with me. "Don't just stand there. Quickly devise a way to move that small SUV." I looked up at the glasses-wearing fool standing idly and asked, "You wouldn't want to take it with you, would you?" The girls clung to the car door, exposing only their heads, and whispered, "What's wrong? Can't we? It's so adorable and so understanding." As I spoke, I playfully ruffled the fur on the big wolf's head. "Brother, that is not a pet dog, it is a wolf, a wolf. Are you out of your mind?" Zichio retorted, exasperated. I couldn't tell if the creature comprehended Zichio's words, but it bared its teeth and emitted a low growl in her direction. "Don't act that way. You can't be fierce with your own people." As I spoke, the creature reverted to its docile demeanor. "Stop dawdling, bring some meat for it to eat." I called out to the girls. I stood up and accepted the deer meat that Ling Mang handed to me. The wolf sat beside me, its eyes filled with longing. Yet it refrained from snatching the food from my hand. "It's all frozen solid, let me help you sharpen your teeth." I chuckled as I offered a sizable chunk of deer meat. The wolf gazed at me with affection, and eventually, with great care, it opened its mouth slightly and gently took the meat from my hand. Chapter 42, "You are a good person, help! Help!" Zichio exclaimed, jumping in fright. In truth, the handsome one would not harm her, it was far too intelligent to misjudge friend from foe. I merely could not tolerate their demeanor and urged the handsome one to frighten them a bit. I did not anticipate that it would end up scaring Dr. Lu into unconsciousness. At such an old age, I wondered if there would be any lasting effects. "Aren't you going to do something about it?" Dongling squealed, fleeing in terror. "What? Oh, you want them to apologize to you?" With one hand resting behind my ear, I feigned the ability to hear the heart's whispers of the handsome man. I'm sorry, is that sufficient?" The envious faction, led by Zichio, trembled as they pleaded for mercy before him. "That will suffice, handsome. They have all apologized to you, right?" I feigned sincerity, waving dismissively at the handsome man. He, however, played along splendidly, turning away with a graceful flourish and approaching me with a cheerful gait. "From now on, should anyone deny us our meals, we shall bite them, shall we?" I cradled the handsome man's chin in my hands, casting glances at the group of women. Now, they dared not utter a word, bowing their heads to prepare the ingredients. I knew full well their silent fury. We enjoyed our meal together, blissfully oblivious to the flames of resentment burning in the eyes of the women. Even at night, I found myself embracing the handsome man as I drifted into slumber. You carry quite a strong scent. I shall have to give you a bath tomorrow, I murmured, stroking the dense fur of the wolf before succumbing to dreams. At dawn, the glasses-wearing man began to bustle about. Remaining idle was not my style, so I took the initiative to assist him. The glasses-wearing man, ever astute, knew how to curry favor with the handsome man, who reciprocated his gestures, though he would dodge any attempts from him to touch. This fellow would not allow anyone but me to lay a hand on him. Dior. Lu awoke in the middle of the night, reportedly to relieve himself, and upon discovering me asleep alongside the wolf, he fainted again. Now, he sat in a bank, sipping tea, claiming that his heart had been startled and that the components of the tea could aid in blood circulation. As it stood, the women were at odds with the handsome man, relegating all the dirty and laborious tasks to the glasses-wearing man and me. However, with a handsome fellow on watch, I am entirely unconcerned about any dangers lurking behind me. This guy's keen sense of smell could detect peril from several kilometers away. Brother, what do you think of Fong Fong? Suddenly, the bespectacled one, who was busy tightening screws, interjected. Do you think there's a chance for me and her? His gaze remained fixed, yet his voice had noticeably diminished, lacking confidence. Brother, keep your voice down, he said, one hand coated in grease instinctively covering my mouth. Get lost. I pushed his hand away, rising to my feet. The handsome guy, perceptive as he was, glanced at us and sighed before resuming his position. Brother, lower your voice. Don't let her hear you, the bespectacled one urged, his anxiety palpable, fidgeting as if he might start pacing in place. What is there to fear? If you like her, you must express it boldly. How will she know if you don't say anything? I asserted, my voice rising in conviction. I'm worried she won't be interested in me, he mumbled, his eyes cast down, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Given the scarcity of decent individuals we encountered on our journey, if she were to overlook you, who else could she possibly fancy? Trust me, just confess your feelings, I declared, thumping my chest for emphasis. Just as the bespectacled one was about to respond, the handsome fellow suddenly sprang to his feet. Baring his teeth and emitting a low growl in a specific direction, I raised my hand to halt the approaching women, gesturing for my bespectacled companion to come forward and play the hero. Before my gaze could even reach him, he had already brushed past my shoulder and dashed ahead. I could not ascertain whether his concern for Fong Fong was genuine or if he was merely venting pent-up frustrations. But he charged forward and delivered a forceful blow to the zombie's head. One strike, then another, and yet another. The creature lay utterly still while he continued his assault. Let that be a lesson for scaring her, he muttered, his words barely audible. Chapter 43. The disappearance of the glasses. All is well, he said with a smile, adjusting his spectacles. Brother, I think that should suffice. Let us drive the small off-roader over and test the angle. With that, he strolled towards the bank. Shortly thereafter, he emerged driving the vehicle, a grin plastered across his face, maneuvering it with remarkable steadiness as though nothing were amiss. The trailer design was remarkably clever, a testament to his ingenuity, enabling the compact off-roader to be towed behind the colossal transport. Whether for reconnaissance or as a backup, it was indeed an excellent choice. Regrettably, as darkness enveloped the sky, we resolved to linger for another day, intending to set off at dawn. Little did we anticipate, in the dead of night, a frigid wind howled, prompting me to tighten my grip on my thick, wolf fur coat. Unexpectedly, the fellow beside me stirred and sat up. Hey handsome, are you off to the restroom at this hour? I mumbled groggily before turning over to resume my slumber. Wake up! Zichio's sharp call roused me from my slumber. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I climbed out of bed, only to discover that daylight had already broken. What is going on? I inquired, frowning at the group. What? I hastily rushed outside. The handsome guy sat at the doorway, gazing intently in the direction of the colossal vehicle. In the evening, you awaken. Is it possible that your glasses have departed? I gazed at the handsome man, a look of guilt crossing my face. He remained silent, yet emitted two sharp cries directed at me. It appeared that indeed, the glasses had stealthily slipped away in the dead of night. I hastened towards the colossal vehicle, only to find the small SUV absent, leaving behind merely a trailer. What nonsense was this fellow up to? I felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, others gathered around, engaging in a cacophony of chatter. Fong Fong's expression was complex, though unspoken. It was evident that the departure of the glasses was likely a consequence of her words from the previous day. Let us get in the car and pursue. He cannot have gone far, I declared, turning back. The group swiftly gathered their belongings, but upon reaching the vehicle, the handsome man refused to board. This is not the time for your obstinacy. Hurry, let us seek your Uncle Glasses, I urged him with gentle persuasion. Come now. It seems this gentleman is prepared to guide us. I enthusiastically beckoned everyone to enter the car. Indeed, as I started the engine, the handsome man darted ahead. I was perplexed by the Glasses' intentions. Remaining alone outside posed a challenge even for me. The handsome man's stamina was truly remarkable. I wondered how far those two rascals had chased him to exhaust him so thoroughly. As we exited the city, the roads became narrow. This was no bustling metropolis, devoid of highways, yet the vegetation flourished abundantly. Were it not for the urgency of finding the glasses, this locale would be worthy of a leisurely drive to appreciate the scenic beauty along the way. Tirelessly, the handsome man forged ahead, and I found myself increasingly concerned for him. Since our departure, he had been running for 2 hours. If the glasses truly wandered off in the dead of night, it would be quite a challenge for us to catch up, considering that several hours have elapsed. As the sun's rays grew increasingly intense, I noticed the handsome fellow panting, and so I decided to pull over to the roadside. Come here, drink some water, I called out, lifting the stainless steel basin that I had procured from the hot pot restaurant. The handsome one was indeed parched, gulping down nearly half the basin in one go. This won't do, he has been gone for quite some time, and it's unlikely we can catch up anytime soon. I gently stroked the handsome one's head, feeling a pang of sympathy. He truly possesses a remarkable spirit, deserving of the kindness bestowed upon him by the glasses over the past few days. Let us keep him from running along this road. We shall decide what to do when we reach a fork. Zichu appeared behind me. Indeed, let us continue our journey. We shall have lunch in the car, I suggested, beckoning the handsome one to enter. We will simply follow this path, and when we encounter a fork, I will instruct you on where to go, all right? The handsome one sat by the car door, reluctant to enter. I knelt down, patiently explaining the situation. He tilted his head, glancing at me and then at the road ahead, before finally stepping into the vehicle, seeking a cool spot to lie down and remaining still. Chapter 44, Heart like a knife cutting through. As we turned a corner, the flickering flames I had seen earlier were now not far off, wavering uncertainly. Shall we venture outside? Zichu began to express fear. It must be a torch, I whispered in reassurance. Truth be told, I was uncertain why I felt compelled to enter. But since the handsome one had come in, I felt the need to follow suit and see for myself. The handsome one gradually slowed his pace, appearing to exercise even more caution than I. As I walked, suddenly the ground beneath me gave way. Had it not been for the handsome man who caught hold of my clothing, and Zichio who firmly grasped my hand, I would have plunged into the pit before me. Who are you? I exclaimed, just as I was pulled out, and 3 figures appeared before me, their guns aimed directly at me. I was about to unleash a tirade, but upon lifting my gaze to one of them, I was rendered speechless. Who are you? Zichio questioned, a hint of anger in his voice. A wolf? That's a wolf. One of the assailants shouted, pointing at the handsome man, prompting the other 2 to direct their firearms at him. Lower your weapons. While I stood there in a daze, Zichio was quick to respond, raising his gun in defiance. He won't harm you, we are not the villains here. You are the ones who were in the air raid shelter in Hongshan City, aren't you? I rose to my feet, forcing a smile as I asked. How do you know? Replied a woman, and to my astonishment, it was the very person I had been longing for. Xiao Mai. You are. Zichio's words were abruptly interrupted by my raised hand. We intercepted your radio transmissions, visited the air raid shelter, and reviewed the surveillance footage, I explained, casting a glance at the handsome man beside Xiaomai. How did you arrive here? The handsome man stepped forward, sensing my scrutinizing gaze, and positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaomai. Our companions became separated from us, he brought us here. And we thought he was still around, I said, reaching out to pat the handsome man's head. How did you end up with a wolf? Questioned another woman, whose appearance was quite refined. It's a long story. How did you find refuge in the cave? This place is hardly secure, I remarked, gradually lowering the gun that Zichio still held aloft. Zichio cast a glance at me, and with a single look, she comprehended my unspoken thoughts. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed inappropriate for me to acknowledge Xiaomai, especially since she was unfamiliar with my presence. Originally, we had escaped with more than 20 individuals, but we were now scattered after encountering a group that claimed to be from the Future Corporation. A dashing man surveyed me from head to toe and remarked, "Let us depart from this place, we have also encountered those individuals." I feigned nonchalance as I brushed off the dust from my clothes. Why should we place our trust in you? Xiaomai stepped forward, her grip on the gun tightening. Upon hearing her words, I felt a shiver run through me. This woman had once held an unwavering trust in me. Believe it or not, you may as well wait here for death, Zichio urged, pulling me away. Wait a moment, a graceful woman called out to us. Very well, we shall accompany you. Do you have a vehicle? The handsome man exuded confidence, making it seem as though we were the ones seeking their assistance. Whether we go or not is entirely up to us, Zichio said, leading me toward the exit. I did not object, as my emotions were tumultuous and my mind was a blank slate. The handsome man, sensing my sorrow, stayed close to my side as if to prevent me from stumbling. We had not ventured far when 3 individuals followed behind us, the 2 groups proceeding in a silent procession, neither side willing to break the silence. Once we emerged from the cave, Xiaomai swiftly caught up with us. How many of you are there? She inquired. What concern is that of yours? Zichio replied, recognizing my expression and understanding that this was indeed Xiaomai. I apologize for what transpired earlier. I believe our greatest adversaries now extend beyond the zombies to encompass the so-called Future Corporation. The wheat remains unchanged, still exuding a leader's charisma. Do you believe you can contend with the Future Group? Zichio's tone dripped with sarcasm. Have you faced them before? Xiaomai, however, disregarded Zichio's tone. Indeed, we have encountered them, they are but a rabble, and ye shall single-handedly vanquish them all. Zichio's words were evidently a veiled insult, insinuating that Xiaomai and her companions lack combat prowess. This esteemed individual, what was your previous occupation? Xiaomai skillfully redirected the focus onto me. In the future. It was with her eloquent tongue that she gradually assembled a resistance against the undead. Nothing of significance, I replied with a bitter smile. True masters tend to be rather humble. Greetings, I am Xiaomai, she said as she extended her hand toward me. Chai Yu Xiao, I frowned and halted my steps. In Zichio. Zichio cast an annoyed glance at Xiaomai but refrained from offering her hand. Then we are acquainted. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Xiaomai remarked, undeterred, maintaining her smile. What struck me most was her smile. She never revealed her grievances upon her countenance. This is my boyfriend, Dahai, and this is Yi, our comrade working alongside us in the air raid shelter. Xiaomai began introducing us with ease. Zichio instinctively glanced at me. Upon hearing the words boyfriend, I found myself struggling to breathe. Although I endeavored to mask my emotions, my gaze betrayed me. Neither Zichio nor I spoke, but she tightly linked her arm with mine. The tale of wheat? During my time in Zichio's basement, I confided in her countless secrets. It is likely that she now understands me better than anyone else. Upon reaching the roadside, I was taken aback to find the imposing vehicle parked right before me. What brings you here? I inquired, astonished. There was no road ahead. Dongling replied as she approached me. But how did you know we were here? Ziqiu exclaimed as she dismounted from the motorcycle. The tire tracks were unmistakably evident. Dongling furrowed her brows as she scrutinized us. What is the matter? You seem rather glum, she continued to probe. Thanks to the handsome guy. We managed to locate a few people, Ziqiu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Did you find the glasses? Feng Feng suddenly rushed forward. No. It's about Xiaomai and the others, Ziqiu said, casting a furtive glance in my direction. I'll go secure the motorcycle, I said with a wry smile, pushing the vehicle towards the rear. I was uncertain how Ziqiu would articulate her thoughts, yet once Xiaomai and the others arrived, a serene atmosphere enveloped us. Albeit smiles had vanished from everyone's faces. Wow, your vehicle is stunning. May we take a look? Xiaomai exclaimed excitedly upon boarding. Feel free to explore, I offered. As the others fell silent, Xiaomai, accompanied by her boyfriend, climbed atop the vehicle, while Yi remained behind. This young lady, adorned with spectacles much like the others, possessed an air of refinement that I found rather endearing. Perhaps due to Xiaomai's influence, the group was not particularly welcoming towards Yi, however. Her intellect quickly shone through as she engaged in conversation with Dr. Lu, which prompted both Ling Meng and Feng Feng to join the discourse. I reclined on the sofa, closing my eyes, leaving the driving responsibilities to Ziqiu and Dongling. They understood my discomfort and refrained from mentioning anything further. The most painful aspect was not that Xiaomai did not recognize me or that she had a boyfriend, but rather the thought of having to witness her and her partner displaying their affection before my eyes daily. Is there a room for us? As I pondered with my eyes shut, Xiaomai's voice echoed from the staircase. No, we can only accommodate 5 people, Dongling replied loudly. Oh. Then we'll stay on the 2nd floor, Xiaomai said, turning to ascend the stairs. At that moment, my heart felt as if it were pierced by 1,000 needles. I simply wanted to find my glasses quickly, as that would at least allow me to retreat to the SUV. Yet, even by the following noon, I had not caught a glimpse of my glasses, and I began to doubt if they had wandered off in the opposite direction. Come help out. Or do you wish to eat for free? Dongling, unable to tolerate the intimacy between Xiaomai and Dang Hai, shouted in anger. I'm sorry, it was my lack of understanding. Xiaomai responded with a smile. Deep down, I knew she must be quite upset. This was our first official meal together since gathering, the previous night. We had merely nibbled on some dry rations. Chapter 45, Divergence arises during the meal. Dongling and Ziqiu continuously served me dishes, though there was little variety, just a hearty stew. Lingming and Feng Feng mimicked Ziqiu's actions, offering me food as well, and the 4 women encircled me, their demeanor exceedingly ambiguous, which did not go unnoticed by Xiaomai and the others. Your relationship with the ladies seems rather amicable, Yi could not help but interject. What? As Dongling spoke, she leaned closer to me. What is your relationship? Yi asked with an awkward smile. The 4 women seemed to have conspired, exchanging glances before they simultaneously declared, his girlfriend. At this revelation, Dahai spat out his food in shock, while Xiaomai looked at me in astonishment. Although I understood that the 4 women were acting on my behalf, I felt a surge of anger as I caught a glimpse of envy in Dahai's eyes. You all continue eating, I'm full, I said, suppressing my fury as I set down my bowl and walked away. We arrived at a desolate spot, where I found a large rock to sit upon and lit a cigarette. Give me one, a familiar voice came from behind, it was Ling Meng. Why are you here? I replied with a wry smile, handing her a cigarette. Who did you hope it would be? Ling Meng took the cigarette and settled beside me on the rock. Her question rendered me speechless. I surmised that the decision to send her was a collective one. Why the silence? Ling Meng turned to face me, our proximity allowing me to sense her breath. I found myself at a loss for words, feeling a bit anxious as I shifted slightly. Indeed, among the women, Ling Meng's beauty was striking, and her figure was undeniably alluring. However, her previous haughty demeanor had somewhat irked me. Yet, she had transformed significantly throughout this journey. She had adapted to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. To claim that I felt no attraction towards her would be nothing but self-deception. What is wrong? Are you afraid of me? Ling Meng asked with a sinister smile, leaning directly against me. Don't, please. I felt an overwhelming urge to rise, but was abruptly restrained by Cold Dream. It seemed you weren't particularly fond of that wheat-colored girl either. Cold Dream suddenly looked at me with a playful smile. What do you mean by that? I furrowed my brows. After all, we had fought side by side for many years. However, as the conversation progressed, my confidence began to wane. Never mind. This isn't like you. Cold Dream regarded me with a hint of surprise. How about it? Isn't it particularly enjoyable now? As she spoke, she playfully flicked her lips. I had never witnessed such a seductive side of her, perhaps because I had never paid attention to this aspect before. In any case, my cigarette hung from my lips, forgotten, until the burning ember seared my mouth. Ha ha ha, look at that foolish expression of yours. Now you know the allure of your dear friend, Cold Dream said as she stood up to leave. You enchanting creature, even a man would find it hard to resist. I mused as I watched her retreating figure. Yet, at that moment, an unusual thought began to germinate within me. Cold Dream had carved a niche in my mind that had previously been occupied by the wheat-colored girl. I resolved to feign indifference, pulling out a map to analyze the direction of our journey. What is on your mind? Zichio suddenly leaned in and whispered softly in my ear. What are you doing? I winced and covered my ears. Humph. Zichio huffed, turning away and walking into the woods. After spending so much time together, I was well aware of the meaning behind her gaze. Having been riled up by Cold Dream earlier, I followed her without hesitation. The others were gathered around the campfire, chatting and laughing, blissfully unaware of our departure. At this moment, Zichio leaned against a large rock, casting a flirtatious glance in my direction. I inhaled deeply and strode towards her. The following morning, I accompanied a handsome companion into the woods for a hunt, when suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from the camp. Initially, I intended to procure some meat before setting off, but I was unprepared for the chaos that could unfold in these desolate woods. Upon arriving at the camp, I found everyone gathered. Yet there was no trace of any enemies, not even a single zombie. Who fired the gun? I demanded sharply. It was I, Shauna replied, stepping forward. Are you out of your mind? Don't you fear that the gunshot will attract zombies and enemies? I rebuked her without reservation. How dare you speak to her like that? Her partner interjected, clearly intent on playing the gallant hero. I had long found him irksome, and at that moment, my patience wore thin. What? Do you wish to spar? I challenged, rolling up and upon a moment's reflection, I turned to Yi and expressed my gratitude. Dong Ling was at the wheel, while Zichio and I began to scrutinize the map. Xiao Mai and his boyfriend appeared to still harbor resentment, as they had not exchanged a word with me. I genuinely regarded him as if he were my own brother. Aware of my urgency, Dong Ling accelerated, with Yi seated in the passenger seat, incessantly testing the radio. At this juncture, it seemed that Xiao Mai and his boyfriend were of little assistance. I surmised he might be in the vicinity. After an extensive examination, Zichio finally identified a location on the map. What place is this? I glanced at Zichio, somewhat perplexed. It appears to be a television tower, situated not far atop the mountain ahead, Zichio gestured while speaking. Just then, Yi's voice broke through. Big brother, if you hear this message, I want to apologize. If there is a next life, let us be brothers once more. The voice emanating from the radio was unmistakably that of Glasses. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Are you at the television tower? I seized the intercom and unleashed a torrent of curses. How do you know? Glass's voice was filled with agitation and a hint of tears. Hold on. I'm coming to rescue you, I shouted emphatically. Big brother, don't come, there are mutants here. Glass's voice was a blend of laughter and despair. Which type? My heart raced with anxiety. I don't know, I've never encountered this one before. It's very tall. Just as Glasses spoke these words, the signal abruptly cut off. Hello? Hello? Glasses? Are you still there? I panicked, repeatedly calling into the walkie-talkie. The signal had been lost. E bit her lip, urging me to hurry. I fought back tears as I turned to Dongling. Understanding, with a press of the accelerator by Dongling. The zombies on the road ahead were sent flying one after another. What kind of mutant is that? Zichio asked nervously, leaning closer. Since he mentioned he hadn't seen it before and it was quite tall, it must be either a devourer or a lethal tongue. I whispered, Chapter 46, Lethal Tongue. What does that mean? Zichio was asking what kind of monster it was. If it's a lethal tongue, it's somewhat manageable, but if it's a devourer, then we're in serious trouble. I instinctively grabbed my gun. What are you talking about? Xiaomai couldn't help but ask. Mutants, they're exceptionally powerful zombies. The one that attacked your bunker was a sweeper. I'm not being stingy, I explained proactively. How do you know all this? Who exactly are you? Xiaomai scrutinized me. We'll talk about that later. This time, I hope you can help, I said earnestly, looking at the three of them. Why should we? Aren't you the capable one? The handsome young man teased. Are you even a man? Zichio's temper flared up instantly. The young man, not backing down, was about to stand and argue with Zichio when Xiaomai pulled him back. All right, since we've joined your team, rescuing people is also our responsibility, Xiaomai said diplomatically. Thank you, I said, ignoring the young man and began preparing weapons and ammunition on my own. Look, that's the car Yanjing drove off in, Dongling exclaimed. I rushed to the driver's seat with my gun. Park the car properly, I'll go check it out, I said as I opened the car door. I'll go with you, Zichio and Xiaomai said simultaneously. After their exchange, the two locked eyes. Xiaomai remarked that the words were clearly born out of a sense of duty, however. Zichio's gaze revealed something different. Let S accompany him, I suggested. You two stay behind to watch the car. With a smile, I pulled Xiaomai aside and dragged Zichio along with me as we exited the vehicle. You stay behind, I called out to the handsome fellow who was closely following me. He wore an expression of discontent, as if he were on the verge of saying something, but instead plopped down beside the car door. I worried he might suddenly break his silence. Aren't you concerned they might seize the vehicle? I inquired with a smile, addressing the two women. Be careful, Zichio suddenly exclaimed. Out of nowhere, a zombie lunged from a nearby minibus, charging directly at Dongling. Given the short distance, neither Zichio nor I could draw our blades. And firing a gun was out of the question. Our mission was to rescue the Glasses, and the sound of gunfire would expose us, potentially attracting more mutants. Fortunately, Dongling, a seasoned fighter, executed a swift kick that sent the zombie sprawling. She then drew her knife and swiftly dispatched the unwitting creature. I surmised that this area had once served as a survivor outpost. As I withdrew my knife and surveyed the surroundings, it became evident. There were indeed several items scattered within the vehicles. This place must have disseminated information, Dongling remarked as she pried open the clothes inside one of the vehicles. Judging by the condition of some cars, it's likely that the Glasses arrived here after receiving a message, Zichio pointed out, indicating a few vehicles. This area has undoubtedly fallen, let us proceed with caution, I advised as I moved ahead. Although no other zombies were visible nearby, it suggested that the television station atop the mountain might be teeming with them. 3 individuals walked briskly. Yet the events we had just encountered rendered us hesitant to engage in conversation, our focus solely directed towards the path ahead. This winding mountain road was the singular route leading to the television tower atop the peak. Presently, we found ourselves at mid-mountain, observing the vehicles around us. It was evident that many had once congregated here. At the end of the road stood an iron gate, and as I had surmised, The open space within was now teeming with zombies, undoubtedly numbering in the hundreds. Not far away loomed a 3-story building. The glasses must be inside. What should we do now? Should we charge in headlong? Zichio regarded me with uncertainty. That would be unwise. The sheer number of zombies poses too great a risk. Winterling was the first to voice her dissent. I regretted not bringing more people along. The one who ties the bell must untie it, Winterling remarked cryptically. Initially, I thought she referred to myself and Xiaomai, but to my surprise, she opened her backpack and produced a bomb crafted by the glasses. What model is it? I inquired. Excitement coursing through me as I accepted it. It's an inducement bomb, Winterling replied proudly, revealing another. I wonder about the potency of this device. I held it in my hand, gauging its weight. It packs quite a punch. Have you forgotten how we blew up the wall back then? Zichio exclaimed with enthusiasm. The three of us surveyed our surroundings, ultimately directing our gaze towards a large boulder. All right, Winterling nodded at us, clutching one bomb as she approached the gate. Zichio and I hastily retreated behind the boulder. At this distance, any injury would truly be fatal. Beep, beep, beep. The bomb landed precisely within the horde of zombies, far from the building. Winter Spirit sprinted towards us, and I swiftly pulled her into my embrace. The zombies, drawn by the cacophony of the lure grenade, advanced rapidly, encircling its location in a matter of seconds. With a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very earth, the zombies surrounding the lure grenade were sent sprawling to the ground. I estimated that this explosion had claimed the lives of at least 30 or 40, injuring another 20 or so. Another one, I thought. Seeing the significant effect, Winter Spirit dashed out with the remaining lure grenade in hand. Let us go, I said, removing the shotgun from my back. I rushed to the entrance, kicked open the iron door, and fired 3 shots. These shots effectively cleaved the zombies before me apart, allowing Winter Spirit and Zichio to charge in wielding their blades. I stowed my gun and joined the fray with my own weapon. You are impressive, he remarked candidly. What brings you here? Winter Spirit inquired coldly. We heard the explosion and came to investigate, Xiaomai hurriedly explained. That's not right. I suddenly frowned and drew my gun. What is wrong? Don't be so jumpy, it's quite frightening, Zichio said, stepping back to stand back to back with me. Winter Spirit said nothing but raised her weapon, forming a triangle formation among the 3 of us. What is going on? Xiaomai and the others, sensing our heightened alertness, quickly rushed in. The glasses said there are mutated beings. Have you encountered any? I asked in a low voice. Never mind that, let us check inside the building, I said as I cautiously moved forward. Big brother, I'm here. Suddenly, the voice of glasses from the 2nd floor window shattered the silence. Let us go. I let out a low growl and charged towards the building, with the crowd closely trailing behind me. However, just as we had not ventured far, a piercing scream erupted from E. Damn it, it was the lethal long tongue. I turned to see E ensnared by a serpentine appendage around her neck. I sprinted a few paces forward, raised my weapon, and fired a shot. Fortunately, I wielded a shotgun. Had it been another firearm, I would have doubted my ability to strike that tongue accurately. You all head inside, I shouted before scaling the iron railing and vaulting over. As Yi cried out, I caught sight of the creature lurking just beyond the railing. It appeared to be roaming the woods, likely drawn by the sound of the explosion, much like Xiaomai and the others. A head, rustling in the underbrush, caught my attention, and I fired in that direction. Though the lethal long tongue possessed little combat prowess, its attack range extended several meters. I could hardly fathom how such a tall and slender body could conceal such an elongated tongue. I recalled a dear brother of mine who had been dragged directly into a horde of zombies by this very creature. Ever since that day, I vowed to eliminate it whenever encountered. A wail echoed from ahead, a testament to the advantages of a shotgun, its wide killing radius and higher accuracy in poor visibility. Hearing that cry, I quickened my pace, pushing aside a cluster of branches, and indeed, I spotted green blood smeared on the trunk of a tree. Following the trail of blood, I sprinted with fervent hatred that consumed my every thought. Finally, after leaping over a fallen, withered log, I laid eyes on the limping figure of the lethal long tongue. Without hesitation, I raised my weapon and fired a shot. Chapter 47. The Return of the Glasses. I did not kill him. I did not wish for his demise to come so easily. I chased after him, stepping firmly upon his form, knowing that this creature posed no threat of biting, and I felt no fear. To my astonishment, he dared to extend his tongue in an attempt to constrict my neck. My anger flared, igniting a blaze within me. Grasping his tongue with one hand, I unsheathed my knife with the other and severed it without hesitation. I had not anticipated that a zombie could feel pain. The wretched creature writhed in agony, emitting pitiful cries and trembling uncontrollably. However, at that moment, I felt no compassion, my mind consumed by the haunting images of my fallen brothers. I raised my blade high and swung it wildly. Enough! Stop! Zichio and Dongling had appeared behind me, each gripping my hand firmly. Why are you so furious? Is it merely because of that little wheat? Dongling, ever audacious, inquired. My dear brother was slain by such monsters, I explained, my voice devoid of anger. Let go of those thoughts, Zichio urged, grasping my hand in an attempt to provide solace. What about the glasses? I suddenly recalled that they remained at the television tower. Do not worry, we were concerned for you, so let them wait there, Dongling replied, taking the knife from my grip. The two worked seamlessly together. Zichio retrieved a water bottle and cloth, beginning to cleanse the blood from my hands. Dongling also produced a towel, as my face was smeared with the same greenish fluid. Upon returning to the television tower, I did not seek out the wheat, rather, I found that the glasses had indeed transformed during our brief separation, earning my newfound respect. The young lad now appears to be engaging in a jovial conversation with EE, her smile seemingly genuine rather than feigned, suggesting a true affinity between them. Brother! The bespectacled one proclaimed, rushing towards me and enveloping me in an embrace. All right, what is this about, a grown man acting this way? Though I voiced my discontent, I did not push him away. Brother, I was wrong, he uttered, his tone tinged with sorrow. One must learn to mature, especially considering your commendable resilience. Amidst the throngs of the undead, you alone have survived. As I spoke, I gently patted his shoulder. That is largely due to your guidance, brother. I had the chance to break free, but I had run out of ammunition, he replied, releasing me and ruffling his hair with a smile. It seems one cannot overly depend on firearms, though regrettably, there are few reliable weapons at hand. I frowned, casting my gaze outside. Brother! Wasn't that knife of yours crafted from the hand blades of a pursuer? Let us confront a few more pursuers. The bespectacled one boldly suggested. You propose we simply charge in? Even if we could prevail, we must first ascertain their whereabouts. I raised my hand in feigned aggression, consciously refraining from striking. If only for Yi's sake. The bespectacled one, however, recoiled several steps in fright. What on earth are you two discussing? Xiaomai's curiosity could no longer be contained. Pursuers, have you never encountered them? Their hands are blades, the very knife you wield was fashioned from one of those creatures' hand blades, and it is remarkably sharp. Cutting through iron as though it were clay, the bespectacled one began to elucidate. And what was the creature you just pursued? Xiaomai inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Brother! I urge you to reconsider my earlier suggestion, the bespectacled one hastened to catch up with me. Should we encounter a worthy challenge? The predicament lies in our dwindling ammunition and the complete depletion of our explosives. Confronting a formidable adversary would likely prove arduous. As I spoke, I quickened my pace. The crowd thickened around us. I had contemplated sharing my thoughts, yet found myself hesitant to voice them. Fortunately, Dongling discerned my intentions. This girl has always been forthright, unafraid of offending others. These vehicles appear to be in decent condition, why not select one? She turned her gaze directly towards Xiaomai. Indeed, that's precisely what I was thinking. Xiaomai is an admirable individual, though at times, she is overly concerned with appearances. Ultimately, they settled on a pickup truck, which was evidently modified with a high chassis. Eyeglasses. I apologize. Feng Feng stood outside the vehicle, looking helplessly at him. Oh, how could this possibly be your fault? It was my own idea to seek some experience. He replied with a smile, ruffling his hair. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Yi caught up with us. Observing Feng Feng and eyeglasses, she scrutinized Feng Feng for a moment. What is the matter? My impression of Yi was generally favorable. May I join you? She inquired, her gaze fixed intently on me. Of course. But only if your intentions are not solely for eyeglasses, I remarked playfully. The moment my words escaped, both eyeglasses and Yi flushed crimson, while Feng Feng appeared even more awkward. Dongling, standing beside me, playfully elbowed me, causing me to stifle a yelp from the sudden pain. All right, let us get in the car quickly, Ziqiu urged. Stifling a chuckle. Wait, my little off-roader. With that, I hastily extricated myself from Dongling's grasp. As we resumed our journey, the collective mindset of the group began to shift subtly. Reflecting on our journey to the television tower, it was not without its rewards. The long-sought drone battery was finally located. Moreover, we managed to acquire several walkie-talkies, which are undoubtedly the most suitable means of communication in this apocalyptic world. Xiaomai and her companions followed closely behind us, and we provided them with one of the devices. I recalled that there seemed to be a weapons factory in the vicinity. Dr. Lu, standing before the map, suddenly spoke up. Could you not have mentioned this sooner? Inform the people behind us to stop. I rushed to Dr. Lu's side, asking, where exactly? Dongling appeared even more excited than I. It should be in this vicinity. They once invited me to give a lecture there, Dr. Lu responded, marking a specific location with his pen. What is the situation? Have we encountered danger? Came Xiaomai's voice through the walkie-talkie. This area seems rather perilous. I replied with a wry smile, crossing my arms. The place marked by Dr. Lu is, strictly speaking, a small town, though it appears to be merely a faade. According to Dr. Lu, many people have worked there over time, leading to its development into a town. Its geographical remoteness, based on my experiences, often renders such locations susceptible to the emergence of anomalies. How much ammunition do we have left? I inquired, glancing at Dongling beside me. 30 rounds for the rifle, 20 for the shotgun, and 50 rounds each for the submachine gun and pistol, she promptly replied. It seemed entrusting this responsibility to her was a prudent choice. If we did not encounter a large-scale zombie horde, we should be capable of defending ourselves. I lowered my head, lost in contemplation. What if we encounter them? The bespectacled fellow remarked with a sinister undertone. Although we lack explosives currently, we are not entirely without recourse. Indeed, the bespectacled one had transformed, gradually assuming responsibility. Previously, he would invariably await my decision on all matters. Pray, enlighten me, I responded, regarding him with amusement. Liquefied petroleum gas, gasoline, these can all be fashioned into explosives. Should we locate an explosives factory, it would be even simpler, obliterating a few zombies would be child's play. The bespectacled one punctuated his statement with a pat on his chest. I am uncertain whether there is a fireworks factory nearby, but this locale bears resemblance to a mine. Ziqiu observed, indicating a spot on the map. Sister-in-law, it is not merely similar, it is indeed a mine, the bespectacled one exclaimed in his excitement. However, the appellation was delicate, and Ziqiu lowered her head, blushing. Dongling expressed her displeasure, casting a fierce glare at the bespectacled one. Elder brother, this place is not distant. Let us drive the compact SUV there, the bespectacled one suggested, leaping out of the vehicle as if fleeing. We shall go together. Ziqiu and Dongling appeared to harbor lingering trauma, for they insisted on accompanying me wherever I ventured. Then the task of guarding the vehicle falls to you, I stated. Addressing Yi. Rest assured, Yi responded amiably. Come, handsome one, you shall accompany us this time. Upon hearing my words, the handsome canine excitedly spun in circles. Chapter 48, Unending Darkness. Have you ascertained the location? We inquired as we disembarked from the vehicle. The armory's location has been confirmed, but as a precautionary measure, we have resolved to first visit a nearby mine to ascertain whether we can procure materials for the fabrication of explosives. At this moment, I find myself rather indifferent towards the situation with Xiaomai. All right, we shall accompany you, Xiaomai volunteered. Observing their display of affection, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Having finally procured suitable materials and with the pickup truck conveniently at our disposal, the more hands we had, the greater our strength in the face of any zombies we might encounter. The most crucial aspect is your formidable combat prowess. I wish to learn from you, Xiaomai added. Initially, Ziqiu and Dongling appeared somewhat reluctant, yet upon hearing Xiaomai's words, they climbed into the small SUV without further ado. Very well then, I nodded in acquiescence. Noting their silence, the mine was not far. However, we had wasted too much time at the television tower, and by the time we arrived, night had already fallen. I have always been averse to nocturnal excursions. The diminished visibility exponentially increases the danger. After all, zombies primarily rely on their auditory and olfactory senses, while we depend on our sight. Thankfully, I had the handsome companion by my side. What shall we do? Wait for dawn? Ziqiu furrowed her brow. We cannot afford to wait. If the future group gets ahead of us, we are truly finished, I replied, jumping out of the vehicle. Although locations like the weapons factory are typically classified, the future group is shrouded in enigma, especially since their leader, like me, hails from the future. Our group of 6 made our way towards the mine's entrance. The roadside was overgrown with weeds. This area had previously seen the passage of large vehicles, leaving the ground uneven and pockmarked. Our 4-person team led the way, with Xiaomai and the handsome young man following closely behind. After the recent excursion, Glasses has gained considerable courage, joining us 3 in combating the zombies we encountered along the way. Although the machete he wielded, discovered at the television tower, was of inferior quality compared to the one he initially provided me, his combat prowess has now sufficiently compensated for the weapon's shortcomings. The entrance to the mine was quite imposing, not merely a fence, but 2 grand iron gates, obscuring any view of the interior. I suggested we investigate. Dongling, with a determined expression, retrieved climbing rope from her backpack. Amidst the admiring gazes of Xiaomai and the handsome young man, Dongling skillfully scaled the surrounding wall. What is the situation? I inquired quietly. Just then, the rope shifted, and Dongling vanished from our sight. Shortly thereafter, the gates creaked open from within. A few of us swiftly entered, ensuring the gates were closed behind us, as I harbored concerns about potential threats lurking outside. After Dongling opened the door, the handsome guy had displayed a heightened sense of vigilance. Everyone, be cautious, there are surely zombies inside, I intoned gravely. With the faint beam of my flashlight illuminating our path, we tread carefully within the mine. Having the handsome young man with us was reassuring. He would emit low growls at the slightest sign of a zombie approaching or if we drew near one ourselves. Our progress was relatively smooth. After dispatching 7 or EI at this juncture, neither Ziqiu nor Dongling seemed suitable companions for me. Fortunately, my friend, Glasses, was quite understanding and promptly accompanied me. Together, we ascended to the 3rd floor, where Glasses pushed open the door while I braced myself against it. We had already inspected the 4 offices in the middle, leaving only 2 rooms on the right. Upon opening the first room, 2 zombies suddenly lunged at us. The space was somewhat cramped, and with the balcony directly behind me, I nearly stumbled over the edge due to their forceful advance. Thankfully, Glasses swiftly eliminated one of the zombies, allowing me to dispatch the other. Something felt amiss. Before fear could take hold, I furrowed my brow at the sight of the 2 zombies on the floor. It struck me as unusual. These creatures were silent and alarmingly swift. Glasses also sensed the anomaly. Everyone, be cautious, These zombies are not ordinary, they are live corpses. The realization hit me like a bolt. And I hastily grabbed the walkie-talkie. Brother, what exactly is a live corpse? This was the first time Glasses had heard me mention such a thing. They are a step above regular zombies, retaining a fragment of their prior awareness. Their visual range extends 3 meters, and while their hearing and sense of smell are average, they are particularly sensitive to certain odors, I explained in a hushed tone. Are you implying that these creatures possess vision and intelligence? Glasses began to feel anxious. That is one way to interpret it. As we conversed, we reached the end of the corridor. No wonder they remained silent. They charged at us the moment we opened the door, Glasses pondered aloud. But wait, brother, if they possess intelligence, why can't they open doors? Glasses queried, perplexed. Well, it's obvious they retain only a portion of their previous awareness. Have you ever seen a zombie that can open a door? I replied, exasperated with Glasses' confusion. Cease your thoughts and prepare yourself. As I spoke, I brandished my blade before me. The bespectacled one nodded slightly, stepped forward, and swiftly opened the door. Retreating to the side. To my dismay, I nearly uttered a curse. There were at least 5 of them in that room. I intended to have the bespectacled one close the door, but the zombies burst forth, compelling me to pull him back, otherwise, he would have been surrounded. Initially, I lamented the narrow corridor, yet it now proved advantageous. The 2 of us stood shoulder to shoulder, causing the zombies before us to lose their composure. Jostling and scrambling in their frantic desire to feast upon us, temporarily rendering them ineffective in combat. We seized the opportunity to strike swiftly with our blades. Had we not utilized the narrow passage to dispatch these few undead, we would have found ourselves at a disadvantage on the staircase. After eliminating 5 of the undead, both the bespectacled one and I were considerably shaken. These creatures were far more formidable than ordinary zombies. Unlike the typical undead, which do not evade but only attack, these were different. They possessed the awareness to dodge when struck. I had intended to rest a moment before investigating the last 2 rooms. But then a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Judging by the sound, it certainly wasn't Dong Ling or Zi Chuo, it could only be Xiao Mai. Exchanging a glance with the bespectacled one, we sprang into action and rushed downstairs. The bespectacled one, being astute, surely had already discerned the true nature of Xiao Mai's group. Indeed, on the 2nd floor, Xiao Mai and her companion were confronted by the very same undead, struggling to hold their ground in the corridor against 7 of them. Just as I was about to draw my firearm, Xiao Mai's boyfriend unexpectedly turned and fled, nearly provoking me to put an end to him right then and there. As he absconded, only Wheat remained. Perceiving that the void was about to be seized by the animated corpses, I surged forth. Seizing Wheat by the scruff of her neck and propelling her rearward. Heedless of whether she had sustained any injury from the fall, I brandished my blade, interposing myself between her and the advancing cadavers. Presently, Specs hastened to my side. Already fatigued, we now confronted 7 of these abominations. Were it not for the vastness of the locale, and my apprehension of attracting unwanted attention with gunfire, I would have resorted to firearms. In a frenzy of hacking, I experienced a moment of inspiration. Since you possess the ability to evade, I shall eschew predictability. Upon hearing my words, Specs ceased his attempts to target their heads, wielding his cleaver with the fervor of a video game aficionado. Instantly, a maelstrom of gore erupted before our eyes. Unexpectedly, this tactic proved efficacious. The foremost cadavers succumbed, while those trailing behind were impeded, even tripping over their fallen brethren, inadvertently aiding our cause. Subduing these 7 corpses proved less arduous than dispatching the quintet downstairs. Let us inspect the lower level, I declared, disregarding Wheat and her paramour as we hastened towards the staircase. Are you unharmed? I inquired with palpable emotion upon beholding Zichio and Dongling. We are unscathed, merely 3, they responded with serene smiles. We can no longer delve deeper into this abyss. Let us first scour these offices and await the dawn before resuming our search for explosives, I pronounced, gazing upon the boundless tenebrosity within the colossal mine. Verily, The handsome lad was already exhibiting signs of trepidation as he fixed his gaze upon the encroaching darkness. Chapter 49. An encounter in the mine. We conducted a swift perusal of the ground floor, yet discovered no trace of explosives. This locale was merely an office space. My companion and I maneuvered several small carts to obstruct the stairway, while others brought forth tables and chairs, effectively sealing off the passage from the first to the second floor. Aside from discovering some food and water on the second floor, there was nothing of significant value. However, on the third floor, in the room teeming with the undead, we stumbled upon a map of the mine. This place is truly vast. Fortunately, we did not wander aimlessly, remarked my companion, glancing at the map with a tremor in his voice. Well, we shall have to take refuge here for the night. At dawn, we will search for the explosives, I declared, folding the map and tucking it into my coat. Although there were numerous rooms upstairs, it proved challenging to allocate space for our group. To my surprise, he proactively requested to stay with my companion, which astonished not only me but him as well. For the sake of safety, we gathered items from various rooms and settled on the second floor, selecting 3 adjacent rooms. I had anticipated a mundane night. Yet to my astonishment, a quarrel erupted between Xiaomai and her boyfriend in the middle of the night. This outcome was within my expectations. After all, the way he had previously abandoned Xiaomai was quite despicable. Their argument escalated, culminating in the shattering of objects. Are you not pleased? Dongling inquired with a mischievous grin. Not at all, I replied, though a smile crept onto my face as I turned away. However, what transpired next completely took me by surprise. I had assumed Xiaomai would storm out and join us, but I was oblivious to the sweet nothings that the scoundrel whispered to her, for soon after, the quarrel subsided. Then came an unbearable cacophony, and in an instant, memories of everything between Xiaomai and me surged through my mind. I had thought I could endure it. Yet tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. I even felt a sudden impulse to seize a weapon and confront that lad. After all, it was the end of days. Laws held no weight. However, should I act upon such violent inclinations, I surmised that Xiaomai would pursue me relentlessly. I knew her temper all too well. It would be easy to eliminate that man, but to harm Xiaomai? I questioned my own resolve. Thus, I clasped my hands over my ears, suppressing the inner fury that threatened to erupt. I believed that if I merely bore with it, the turmoil would pass. But to my dismay, sounds emanated from the direction of the glasses wearers as well. I had savored Xiaomai's tenderness before, now, that very sound lingered nearby. Yet the one by her side was not me. Coupled with the clamor from the glasses wearers, I was engulfed by an inexplicable sensation. Abruptly, I sat up. I intended to shout a reprimand, but unexpectedly, a pair of lips descended upon mine. In such a scenario, how could I still harbor anger? A medley of noises erupted from the 3 rooms, as though everyone were engaged in a competition of sorts. However, when we opened the door the following day, regret hung heavily in the air. Our raucous revelry had attracted the undead surrounding the office building. They had gathered en masse before the structure, and upon a cursory count, I estimated there to be at least 100. Following the events of the previous night, no one seemed able to meet each other's gaze, especially Xiaomai and me. I felt as though my heart had been irrevocably shattered. Strangely, the glasses wearer, usually so timid, took the initiative to pull me closer, seeking my blessing. Even if I wish you everlasting love right now, it is futile. We are not even sure if we can leave this place, let alone search for the bomb. I truly cannot maintain the composure to contemplate the future, like a mere pair of spectacles. Brother, do you see that? Is that not a loader? The glasses enthusiastically pointed towards the distance. Where? I squinted for a long while. Just behind that pile of ore, there's also a small cart beside it, he exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Dongling promptly retrieved binoculars from her bag and handed them to me. Indeed, I followed the direction indicated by the glasses and spotted a yellow object, but the towering heap of ore obscured my view of what it truly was. I took the binoculars from Dongling and dashed upstairs, from the rooftop, I could confirm it was indeed a loader. At that moment, everyone else joined me, exclaiming joyfully that there was hope. But wait, what if there are no keys? As I spoke, I raised the binoculars. I suspected that even the glasses would find this challenge daunting, otherwise, given his character, he would have already spoken up. I adjusted the binoculars repeatedly and, fortunately, through the glass door of the cabin, I distinctly saw the keys inserted in the ignition. There are keys! I lowered the binoculars, looking at everyone with excitement. However, with so many zombies, Weed spoke up hesitantly. You all cover me while I dash over there, I said, handing the binoculars to Dongling. No! We will go with you, Dongling and Ziqiu said in unison. I am more agile on my own, you all stay here and provide cover for me. As I spoke, I prepared to descend the stairs. Accompanied closely by both Dongling and Ziqiu, their resolve to remain by my side was palpable. While the presence of a handsome man posed no immediate threat, given the zombies' indifference to him, I harbored concerns for the safety of the two young women. Are you both truly determined to accompany me? I inquired, halting in my tracks. To face death together, they declared, as if rehearsed. I have no desire to perish, I responded, glancing pointedly at their bellies. Though levity might seem misplaced in such dire circumstances, it served to alleviate the mounting tension. With preparations complete, we re-entered the second-floor chamber. Descending via the stairwell was untenable, as it remained barricaded. To dismantle the obstruction would be tantamount to suicide. The most prudent course of action was to descend from the rear of the office building, where, fortunately, only a handful of zombies congregated. I hurled an ashtray into the distance, and as the zombies dispersed, I swiftly grasped the secured rope and rappelled down. Upon landing, the few zombies that were present turned to converge upon me, but fortunately, Ziqiu and Dongling arrived in time, and together, we dispatched the 8 adversaries that stood before us. Commence, I uttered into the communicator. The sound of gunfire erupted as we three, brandishing our blades, surged forth from the building's flank. Though the gunfire diverted the attention of the majority of the undead, a number of them had indeed taken notice of our presence. However, we could not afford to linger. I urged the two women to hasten toward the earth mover. The incessant gunfire behind us reassured me that the zombies in our wake were being felled. I had faith in Glass's marksmanship, perhaps due to the gunfire. Zombies began to emerge on the opposite side, compelling us to quicken our pace further. I sheathed my blade and drew my firearm. As the loader loomed before me, I raised my hand and fired a shot, felling a swath of zombies closing in on us. We can't drive this, the two women in the vehicle shouted anxiously. I fired 2 more shots, then quickly grabbed the handrail and climbed aboard. With a roar of the engine, I charged straight into the horde. This machine was a veritable godsend against the undead, carving a bloody path through them. But it wasn't enough, our mission wasn't to kill zombies but to find explosives. The zombies before us had to be cleared. I revved the engine, constantly changing direction, and the zombies in front of the office building dwindled. Even those approaching from the surroundings were mostly crushed. Just as success seemed imminent, whether the machine stalled or ran out of fuel, it suddenly stopped. Bro, what's wrong? Came the anxious voice of Glasses over the walkie-talkie. The machine's dead, we'll have to handle the rest ourselves, I said, pushing the door open and jumping out. The two women followed closely behind, knives in hand. The area was vast, and who knew if zombies lurked in some hidden corner. Our ammo was running low. Using knives was now our best option. Gunfire erupted again behind us as the three of us charged at the zombies ahead with our knives. Fortunately, there were no live ones among these zombies, or in such an open space, we would have been in dire straits. As the last zombie fell, the two women and I were left panting heavily. Handsome was the first to reach me, and the others quickly gathered around, encircling us. We're fine, let's move. Check if there are any other vehicles to avoid being surrounded by zombies again. I gasped as I straightened up. The crowd hastily moved toward the direction of the mine. As indicated on the map, where the explosives were stored. Chapter V: Perilous Anomalies. Surrounding us were heaps of ores, obstructing our line of sight. And I worried about a mutated creature suddenly appearing. Fortunately, luck was on our side. After navigating around a large pile of stones, we spotted a fleet of trucks. It seemed that we were indeed near the mine. We quickly dispersed to see which vehicle had the keys. I turned to the others and shouted. In such tense moments, everyone was eager, and without further discussion, they scattered. The first to discover a usable vehicle was Yi, and as she beckoned, we all hurried toward her. I took the wheel, as none of them had experience driving these specialized vehicles. Only 3 could fit in the cabin, while the rest climbed into the truck bed. I pulled out the map and handed it to Dongling and Ziqiu, who swiftly helped me ascertain our direction. I expertly maneuvered the truck towards the storage site. Just as the small shed containing the explosives came into view, a chilling wail pierced the air, sending shivers down our spines. I quickly stopped the vehicle and turned off the engine. Don't fire, don't make a sound, I whispered into the walkie-talkie. Brother, I hope we aren't encountering the laughing crying corpse again. My glasses were nearly in tears. You all stay in the vehicle, I'll go investigate. As I spoke, I gently opened the door. Handsome, you should stay too. Who knows if this laughing crying corpse will spare even animals in its madness. As the 2 women began to speak, I raised my hand to interrupt them. Tightening my grip on the firearm, I understood its futility. Yet the mere presence of it afforded me a modicum of security. I cautiously advanced in the direction from whence the sound emanated. Fortunately, we were not undertaking our mission under the cover of darkness. Had we inadvertently stumbled upon it, the consequences would have been dire. My astonishment stemmed from the positioning of this entity, a grinning, weeping corpse eerily situated before the small shed that housed the explosives. I gradually retreated, distancing myself from the perilous zone, and made my way towards where the others were gathered. Was it truly a grinning, weeping corpse? Could there be more than one? My companion, Gujing, appeared particularly anxious. In truth, the most profound psychological scars, aside from my own, were likely borne by Dongling, who had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by this creature, having seen her own colleague perish at its hands, right before her eyes. What on earth had transpired? Dongling's voice quivered with trepidation. This abomination stood guard at the threshold of the explosives shed. I could not suppress a bitter smile. I surmised that during my brief absence, Xiaomai and the others had discerned the true nature of this grinning, weeping corpse. Upon hearing my words, the group fell into a state of distress. I refused to believe this creature was as formidable as they suggested. I would test it myself. Xiaomai's boyfriend, Dahai, expressed his intent to venture forth, and no one attempted to dissuade him, yet he hesitated. It was Xiaomai who offered him a reprieve, reaching out to grasp his arm. Perhaps it was prudent. If the tales they spun were indeed accurate, the danger was considerable. Xiaomai's tone suggested her skepticism. How do you know the characteristics of these entities? Dahai, with nowhere else to vent his frustration, redirected his ire towards me. Try it for yourself, and you shall understand. I won't stop you, I retorted. Stepping back a pace, the crowd cooperatively took a step back with me. Cease your beguiling nonsense. I refuse to believe this entity is as malevolent as you claim. How could it possibly be impervious to gunfire? Roared Dahu, incensed by our rejection of him. His voice was just loud enough to divert the attention of the grinning corpse. I remained unperturbed, maintaining my smile. Is it truly indestructible? Questioned Xiaomai, gripping Dahu with a look of bewilderment. It's not that it cannot be killed, rather, there exists a death delay, you see. This creature possesses a 30-second delay before succumbing to its fate. Even a fatal shot will not result in immediate death, I explained, pondering how they might have misunderstood, or perhaps these few had failed to elucidate the matter. Death delay? I mused, intrigued by their apparent familiarity with these creatures. Xiaomai still clung to her doubts. Because I have encountered them before, was all I could say. Enough of this wasted time, Winterling interjected, visibly displeased. Brother, is there truly no alternative? Eyeglasses inquired, grasping my arm. Have you forgotten? I once spoke of this, I replied, gripping his shoulder tightly. Brother, what do you mean? You cannot possibly be suggesting I should be the one to face it? Eyeglasses chuckled nervously. I tightened my grip again, genuinely concerned that he might flee in fear. Your marksmanship is unparalleled here. If you can strike its head from a distance, and we manage to delay it for 30 seconds. Before I could finish, Eyeglasses shook his head vehemently. Calm down, listen to me, I urged, shaking him vigorously. He turned to glance at E, biting his lip before shifting his gaze back to me. There lie several piles of ore ahead. I contemplated that if one were to ascend to the summit of the mound, coupled with our cover, we might endure for 30 seconds. I gazed intently at my glasses as I spoke earnestly. However, the glasses seemed quite anxious, unable to articulate further. There can be no buts. Should we halt here, we would indeed find ourselves irretrievably stranded. My words inadvertently reflected his future with E. Rest assured, we shall safeguard you, Winterling interjected, stepping forward. E also approached, entwining her arms around the glasses' arm, an act that imparted immense courage to him. At last, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, the glasses lifted his head and nodded emphatically. Brother, I place my trust in you, he declared, grasping my hand. Fear not, I have a contingency plan, I replied, leading the way towards the grinning crying corpse. The mound before us loomed high, though its foundation was somewhat unstable, prompting the glasses to ascend with utmost caution. Considering the grotesque combat prowess of the grinning crying corpse, our remaining 6 comrades split into pairs, strategically positioned around the piles of ore. While we could not vanquish the grinning crying corpse within 30 seconds, our current ammunition should suffice to impede her advance. With all equipment in readiness, the glasses crouched atop the mound, slowly raising his firearm. Given the speed of the grinning crying corpse, I nodded emphatically towards Specs, who turned and raised his weapon anew. Given our dwindling ammunition and the uncertain state of the armory, indiscriminate firing was not an option. We had to rely on precision. Specs, seemingly resigned to the situation, exhibited remarkable accuracy, causing the grinning whaler to falter repeatedly. Ready, I uttered into the communicator. This is all yours. With that, I rose and swiftly descended the slag heap. The grinning whaler advanced as gunfire erupted around us. Astonishingly swift, it scaled the heap in mere moments. Specs, jump! I yelled. Having driven the truck to the rear of the heap, Specs didn't hesitate. He sprinted a few steps before leaping into the bed, landing amidst the straw we had laid out. I floored the accelerator, but the behemoth was slow to gain momentum. The grinning whaler plunged from the heap, closing on the truck with alarming speed. As it neared the vehicle, Specs rose once more, brandishing his firearm. The whaler's claws screeched against the truck bed as Specs fired. Chapter 51, Vanguard. Upon being wounded, the grinning whaler invariably targeted the initial assailant. How it pinpointed its enemies remained a mystery, one I had no opportunity to solve. I had considered having Specs fire while I drove, both to extend the engagement and to buy time. However, the creature's resilience was extraordinary. Even if a single shot proved insufficient, the truck's pace would never outstrip its advance. Unless I were presently in possession of a Ferrari, though even then, precise marksmanship would be unattainable within such a vehicle. Following 3 gunshots, an absolute tranquility descended behind me. Success! The voices of the collective resonated through the communicator. I applied the brakes forcefully, the heavy truck skidding a considerable distance before halting. Observing the supine form of the weeping grinning corpse in the rearview mirror, I executed a U-turn. This entity had perpetrated countless homicides before my very eyes, and I remained apprehensive. The ensemble hastened towards me, with Specs descending the truck's exterior ladder with alacrity. Approaching the rear of the vehicle, I beheld the disfigured remains of the aforementioned corpse, a wave of trepidation washing over me. The creature's talons were of formidable potency. as evidenced by the multitude of lacerations marring the truck's cargo bed. Such thick-gauge steel proved inadequate to withstand its assault. Indeed, today was a near-death experience. Esteemed leader, the creature's claws possess remarkable sharpness. Having weathered this ordeal, Specs exhibited a newfound maturity. Did you not previously express a desire to craft a blade? It strikes me that the claws of this weeping, grinning corpse would be eminently suitable for the creation of daggers. As I articulated this, I crouched down, drawing my longsword and gingerly manipulating the corpse's arm. Indeed, your sagacity is appreciated. Should these be fashioned into daggers, they would assuredly constitute divine armaments. As Specs spoke, he retrieved a steel reinforcing bar and approached. I sheathed my blade, severing the already compromised hands of the corpse. The youth displayed considerable fortitude, stooping to collect the severed appendages. As for the hilts, Specs, adhering to my instructions, procured several segments of steel reinforcing bars. Subsequently, utilizing the on-site welding apparatus, Specs fabricated several hilts on the spot. Upon breaching the long-awaited cabin, the sight within nearly moved the company to tears. The room was replete with detonators and explosives, a treasure trove we had long yearned for. With meticulous care, the group commenced transporting the items, while Specs and Winter meticulously sorted out the unusable components. Despite discarding a considerable amount, we managed to salvage enough to fill 3 wooden crates to the brim. All clear, I announced into the walkie-talkie, summoning Juggernaut. Under the cloak of night, the mine provided a secluded haven, distinct from the outside world. Taking advantage of the available equipment, we decided to forge some weaponry. While the intellectual minds tinkered with the explosives, I set about crafting daggers, and the rest prepared our evening meal. "Boss, this is quite something," Specs remarked, handing me a cylindrical bomb. "Oh, what's so special about it?" I inquired with a smile, hefting it in my hand. Easy there, easy there. If that thing goes off, we're all done for," Specs exclaimed anxiously, reaching out with both hands. "How does it trigger?" I asked, realizing its potential danger and ceasing my movements. Overly sophisticated triggering mechanisms tend to be unstable. We're utilizing the waterproof fuse we found. I've calculated that the detonation time should be 8 seconds from ignition, Specs declared proudly. "So what makes this explosive so special?" I pressed, recalling Specs' earlier statement. "It's packed with steel balls. When it detonates, the kill radius exceeds 50 meters, Specs revealed. "Impressive. We need to make more of these. We'll be invincible when we reach the weapons factory," I said with a grin, rising to my feet. We spent 2 full days fortifying ourselves in the mine. Now, each of us wielded a dagger forged from the tearful grinning corpse finger blade. We also amassed enough explosives to make a daring raid on the weapons factory. At present, we find ourselves in a dire situation, our ammunition severely depleted, with each individual possessing no more than 10 rounds, including those for handguns. As our vehicles traverse the road, the 2 days of respite have revitalized us. However, upon nearing the vicinity of the arms factory, our morale was abruptly dampened. This area has indeed evolved into a small town, yet it far exceeds our expectations in size. Moreover, the number of zombies roaming the streets surpasses our estimates significantly. Standing atop the colossal vehicle, I could glimpse the distant arms factory compound. But the horde of zombies blocking our path numbered at least in the thousands. "Brother, if we attempt to fight our way through, it may prove quite challenging," murmured my companion beside me, his brow furrowed. I shared his concern about the potential for explosions to attract the surrounding zombies, prompting me to lower the binoculars. "What is the situation inside the arms factory?" Dr. Liu inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. "It appears to be untouched," I replied, passing the binoculars to him. "So, what shall we do now?" Winterling asked, her brow knitted in thought. "Let us investigate on foot to see if there are any suitable routes for entry," I suggested, shouldering my pack. Given the size of this town, it must have an underground sewage system, Wheat suddenly interjected. "Indeed, brother, if there is an underground passage, We could circumvent the zombies and reach the arms factory directly, my companion exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement. Even if it exists, do you know where it is? Do you possess a map of this town? I replied with a wry smile. Look over there, Zichio chimed in, pointing to a particular location with a smile. It is uncertain whether our fortune favored us or if this place harbors some mysterious allure. Following the direction pointed out by Zichio, I unexpectedly spotted a planning office for the town. Surely, they must possess a map, Zichio remarked with a cheerful smile. Even if they do, gaining entry won't be easy. There are at least dozens of zombies lurking at the gate, Dongling frowned. If we are swift enough, entering shouldn't pose a problem, it's the exit that concerns me. I said with a wry smile, glancing at the two women. Don't worry, big brother, I assure you that you will make it out, Jingzi declared, producing a steel ball bomb. I fear you might inadvertently blow me to bits, I retorted, turning to head towards the vehicle. Handsome. You should venture inside to scout the path and assess the number of zombies, I suggested as I opened the car door. It was clear that Zichio and Dongling would accompany me, and it was indeed unwise to involve too many people on this expedition. What about us? Xiaomai inquired. You will be responsible for backing up Jingzi, I instructed, leading the two women as we set off. Our parked location was nearly a kilometer from the planning office, and the three of us moved swiftly, encountering a few wandering zombies that could hardly impede our progress. Should we blow it up? Dongling asked, reaching for her backpack. Sister, do you really want to act so recklessly? If you do that, won't you attract all those thousands of zombies? I responded with a resigned smile. Then what should we do? There are so many zombies at the entrance, Dongling grumbled, kicking a stone beneath her foot. What now? I crouched down, affectionately ruffling the handsome one's hair. The handsome one stretched lazily, and judging by his demeanor, the planning office should indeed be secure. Are we really going to storm in like this? Zichio could not bear to see me getting cozy with the handsome man, and promptly interjected. Lead the way, I said with a smile as I rose to my feet. The handsome man swiftly dashed ahead, and the two women exchanged a glance before hurriedly following my lead. After dispatching a few menacing zombies, the three of us crawled into the garden. You keep watch here, I instructed the handsome man through the fence. The planning office was indeed remarkably quiet, and the handsome man proved to be quite reliable. The building comprised merely 2 stories and a total of 8 rooms, which we quickly inspected. We also stumbled upon some food and water, and once we confirmed the area was secure, we proceeded to the conference room on the 2nd floor. There hung a planning map of the town, though it was firmly affixed to the wall. It took considerable effort for the 3 of us to detach it. According to the map, there was indeed an underground sewage system, however, the nearest entrance was overrun with zombies. Zichio pointed at the map and began to analyze the route. Let us fight our way through and blow it up, Dongling suggested as she reached for her backpack. When did you become a bomb enthusiast? I quickly pressed her hand down. What other option do we have? Dongling replied, her face beaming with pride. Following the handsome man, he adeptly guided us through the woods, avoiding most of the zombies. Upon returning to the behemoth of a vehicle, everyone was taken aback, as none of our plans to support us had come to fruition. On the vehicle's roof, I spread the blueprint on the table, and everyone gathered around. The factory was still teeming with zombies, and the locations of weapons and ammunition remained uncertain. This was something I had relayed to Dr. Lu. I'll accompany you, I offered. I have visited before and know where to go. To my astonishment, Dr. Lu spontaneously spoke up, a development I had not anticipated. I had been contemplating how to persuade him. Let us all go together, with a larger group, we can carry more supplies. Unexpectedly, Ling Meng also exhibited a change of heart. But what will we do when we get outside? Xiaomai interjected. Here is an idea, Feng Feng. You stay behind to provide support. I could only frown and glance at Feng Feng. Among us, she was the only one who lacked the courage to confront the zombies. Even the obstinate Dr. Lu had been molded by our training. Am I to do it alone? I cannot, Fong Fong said, her gaze fixed on the distant zombies. Trembling with fear. I could see her genuine terror, yet the circumstances dictated that we could not forever shield her. I will take charge, Dongling declared. Retrieving a steel ball bomb from her bag, preparing to ignite it. Sister, remain calm, I quickly raised my hand to stop her. What other option do we have? We must blast a path, Dongling insisted, reaching for her lighter. Shouldn't we devise a plan first? I replied with a wry smile. Then what do you propose? Dongling finally relented. Is the detonation time set for 8 seconds? I inquired of the glasses-wearing member. Affirmative, he nodded solemnly. We are at least 300 meters from the sewer entrance. This distance is unfeasible. We need to get closer, I stated, surveying our surroundings. The rooftops are closely spaced. We could leap across and reduce the distance to 50 meters, Dongling suggested. But Fong Fong hesitated once more. Just toss it over and move, I urged. Approaching the nearest small house. A few of us fetched a ladder, and while Dongling and I provided cover below, the others began to ascend. The houses here were all 2-story buildings, with a gap of approximately 1 meter between each, which presents no issue for us. However, Lu and Fong Fong constantly worry about falling, and after several attempts, they finally managed to leap over the first gap. Fong Fong's situation was more precarious. When she reached the third gap, her foot slipped, and she fell directly down. Fortunately, I was there to catch her just in time. This girl, however, was so frightened that she burst into tears, her cries alarmingly loud, attracting the attention of the zombies. Stop crying, or I will let go, I admonished fiercely. Fong Fong glanced down at the zombie beneath her, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. Winterling suddenly jumped over, crouched down, and delivered a sharp slap to Fong Fong. I could have pulled her up long ago, but I deliberately let her dangle in midair. I wasn't sure if this was the right way to build courage, but I was unwilling to miss any opportunity. If you remain fearful, you won't survive. And I truly might let go, to spare us the burden, I said, though my words were insincere, meant merely to encourage her. No, I'm not afraid. I will be strong. In the face of life and death, fear ultimately was conquered. Though her voice still trembled, at least she was now able to speak. Fong Fong and I exchanged a glance and together pulled her up. The subsequent journey proceeded much more smoothly. In fact, Fong Fong's physical coordination was not poor. It was merely her lack of courage that hindered her. We've arrived, this is the spot, Ziqiu announced as she opened the blueprint. You all prepare to descend. I will throw the bomb. As she spoke, she retrieved the explosive. After the explosion, the zombies would quickly converge, and we must act swiftly. Addressing the assembled group, I declared, brother, I've spotted the manhole cover. Eyeglasses gestured towards the center of the road. Let's proceed and make preparations below, I said, as I unlatched the rooftop door. With a resounding crash, I burst through the doorway, firing 2 shots in quick succession, the others following closely behind. Personal grievances were momentarily forgotten as I, along with Wheat's boyfriend, rushed forward to pry open the manhole cover. Winter Lily had just emerged from the cabin. As the group descended, I remained behind to provide cover. Fong Fong was ahead of me when, unexpectedly, she froze on the stairs, trembling uncontrollably. With the undead beginning to converge upon me, I kicked Fong Fong in the shoulder, pulling the manhole cover shut. The moment it was in place, the zombies descended, their weight causing the cover above my head to clang ominously. Though caught by the others, Fong Fong was understandably shaken from her fall, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at me. Yet, she dared not utter a sound. Didn't you claim to be fearless? Did you intend to bring about our demise? And now you have the audacity to weep? I exclaimed as I landed on the ground. I was aware of the harshness of my words, but in the face of mortality, pride is of little consequence. Before I could continue, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the subterranean sewer. The group turned their flashlights towards the sound, revealing a solitary, lost zombie. Ascend and eliminate it. Or you shall not accompany us, I stated, handing Fong Fong my cleaver. Her tears ceased instantly, and in a reflexive motion, she accepted my pursuer blade. The people around me watched with a hint of bewilderment, but I gestured for them to step back. Fong Fong stood alone at the forefront. The zombie a mere dozen meters away. Don't! Dong Ling began, grasping my arm, but upon noticing the pistol I had discreetly drawn, she slowly released her hold. As the zombie closed in, Fong Fong's hands trembled around the knife, her feet instinctively shuffling backward. I shook my head with a touch of disappointment, slowly raising my firearm. I had no intention of truly sacrificing her, not on my watch. But to my surprise, Fong Fong didn't retreat, instead, she gathered her strength. I anticipated a shout of bravado, but it never came. She simply charged at the zombie, blade in hand. A swift strike, and the zombie fell. Fong Fong collapsed to the ground, disheveled and gasping for air. The others remained rooted in place. I quietly approached Fong Fong from behind. I'm sorry, I hope you understand. The words felt hollow, but what else could I say at that moment? Fong Fong didn't reply. But she cast a profound glance in my direction before rising to her feet and handing me the cleaver. This brief episode intensified the already oppressive atmosphere. Silence permeated the journey, broken only by brief exchanges when we paused to consult the map and confirm our direction. I observed Fong Fong several times. I didn't expect a complete transformation overnight, especially since the glasses had been in use for quite some time. Yet, I could no longer detect any timidity in her expression. On the contrary, there was a hint of ferocity. At that moment, I felt a pang of regret, unsure if my decision had been the right one. This is it. Zi Chuo, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, pointing to the ladder before us. I ascended to take a look. Armed and ready. I grasped the ladder with both hands and climbed upward. The two small openings in the manhole obscured my view of the outside, however. The absence of shadows suggested that no zombies lurked nearby. With utmost caution, I pushed open the manhole cover, revealing the interior of the weapons factory. I waved to the individuals below, then climbed out through the opening. Kneeling with my gun at the ready, I surveyed the scene before me, a factory floor. With a wall behind me. This was their mess hall. Dr. Lu's words extinguished my hope entirely. I had assumed this was the factory floor. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. How could the factory be located right by the wall? Where do we go from here? I inquired, moving closer to Dr. Lu. The true weapons factory was situated underground. We needed to traverse the office and dormitory areas, and there was a warehouse from which we could access the subterranean factory. As Dr. Lu began to map out our route on paper, Chapter 53, Weapons Factory unfolded. This factory was vast, and a larger area meant a longer journey. The longer we exposed ourselves to the outside, the greater the risk of encountering danger. Hearing Dr. Lu's remarks, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. I'll take a look, Dong Ling said, swiftly moving to the end of the path, weapon in hand. Without needing to be prompted, everyone began to meticulously check their own equipment. The road ahead was not heavily populated with zombies, making passage feasible. Ensure Dr. Lu's safety, I stated. And Dong Ling and I instinctively positioned ourselves at the forefront of the group. The path into the weapons factory was intricate, with no indicators on the map. The pivotal figure in this endeavor was none other than Dr. Lu. As Winter Spirit remarked, the path from the cafeteria to the office area is not heavily populated with zombies. However, this route extends for at least 500 meters. Flanked by buildings replete with doors and windows. I am deeply concerned about the potential presence of mutated entities within. Moreover, the zombies currently before us exhibit heightened activity. Likely awakened by the preceding sounds of explosion. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that we do not become separated. I turn to face the group. Each person now wields a dagger, which should suffice for dealing with ordinary zombies, especially given that these daggers are crafted from the claws of the laughing-faced crying corpse. The challenge lies in the fact that the majority of the team lacks close combat experience, with the exception of myself, Winter Spirit, and Zichio. Naturally, we three are at the forefront. I was particularly impressed by Fong Fong and Cold Dream. Cold Dream has long since shed her spoiled demeanor. And although Fong Fong's movements are somewhat stiff, she has mustered the courage to slay zombies. In contrast, Xiaomei and her boyfriend are hesitant, even less capable than Yi and Glasses. We fought our way from the cafeteria to the office area, where everyone halted, breathless. This exhaustion stems not merely from physical exertion but also from the mental strain of heightened tension. Ultimately, the greatest achievement of this endeavor is the collective growth we have experienced. Although Dior Lu managed to eliminate only a single zombie, I observed that he is now capable of self-defense. However, the path from the office area to the dormitory zone presents a greater challenge. Specifically, it leads across a large playground, teeming with dozens of zombies. Should we attempt to fight our way through, it would require a force entirely composed of individuals with my level of combat prowess. The group is acutely aware of the peril and begins to scan their surroundings, hoping to discover a more suitable route. However, it is evident that there exists but one path before us. Behind the dormitory stands the destination we must reach. Is it possible to traverse the wall? Dongling suggested softly. Of course not. Do you think everyone is like us? I replied, bemused. Then let's charge through. Or perhaps use explosives. Dongling was quite straightforward. Brother, do you think that will work? The glasses wearer pointed towards the wall's edge. One bicycle is insufficient. I contemplated the daunting distance of several hundred meters ahead. Surely, someone would be pursued by zombies halfway through. No! The glasses wearer continued, directing attention towards a trash bin. I understood, his intention was to divert a portion of the zombies. Following his gaze, I noticed numerous empty cans. If tied to the bicycle's rear, the noise would certainly lure the undead away. I'll go, my combat skills are the weakest. This declaration astonished us all, for it was spoken by Fong Fong. No! Dongling, Zichio, and Lingming chorused in unison. Let me go, Fong Fong insisted once more. In her eyes, I suddenly glimpsed the despair she had exhibited when we first encountered her. It became clear that she was not devoid of fear but rather suffocated by overwhelming pressure. Her demeanor resembled that of someone contemplating self-destruction. As for Fong Fong's psychological struggles, I resolved to address them only after ensuring my survival. After securing several cans and mounting the bicycle, I charged boldly into the vast playground. I had witnessed such scenes in films, where young couples would stroll hand in hand. Yet now I faced a horde of ravenous zombies. The clamor of the aluminum cans successfully captivated the majority of the zombies. I wished to divert them all, but alas, I found myself with no opportunity, as the undead were already charging towards me. I hastily pedaled my bicycle, turning it towards the direction of the factory gates. I dared not accelerate too rapidly. I frequently glanced back, fearing that the zombies might discover the others. Fortunately, I still seemed to be the primary target of their attention. A barrier of office buildings separated me from the group, preventing me from assessing their situation, and I could only hope that no obstacles lay ahead. However, fate had other plans. Not far from my departure, several zombies emerged from behind a house. The angle was too acute for me to alter my course in time, and I had no desire to experience a fall again. Being alone, a tumble could spell my doom. Thankfully, the bicycle's brakes functioned admirably. As the bike came to a halt, I seized it and swung it at the approaching zombies. Seizing the moment, I took off running. With dozens behind me and a handful ahead, I knew I could not confront them alone. Fortunately, the zombies appeared to be quite malnourished, not moving with great speed. Luck was on my side as I spotted the very spot from which we had emerged from the sewer, located at the side of the gate. Casting a glance back at the relentless pursuers, I dashed back along the same path. The zombies in the playground lay motionless on the ground, and fortunately. The crowd maintained composure. I dashed up the steps just as the undead were upon me. With a desperate lunge, I hurled myself through the dormitory entrance, and the others swiftly barricaded the door with desks and chairs. The ravenous ghouls descended, shattering the glass of the doors and windows, their grotesque figures clawing inward. I longed for respite, but the commotion had roused the slumbering undead within the dormitory itself, compelling me to take up my blade once more and hastily secure the entrance. "Where is your bicycle?" I cried out, hacking and slashing. As the skirmish concluded, Zichio regarded me with vexation. "Let's not dwell on it. I'm unharmed, am I not?" "Let us first scout the path to the warehouse," I replied, rising with difficulty. Indeed, the day had been exceptionally taxing, not only for myself but for all. I surmised that further action today would be imprudent, given our collective exhaustion. Dong Ling, with visible effort, rose to her feet. We reinforced the barricade at the entrance. Securing this 4-story dormitory had exacted a considerable toll. However, we had also discovered a wealth of supplies. The route to the warehouse spanned several hundred meters and was still infested with dozens of the undead. It seemed that tomorrow, the deployment of steel ball grenades would be inevitable. That night, slumber claimed us all early, for we were utterly drained. Though weary myself, I sought out Fong Fong. "Have you considered surrendering?" I inquired directly, observing her forlorn figure. "I have not," she replied, her back still turned. To yield now would render all our efforts futile. I settled down, my back facing hers. After a prolonged silence, Fong Fong leaned against my back. "Thank you," she whispered. "Do you harbor no resentment?" I asked, my voice subdued. "I harbor resentment, yet I acknowledge your innocence." Fong Fong's tone was even. "Have you always possessed such unwavering rationality?" I was somewhat touched. "It's not rationality. It's my conscious decision to place my trust in you. You are a person of profound sentimentality." Fong Fong's words caught me completely off guard. As we conversed, the floodgates opened, and we reminisced about the days before the apocalypse and continued into the aftermath. At some point, silence fell behind me. Fong Fong had succumbed to slumber. I gently rose and made my way toward my own chamber. That night, I slept soundly, as there were ample rooms, and everyone had individually selected their preferred space. Chapter 54, Augmented Combat Prowess. The following day, at the break of dawn, the group convened on the ground floor. Since yesterday, we had not discharged a single shot, and we had no intention of squandering ammunition now. Who knew what we might encounter on the path to the weapons factory within that warehouse? Winter and I, each clutching a steel ball grenade, simultaneously ignited the fuses and hurled them forth. Accompanied by 2 resounding explosions, we swiftly rose from our positions beneath the window, vaulted out, and dashed toward the warehouse. Perhaps it was the restorative effect of a night's rest, or perhaps the collective courage gained from the previous day's battle. But the undead who had not fully perished became mere training aids for the group. Upon entering the warehouse, we secured the doors, and Dr. Lu located the power source and illuminated the space. Before us, a dozen or so zombies shrieked and lunged in our direction. After dispatching these ghouls, we exchanged glances, and to our surprise, we found ourselves smiling. Guided by Dr. Lu, we meandered through the warehouse until we finally arrived at the entrance. Had we not had a guide, we would never have located it, as all that lay before us was a solid concrete wall. Dr. Lu discovered the switch and, grasping the access card retrieved from the zombie, swiped it, causing the concrete wall before us to slowly ascend. This time, we simultaneously brandished our firearms. However, we were taken aback by the astonishing cleanliness of the underground weapons factory. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. The facility was replete with state-of-the-art equipment, and its expanse far exceeded our expectations. Most notably, we stumbled upon an armored vehicle, a veritable treasure. The most elated among us was undoubtedly the optician, for the resources and facilities available were sufficient to manufacture any type of ammunition, and in large quantities. Having not enjoyed a proper meal for days, We gathered the supplies found in our dormitory, and that evening felt akin to a festive celebration. For 3 consecutive days, we immersed ourselves in production, donning standard combat attire made from a material impervious to blades. The armored vehicle brimmed with weapons and ammunition, while the optician secured several small devices, claiming they could be utilized for bullet production. We had no intention of clearing the zombies from the small town, as their presence provided a semblance of security. After all, we could not transport all the equipment, and who knew when this place might prove useful again? The armored vehicle and the colossal truck set off simultaneously, and, of course, our compact SUV was not forsaken. Xiaomai and her boyfriend continued to drive their pickup truck. I was uncertain of their motives, perhaps feeling a persistent disconnect from our group. We yearned for a lake, an island. This life of exile was undeniably arduous. Following the map's guidance, we journeyed northward, and gradually, the desolate road transformed, revealing towns in the distance. Ahead lies a quaint little town. Should we take a detour or venture forth to explore? With a decisive tone, Glasses pulled the vehicle to the roadside. Let us explore. We have an armored car. What is there to fear? I chuckled as I swung open the colossal door of the vehicle. Inside were Glasses and EE, with Wheat and his boyfriend following closely behind, ensuring that we had ample backup. The armored vehicle surged into the town, and I suddenly recalled a crucial matter I had previously overlooked. If we were to carve out a new existence, an array of crop seeds would be indispensable. As for poultry, it had been ages since we last encountered any. However, the number of wild animals along the roads had gradually increased. The town's ambience was pleasant. Distinctly not a tourist destination, yet the streets were teeming with zombies. Using the armored vehicle's formidable bulk, we barreled through, crushing most of the undead beneath our wheels. The remaining threats would be dealt with by our group of 5. To ensure safety, I typically led our operations. Feng Feng partnered with Ziqiu, while Ling Meng teamed up with Dongling. Occasionally, they would swap partners, but that was their affair, not mine. Just as I stepped into a small courtyard, a piercing scream from Feng Feng echoed nearby. Grasping my firearm, I dashed towards the sound. Fate has an uncanny way of intertwining paths. Before I could enter, a familiar male voice rang out. At that moment, Ling Meng and Don isn't the one speaking, the very lad we encountered in prison? Have you truly lost only 2 of your companions? Unperturbed, I strode directly into the courtyard. Stay back, or I shall end her life, the bald man bellowed. Look at you, you've withered away to such an extent. Are you not famished? I happen to possess some provisions, I remarked, reaching towards my backpack. The bald man visibly swallowed hard, and the other man could not resist glancing my way. Do not move. The man wielding the gun noticed Ziqiu's subtle movements. His hands tensed upon his weapon. What is the purpose of this? Observe me, my numbers are increasing, while yours dwindle. Even if you manage to abscond with her today, you shall not survive, I remarked with a cold laugh directed at the bald man. Before I meet my demise, I intend to savor this, he replied, his hands growing restless. I can offer you a vehicle and some supplies. Which do you find more advantageous? I suppressed my anger, maintaining a facade of a smile. Bah! I have endured enough in this damned world. You know not what I have faced along the way. Today, it is either our collective demise or you depart swiftly, the bald man declared, tightening his grip around Feng Feng's neck, causing her complexion to alter dramatically. Boss! The lecherous man gazed at Ziqiu with a smirk, and I nearly succumbed to the urge to shoot him. Let us collaborate. I am well aware of your desires, yet the one you hold is my woman. I can assist you in locating others. I slowly lowered my hands. Upon hearing my words, Feng Feng's eyes sparkled, and the bald man loosened his grip. Boss! Do not trust him, this fellow is exceedingly treacherous. The lecherous man still retained a measure of intelligence. Do not trust me? Behold my equipment, behold my companion. I have traversed a path fraught with thorns, and those who follow me shall dine well. If you doubt me, do you truly place your trust in this fool? I regard the bald man with a smirk. Silence, he roars at the lecherous fellow, who clearly finds himself perturbed. I perceive that hunger has gripped you. It is indeed difficult to think on an empty stomach. Would you care to partake in a morsel? I cast a glance at Dongling, who, understanding my intent, promptly retrieves several pieces of chocolate from her backpack. The two men's eyes widen at the sight of the chocolate. It is a rare commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. In truth, we possess an abundance, having looted numerous shops along our journey. Do not be overzealous, I caution, as I take the chocolate and approach slowly. Stay still and toss it over. When I am but 3 paces from the bald man, he can no longer contain himself and bellows. Very well. I shall throw it to you. However, Fong Fong is no longer the same as before. Before the bald man could react, her dagger had already been withdrawn from his abdomen. She rolled on the ground, and I swiftly pulled her behind me. The bald man looked at me in disbelief, then glanced down at his wound, hesitantly reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, not from us, but from Fong Fong, who had drawn my gun and shot him directly in the heart. His eyes widened in shock as he knelt before us. This is the consequence of your own recklessness, I remarked, turning slowly to gently relieve Fong Fong of the weapon she clutched so tightly. Ultimately, this girl succumbed to her emotions, weeping against me. Chapter 55, Facing Peril Alone. In truth, the resources in this small town are relatively abundant. If the bald man and his accomplices had taken the time to gather some, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Perhaps they had survived solely through plundering and robbery. Or maybe they had thrived by stepping on the shoulders of their companions. One life had already been lost, and I could no longer discern the full story of what had transpired. I could only be grateful that our group still retained our humanity. After comforting Fong Fong, we lacked the energy to search for supplies any further, so we decided to settle in for the night in the town. Brother, let us proceed, announced the glasses-wearing one, willingly taking on the task of scouring for resources. Xiaomai and her boyfriend, feeling a sense of obligation, joined in as well. I'm sorry, it was my foolishness, Fong Fong said, now composed. Do not speak like that, you have made significant progress, I replied, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. Thank you. If it were not for you, I would never have made it this far. I truly did not anticipate her saying such a thing. The rice in the town provided us with a hearty meal. In fact, it had been several days since we last tasted grain. After dining, we gathered around the map, deliberating on our next course of action. A lake lies 500 kilometers ahead, Zichio pointed out on the map. There is a city in between, which will likely pose considerable challenges, I mused while stroking my chin. Let us proceed and assess the situation. If it proves too difficult, we can always take a detour, Dongling suggested. Once again, the armored vehicle led the way. Since acquiring this formidable tool, our safety has significantly improved. Should we drive the armored vehicle directly in? Dongling inquired, tilting her head. That would be unsuitable, the noise is rather loud, and it would be wiser for us to proceed on foot, I replied, glancing at those inside the vehicle. Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their concurrence with my decision. Our 5-member assault team would venture forth first, while the others remained behind to prepare for support. I initially intended for Fong Fong to rest as well, but this girl was adamant about joining, so I relented. According to the map, the city before us does not seem large. However, it appears our map may be outdated. It seems we must seek a new one, a sentiment echoed by Zichio. The outskirts of the city seemed manageable, with only a few wandering zombies, for us now, unless surrounded by the undead. These ordinary zombies pose little threat. Our greatest concern remains the mutated creatures. After dealing with several of the reckless zombies, we gradually entered the main urban area, which, surprisingly, appeared relatively unpopulated by the undead. Let us explore that building. Ling Meng pointed towards a distant skyscraper. All right, everyone, tread carefully. Although my words may seem somewhat superfluous, they have become my habitual refrain. The entrance stood ajar, indicating that the building was likely to harbor wandering zombies. The elevator had ceased to function. And even if it were operational, we would not dare to ride it. We ascended the building's emergency staircase slowly, the corridor's emergency lights flickering erratically. Despite our cautious footsteps, the sound disturbed the undead. 2 famished zombies abruptly burst through the fire door, shrieking as they lunged towards me. Before I could react, Feng Feng and Ling Meng, positioned behind me, swiftly launched 2 daggers past me. The zombies had not yet grazed my sleeve when they collapsed to the ground. What excellent bodyguards! After jesting with the 2 women, I continued my ascent under their watchful, exasperated gazes. We were not yet at a point of dire scarcity, and aimlessly venturing into the building to search would be far too perilous. Our sole objective was to reach the rooftop, to survey the sprawling cityscape, and hopefully identify a route suitable for our convoy. Fortunately, the number of zombies on each floor was limited. Aside from some fatigue, we faced little danger. After all, this building boasted 30 stories. Upon severing the hefty lock on the rooftop door, I was greeted not by sunlight, but by a horde of zombies at least 20 or 30. I raised my weapon and fired several shots. My shotgun was indeed a formidable close combat instrument, and with each shot, half of the zombies fell. Transitioning from gun to knife, we charged forward through the path cleared by the shotgun. These creatures had likely been trapped here since before the apocalypse, now desiccated remnants of their former selves. Gazing upon the lifeless corpses of the fallen zombies, a sense of melancholy enveloped me. It had been an eternity since I had beheld the vistas from such towering heights. The crowd dispersed, reveling in the surroundings, while I approached the edge of the rooftop, attempting to chart a course. Yet, before I could discern the landscape, a series of gunshots pierced the air. Initially, I surmised that our group had encountered the undead. However, as I followed the direction of the gunfire, I beheld 2 figures sprinting towards us. More precisely, they were 2 adolescents, a boy and a girl, the latter slightly shorter than her companion. Their features remained obscured, but the firearm in the boy's grip, along with the zombies trailing behind them, was all too evident. Naturally, the women nearby had also heard the shots and had gathered around me, their eyes filled with anxious anticipation. I was uncertain if we could reach them in time. Yet my conscience urged me to act rather than remain a passive observer. We descended the building in a hurried manner. I brandished my knife, leading the charge, dispatching any zombies that crossed our path. It seemed the children had heard our gunfire as well, for the moment we burst forth from the edifice, we spotted them running towards us. In his panic, the boy instinctively aimed his weapon at me. "Do not halt, flee!" I bellowed at him. The girl, maintaining a semblance of composure, tugged at the boy's sleeve, perhaps sensing that we were not threats. Gradually, he lowered his firearm. "Do not linger, run!" Winterling's furious shout jolted the boy from his stupor. He glanced at the nearby zombie, seized the girl's hand, and sprinted towards us. I entertained the notion of joining them in their flight, yet the pressing matter of these zombies obstructing our path rendered such an escape unfeasible. As the duo brushed past us, their steps faltering upon witnessing our resolute stance, the boy, in a moment of hesitation, turned, his gaze meeting mine. "Fear not," I reassured him with a smile, promptly pivoting to raise my firearm. Little did I anticipate that this cathartic outburst would nearly lead to my demise. A barrage of gunfire erupted, felling the encroaching zombies like harvested wheat, causing the boy and girl to halt in their tracks, observing us from a short distance with an air of divine awe. I must concede to a degree of imprudence on my part. For how could one presume the absence of mutated entities within such a sprawling metropolis? No sooner had we dispatched the initial wave of zombies than a formidable pursuer emerged from the distance. The women, acutely aware of the pursuer's prowess, remained steadfast by my side, mirroring my refusal to yield. Compelled, I raised my weapon, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the advancing pursuer, joined by the women and the boy, who brandished his own firearm. Alas, another pursuer materialized from a neighboring alleyway. "Flee, we cannot prevail!" I exclaimed, retreating. The women, heeding my warning, seized the children and turned to flee. However, the two pursuers, enraged by the onslaught of bullets, redirected their fury toward me. To safeguard the others, I was left with no alternative but to fight a rearguard action, yet my ammunition was finite. I owe a debt of gratitude to Glasses for his modifications to the shotgun, which augmented both its power and ammunition capacity. Even so, I barely managed to neutralize one of the pursuers, the initial assailant, who had already sustained grievous wounds. As I attempted to reload, the remaining pursuer loomed before me. With a swift motion, I exchanged my firearm for a blade and cast a glance at the crowd. At this juncture, should I flee? The others would stand no chance of survival, for the undead had begun to emerge from behind us, rendering it impossible for everyone to confront the threat simultaneously. My knife is your knife, let us engage, I murmured softly, raising the blade before me. As I recalled my experiences, I realized that I had never encountered anyone who could face a pursuer in close combat and emerge unscathed. My own abilities certainly did not reach such heights. If fate decreed that I meet my end here, so be it. Don't! Came the urgent cries from behind. I roared, lifting my knife towards the pursuer. The sound of a sharp metallic clash echoed in the air, yet it was not my own doing. I still stood 3 paces away from the pursuer. A sword had intercepted the pursuer's blade, simultaneously blocking my advance. A lithe figure emerged before my eyes, her long, dark hair cascading to her waist. Clad in a form-fitting black attire that exuded an alluring danger. Even from the side, her visage captivated me, rendering me momentarily immobile. In stark contrast to the grotesque pursuer, this woman resembled a celestial being descended to earth. In such perilous circumstances, I found myself entranced. However, what astonished me most was not her beauty but her skill. This woman, wielding her sword, matched the pursuer blow for blow. The clamor of blades clashing filled the air, and for a fleeting moment, I dared to believe I was dreaming. Stop staring! Leave this to me, you hurry and assist. The woman's voice was equally melodious. I swiftly reloaded my ammunition, and the introduction of the shotgun shifted the tide of battle. The zombies blocking our path were soon dispatched. Everyone turned to gaze, witnessing the woman still entangled in combat with her pursuer. Had it not been for our own eyes, one could hardly believe such a master still existed in this world. Winterling, ever quick to react, being a professional, raised her rifle and charged forward. This girl, bolstered by her sharpshooting skills, took advantage of the moments when the beauty and her pursuer clashed, firing continuously, each shot effectively hindering the assailant's strikes. Seizing the opportunity, the beauty struck decisively, separating the pursuer's head from his body, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood. "Thank you, valiant heroine, for your timely rescue," I exclaimed, stepping forward to express my gratitude with a respectful gesture. "Sister Mengqin." Before the heroine could respond, the young boy and girl eagerly rushed to her side. It turned out she was indeed the renowned Mengqin, a name befitting her prowess. I could only manage an awkward smile and offer a few compliments. I wondered how these two youngsters had survived in such perilous circumstances, only to discover they were under the protection of such an expert. "Do not refer to me as a heroine, I am grateful for your assistance," Mengqin stated, turning away, seemingly preparing to depart. "Is it just the 3 of you?" I felt reluctant to let such a skilled individual leave. "What do you mean?" Mengqin, clearly misunderstanding, halted, tightening her grip on her sword, her tone decidedly unfriendly. "Do not misconstrue my intentions, I merely meant to convey that we are in search of a suitable place to reside. We have several friends awaiting us, and if it pleases you, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us." Although her back was turned, preventing her from seeing my expression, I endeavored to maintain a sincere smile. 2 young boys turned to look at me, and Mengqin also turned around, a smile adorning her face. The man approaching me, his intentions were all too clear. I appreciated his goodwill. However, before I could revel in the moment, Mengqin's smile vanished as she coldly uttered, "Are you all right? Why is there constant gunfire? Do you need assistance?" At that moment, my walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Xiaomai's voice resonated through the air. The two boys, who were about to follow Mengqin, halted in their tracks upon hearing the voice. "Sister Xiaomai?" one boy exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. I too was taken aback and glanced at the boy. "Yes, we were together in the underground air raid shelter in Hongshan City," the girl exclaimed, rushing towards me with enthusiasm. "We received news as well, but by the time we arrived, that place had already fallen. Xiaomai is now our ally." I quickly seized the opportunity, turning my gaze towards the still indifferent Mengqin. "Sister Mengqin, they are with Sister Xiaomai, let us go and see." The girl, perceptive to my glance, hurriedly approached Mengqin. "All right, I will accompany you," Mengqin replied, turning around, yet her gaze towards me remained icy. I understood her silent warning. Should I dare to play tricks, she would not hesitate to eliminate me. Her eyes conveyed that message clearly. "Let us go, our armored vehicle is just down the street." I naturally refrained from voicing my thoughts, maintaining a smile. However, the exchanged glances between Mengqin and me did not go unnoticed by the other girls. Dongling pinched me sharply, while Ziqiu stepped on my foot. Both Ling Meng and Fong Fong cast me a disdainful glance, a sight that did not escape the notice of Mengqin, whose gaze towards me now brimmed with hostility. The gunfire had indeed been ferocious, drawing the surrounding zombies closer, and just as we boarded the armored vehicle, the undead surged from all directions. I pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle sped forward with great urgency, successfully breaking free from the horde amidst the cacophony of violent collisions. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, we found our comrades fully armed and evidently prepared to rescue us. Sister Xiaomai and brother Dahai. As the two young men disembarked, they rushed towards Xiaomai and Dahai. Xiaomai and Dahai were momentarily taken aback before they opened their arms wide, with Xiaomai overwhelmed to the point of tears. "How did you get here?" she exclaimed, wiping her nose in tears as she tenderly caressed the girl's cheek. "We got separated from everyone, it was Sister Mengqin who saved us," the girl sobbed, gazing at Mengqin. Thank you," Xiaomai exclaimed excitedly, grasping Mengqin's hand tightly. "Well, since you're acquainted, I shall take my leave," Mengqin said, her tone devoid of warmth despite Xiaomai being a woman, and she turned to depart. "Sister!" A cry interrupted my attempt to persuade her to stay. Mengqin visibly flinched, halting in her tracks to look back. The voice that called out was none other than Yi, and we all turned our attention towards her. As Mengqin's sword clattered to the ground, the two women embraced tightly. "What are you doing here?" Mengqin finally revealed her softer side. "They saved me." "How did you end up here?" Yi was also in tears. "From the onset of the apocalypse, I searched for you. By the time I reached your shelter, it had already fallen. Along the way, I rescued these two young individuals." As Mengqin spoke, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears from Yi's face. "Are you sisters?" I couldn't help but pry a little in such dire circumstances. "Yes, she's my biological sister," Yi replied with a smile, taking Mengqin's hand. "What are your names? And how is it that your skills differ so vastly?" I chuckled awkwardly while scratching my head. Perhaps due to Yi's influence, Mengqin seemed to harbor less animosity towards me and actually began to explain. The two were half-sisters, with Mengqin following their father. She didn't elaborate on her father, but it was clear from her words that he was a formidable figure. "This sword is my father's legacy," Mengqin said, bending down to pick up the sword from the ground, diligently brushing off the dust. "We should leave now," Dongling interjected, clearly eager to depart. Indeed, it was time. Those zombies had now begun to pursue us. "Where are you headed?" Mengqin inquired. By the lakeside, Ziqiu positioned herself protectively in front of me. It was the first time I had seen her so anxious. It seemed Mengqin was simply too remarkable. However, Mengqin appeared utterly unfazed. "I know a path," she declared, leaping onto the armored vehicle. "Sister, this is my boyfriend, Zhou Hai," Yi then introduced the bewildered glasses wearer who had been standing by. "Ah." Mengqin merely glanced over him without further comment. "You two catch up," I said, taking the initiative to lead the glasses wearer onto the behemoth vehicle. The other women naturally followed suit behind me. Mengqin turned the car around and drove along a narrow path. "What? So impressive?" Glasses exclaimed upon hearing about Mengqin's capabilities. "You should treat Yi well, don't emulate certain individuals who are fickle," Dongling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I dared not respond, nor could I borrow anything. As several pairs of eyes were fixed on the back of my head, I focused intently on driving. Fortunately, Glasses was displaying a modicum of emotional intelligence. Of course, even without that heroine, I would still treat Yi well. Chapter 57, Inexplicable. Our people should be heading in that direction, came the voice of Xiaomai over the intercom. Instinctively, I glanced at Glasses, seated in the passenger seat. The situation had become abundantly clear. Mengqin's solitary journey was undoubtedly to seek Yi. Now that Yi had been located, Mengqin's fate was inextricably linked to Glasses. Moreover, judging by Mengqin's demeanor, it seemed she harbored little fondness for men. "Don't worry, big brother, I will absolutely follow you to the ends of the earth," Glasses assured, thumping his chest. "What your elder brother is concerned about is that heroine." Dongling chimed in, always forthright. I was accustomed to her candor, yet her accuracy in this instance was somewhat disconcerting. "Stop talking nonsense, I am genuinely considering Glasses' feelings. That heroine is quite independent, what if she decides to take Yi away?" I felt the need to defend myself at this moment, otherwise, I would appear overly passive. "Humph, the drunken man's intention is not in the wine," Zichio couldn't help but interject. Fortunately, at this moment, several zombies appeared on the road. And it seemed that this path was known to very few. It became increasingly narrow until it was reduced to a mere dirt track. Had it not been for our vehicles being specially designed, traversing this area would have been quite impossible. Seizing this opportunity, I successfully evaded the inquiries of the women by feigning my attention on the road. "Big brother, just in case, I should prepare some ammunition," I suggested. The astute Glasses wearer cleverly diverted the women's attention away from me. Just as I was about to exhale in relief, Cold Dream unexpectedly settled into the passenger seat beside me. "How audacious!" Cold Dream suddenly remarked, "Can you handle this?" I dared not meet her gaze and pretended not to comprehend. "Such a formidable heroine, be careful not to end up as a eunuch," she said with a laugh. Although her words were jest, the possibility lingered ominously, and I discreetly swallowed hard, realizing I had indeed been rather hasty. Without further ado, Cold Dream rose to prepare her weapons, leaving me to ponder whether my reputation had plummeted so low in the eyes of others. After all, a desire for beauty is universal, what could be wrong with that? Dream Qian exhibited commendable driving skills, even offering me warnings about obstacles ahead. However, at this moment, I dared not dwell on it. I understood that her intentions were for the greater good. After navigating the bumpy dirt road for approximately an hour, we followed Dream Qian onto a paved road. Looking back, the city had receded far into the distance. This road did not appear on the map, and I was perplexed as to how Dream Qian had discovered it, especially since navigation was no longer functional. After traversing a village, we arrived at a desolate expanse, where Mengqin suggested we take a respite. I had contemplated visiting the village, yet since the valiant lady had no such inclination, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. After all, my current status was rather precarious. If I were to claim the role of leader, I lacked the requisite qualifications. I was outnumbered, outmatched in skills by the lady warrior, and inferior in marksmanship to Dongling. As for specialized knowledge, it was needless to mention, for Glasses could at least forge weapons and ammunition. The more I pondered this, the more I felt a sense of inadequacy, to the point of almost vanishing from existence. It was perplexing how this seemingly slender figure possessed such remarkable strength. "I hear you can forge weapons?" Mengqin inquired as the others prepared the ingredients, approaching Glasses. Indeed, sister, what type of weapon do you require? Glasses responded readily, adapting to the conversation. I am not accustomed to firearms, can you craft a bow and arrow? Meng Qin seemed unperturbed by Glasses' address, evidently, he had spoken highly of Glasses. However, at that moment, I dared not interject. Sister, we recently fashioned one at the weapon factory, let me fetch it for you and see if it meets your needs. With that, Glasses rose and headed toward the colossal figure, casting a glance back at me as he stood. This fellow truly relished the spectacle. And I quickly averted my gaze, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with Meng Qin. Are you the leader? She asked, her tone unyielding and assertive. A demeanor I found myself unable to rival. No, we are all supporting one another, I replied awkwardly, forcing a smile. Do not be so modest. I perceive a certain boldness in you, and my sister's assessment of you is quite favorable. It is unexpected for Meng Qin to praise me so openly. Initially, I intended to leave with my sister, but considering her connection with that young man, I can remain. Before I could articulate my thoughts, Meng Qin expressed my sentiments. What are your plans moving forward? This girl hardly grants me the opportunity to speak. Zombies are averse to water, so we resolved to explore the nearby lake. There lies an island at its center, and should it be feasible, we intend to settle there. Confronted by such a formidable woman, I could only succinctly convey my perspective. I am accustomed to solitary ventures and lack proficiency in leading a group, however, I can assist you in your endeavors. Yet, I must forewarn you. I am not akin to those young ladies. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, as Meng Qin continued, her tone took a sharp turn. And she even caressed her formidable sword, casting me a chilling glance. I dared not respond. My current smile must appear rather ghastly. For before me stands one capable of single-handedly confronting a pursuer. Sister, give it a try. The bespectacled one approached, bow in hand. Follow me. Without hesitation, Meng Qin accepted the bow and rose, not even sparing a glance at the bespectacled one. I raised a hand in tentative disbelief, pointing to my own nose. And Meng Qin nodded with a frown. The bespectacled one clenched his fist in encouragement. Had Meng Qin not been present, I would have surely leaped to deliver a couple of kicks to him. This lad is indeed audacious. However, what transpired next left me rather bewildered. As before the eyes of many, Meng Qin led me towards the small grove. To assert that I am devoid of chaotic thoughts at this moment would be a disservice to my masculinity. With a heart brimming with excitement, anxiety, fear, and trepidation, I hastened to catch up. Upon arriving at a secluded spot, where the trees were sparse and a smooth, towering boulder loomed at waist height, Meng Qin set down her sword and bow, approaching me with a gentle smile. My heart raced uncontrollably as I abruptly discarded my knife and firearm, hastily shedding my bulletproof vest. Suddenly, I was taken aback, slapping my left cheek in astonishment. Indeed, men are all the same, hadn't I warned you against harboring untoward thoughts? Meng Qin's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Are you out of your mind? You bring me to this remote place, wearing such an alluring smile, only to strike me now? Were it not for the disparity in our strength, I would have voiced my indignation. Are you truly from the future? This girl has a remarkable ability to change her demeanor. Is this all for that? My voice trembled as I surveyed my surroundings. What else could it be? Meng Qin raised her hand once more. Must you resort to violence so readily? Let us converse civilly. I was growing anxious, primarily fearing that this woman might indeed take my life. Did he inform you? I took a step back. Faced with such a stunning beauty, I found myself compelled to maintain a respectful distance, a feeling that can only be described as fear. Xiaomai and the others were oblivious to my origins. Only my glasses could relay the information to Yi, who in turn communicated it to Meng Qin. I asked if she was aware. This woman clearly responds better to gentleness than to force. I discerned that much. As she advanced towards me, I reluctantly closed my eyes and conceded. You are quite familiar with those mutated beings, aren't you? Observing my silence, Meng Qin continued her interrogation, acknowledging my capability in ensuring the survival of our group. What could be the rationale behind this woman's actions? A slap followed by a gesture of kindness? Furthermore, she expressed gratitude for saving her sister. Before I could fully regain my composure, a tender sensation graced my face as she unexpectedly bestowed a kiss upon me. Chapter 58, Perilous Predicament once more. I raised my hand to shield my left cheek, my countenance undoubtedly reflecting an unparalleled astonishment. Meng Qin, seemingly unaffected, retrieved her weapon and proceeded in the direction from which we had come. Her slap had been delivered with considerable force, leaving my face ablaze with discomfort, undoubtedly marked by the imprints of her fingers. Venturing out at this moment would render any explanation futile, regardless of its eloquence. However, remaining isolated within this forest was equally untenable, compelling me to plunge into the adjacent stream, hoping its frigid waters would alleviate the swelling on my face. Indeed, the continuous cascade of water upon my face provided a soothing sensation. Suddenly, I detected a presence lurking behind me. Prone on the ground, the sound of the stream completely masked the surrounding environment. Restraining my movements, knowing that any abrupt action could prove fatal if it were a mutated creature, I cautiously raised my head, allowing my ears to emerge from the water, confirming the presence of a sound behind me. My hands instinctively sought my knife and gun. But in my initial haste, I had discarded them onto the ground, leaving me defenseless. Accompanied by the heavy panting emanating from behind, my heart pounded relentlessly. This presence seemed more akin to a wild beast than a zombie. I swiftly rose to my feet, finally discerning the form of a bear behind me. Had it not been for the handsome gentleman who arrived in the nick of time with his keen sense of smell, I would have likely met my demise here today. To perish at the claws of a bear in this apocalyptic setting would surely be an absurd tale to recount. The gentleman was engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast, while I, armed only with a shotgun, hesitated to intervene for fear of inadvertently harming him. Even rushing in with a knife seemed futile as I found no opportunity to strike. However, witnessing the gentleman's sustained injuries filled me with desperation, prompting me to shout at the bear in a futile attempt to intimidate it. Alas, it appeared that my voice only incited its wrath, and it savagely bit down on the gentleman's shoulder. My emotions for him were beyond question. I discarded the knife and seized a stone from the riverbank, charging at the bear and striking it on the head without regard for the consequences. Unfortunately, my efforts lacked sufficient force. The bear, in pain, promptly redirected its attention towards me, opening its gaping maw. Naturally, the gentleman would not allow me to be harmed. He clamped his jaws onto the bear's hind leg. In response, the bear turned its gaze toward me as the gentleman fiercely tugged at its leg. Realizing its predicament, the bear abandoned its pursuit of me and lunged for the gentleman's neck. In that critical moment, a whistling arrow grazed my cheek and pierced the bear's skull. I turned to see Meng Qin standing at a distance, her bow just lowered. The gentleman's eyes were now clouded with blood, yet he still clung tenaciously to the bear's hind leg. "It's dead, it's dead," I cried out, discarding the stone and rushing forward. Upon hearing my voice, the gentleman slowly opened his eyes, and I felt as though he was smiling at me. The handsome man released the bear's hind leg and collapsed softly onto the ground. Panic enveloped me entirely. Upon hearing the commotion, the others rushed over, their faces a tableau of shock as they covered their mouths in fear of uttering a sound. handsome man, Dr. Feng Feng, hurry!" My words tumbled out in disarray as I gently shook his body. I was not a veterinarian. Feng Feng trembled as she approached me, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. "It's the same for everyone, we need to examine him quickly." Anxiety surged within me as I pulled Feng Feng towards the handsome man. His breaths were shallow, his body marred by blood, indistinguishable whether it was his or the bear's. Seeing my distress, Feng Feng shared my urgency. After all, the handsome man was a cherished companion, a talisman of sorts throughout our journey. She began to examine him meticulously, akin to a doctor assessing a patient. "He has lost too much blood, the wounds require suturing." Feng Feng raised her gaze, her expression fraught with difficulty as she looked at me. Suture him, quickly, I exclaimed, attempting to lift the handsome man. No, do not move him. The wounds are too numerous, given the volume of blood lost, survival is unlikely, Feng Feng replied, tears streaming down her face. I was undeterred. We needed to suture his wounds immediately. I shouted at Feng Feng, do it! Surprisingly, the girl did not take offense. Through her tears, she dashed towards the camp. Everyone knew of the bond one shared with the handsome man, and no one dared to intervene at that moment. It was only then that I noticed Meng Qin had quietly slipped into the woods. Zi Chou, Dong Ling, and Meng joined Feng Feng to assist in cleaning the handsome man's wounds. However, the bleeding could not be halted, just as the blood stains were washed away. Fresh blood surged forth, leaving Feng Feng uncertain of the wound's location. Quick, apply pressure to stop the bleeding, I growled through clenched teeth. In this dire situation, suturing the wound seemed the most logical method to staunch the flow. Feng Feng bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. Were we to watch him perish? I could no longer contain my voice, shouting in desperation. Perhaps my outburst was too loud, or the pervasive scent of blood in the air had stirred the surrounding woods into a rustling commotion. Without waiting for my words, the crowd swiftly dispersed, encircling the handsome figure and me in their midst. I could see that Feng Feng had truly exerted herself, yet the circumstances left us in a precarious position. We needed to crush the herbs over the wound. With numerous zombies still lurking nearby, we had to make our escape swiftly. Dream Chen, she declared, seizing a handful of herbs and placing them in her mouth. I and Feng Feng mimicked her, continuously chewing the herbs and pressing them onto the handsome man's injury. I was uncertain of the herbs Dream Chen had procured, but within moments of application, the bleeding indeed ceased. Come help! Dream Chen stood, though her voice bore an unusual tremor. Glasses and Yi rushed forward, while the others continued to fend off the encroaching zombies. The trio swiftly fashioned a stretcher from several branches. We carefully placed the handsome man onto the makeshift stretcher, with Glasses and me lifting it, while Dream Chen led the way, the rest of the group providing cover around us. Fortunately, there was a pickup truck driven by Xiao Mai, and we managed to place the handsome man in the truck bed. Feng Feng promptly ascended to the driver's seat, and to my astonishment, Meng Qin chose to sit beside the handsome gentleman. As each person boarded the vehicle, our conveyance had scarcely begun to move when the zombies from the forest descended upon us. Hold on, I must not succumb to slumber. I will certainly devise a means to rescue you. I cradled the gentleman's head, continuously engaging him in conversation throughout the journey. There is a small clinic nearby. We might pay a visit, Meng Qin suddenly interjected. Your voice? I had previously noticed it and thought it was merely an illusion. This is a side effect of the herbal medicine. It induces a certain numbness and will take time to recover. Your voice is similarly affected. To my surprise, Meng Qin smiled. I was not mistaken, she was explaining this with a smile. However, this was not the time to concern ourselves with such trivialities. Where is the clinic? I inquired urgently. There is a small village at the foot of the mountain, which harbors a clinic, but Meng Qin's expression shifted to one of difficulty as she spoke. Feng Feng, drive along the road toward the mountain's base, I exclaimed, tapping on the window and calling out to her. The convoy swiftly altered its course. I was oblivious to who was operating the armored vehicle, but our singular focus was clear, to rescue the handsome gentleman. There are mutants in that village. Meng Qin preemptively answered my unasked question. What kind of mutants? I furrowed my brow. I cannot quite articulate it. They are tall, green in stature, and emit a substance akin to sulfuric acid from their mouths, Feng Feng endeavored to clarify. Devourers, as long as they are not sweepers. It should not pose a significant challenge, I remarked, my brow furrowing in contemplation. Even before Meng Qin voiced her thoughts, I had resolved to brave the village, regardless of the presence of scavengers. The handsome man's life was paramount. Chapter 59, securing the future to accommodate the injured man, Feng Feng struggled to maintain a steady pace. Time was of the essence, yet he couldn't endure excessive jostling. As fate would have it, an enforcer emerged from the adjacent woods. Disregarding the potential of gunfire attracting more undead, I immediately unleashed a barrage. While I might not rival Meng Qin in hand-to-hand combat, my marksmanship, when focused, was unparalleled. The enforcer promptly raised his dual blades in defense. My intention wasn't to kill him outright, as that would be a wasteful expenditure of ammunition. I merely awaited his defensive stance to cripple his legs. The enforcer soon collapsed, but the gunfire had already drawn a multitude of zombies, stirring the surrounding woods. "Do not halt! Maintain course," I barked into the radio. The convoy pressed onward, and the village dwellings came into view. However, the horde of zombies at our rear continued to swell. With the confirmed presence of a mutated entity within the village, there would undoubtedly be more undead. I could only hope that the village possessed a reliable stronghold. Gunfire had already erupted ahead, and the path into the village was teeming with zombies. "Chief, the road ahead is inundated with zombies. What are our orders?" Ai's voice crackled over the radio. "Charge through!" I roared. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, we had no alternative but to press on, especially with no means of retreat. "Chief, there is a 3-story building in the village," Ai's reported. The colossal vehicle obstructed the entrance, prompting everyone to prepare to disembark. As I spoke, my gaze fell upon the handsome yet faint figure in the cargo area. A military armored vehicle provided cover, successfully positioning the behemoth before the courtyard gate. "Feng Feng, maneuver around it," I instructed, my voice resonating as I tapped the top of the vehicle. With a deft turn, Feng Feng skillfully parked the vehicle beside the courtyard wall. "Come help!" I called out just as the others, who had already leaped into the courtyard, scrambled to carefully lift the handsome stranger. "Where is the village clinic?" I inquired, leaping from the vehicle and grasping Meng Qin's arm. "I will lead you there," she replied unexpectedly, yet I recognized that this was not the time for me to decline. "Brother, continue," I urged as I received a bundle of ammunition and my shotgun from my companion. "Take good care of the handsome one. And be cautious of the mutated beings." With that, I turned and followed Meng Qin, who had already set off. The village's winding paths were convoluted, but fortunately, Meng Qin was familiar with the route. Had I ventured alone, it would likely have delayed the timely treatment of the handsome stranger. Surrounded by zombies, I disregarded the sounds of gunfire, brandishing my shotgun to clear the way, while Meng Qin wielded her sword, guarding the flanks. We had not traveled far when gunfire erupted behind us. Initially, I feared the emergence of mutated creatures, until I witnessed a zombie collapse before us. Indeed, that small building was the only 3-story structure in the village. The others must surely be providing cover from the rooftop at this moment. "Brother, the road to your left has fewer zombies," my companion unexpectedly began directing us via the intercom. Without hesitation, I turned my shotgun towards that direction. The weapon's power, enhanced by modifications, was formidable. While it may lack precision, its destructive range was indisputable. As soon as my gun fired, the zombies before me fell in droves, akin to stalks of wheat being cut down. Dream Chen nimbly leaped onto the wall, surprisingly sprinting across its surface like a ninja. Yet, as I looked up while running, she had vanished. Where could she be? I decided to seek assistance from those behind. "Rest assured, we are already at the clinic's rear. Sister Heroine has gone inside to procure medicine," came a voice tinged with admiration. "So, does this imply that I am superfluous? Am I merely a sentinel stationed at the entrance? Well, as long as I can save the handsome man, I shall endure anything." Moments later, Dream Qian descended from the wall, a large bag slung over her shoulder. "Let us go," she commanded, her tone reminiscent of an order. "I've collected all the medicine from the clinic," she remarked, casting me an eye roll. The return journey was significantly easier, with a multitude providing cover, and the heroine clearing the path, complemented by my well-stocked shotgun. Quickly, come down, be cautious. Just as we climbed onto the courtyard wall, the others approached to assist. Although their focus was solely on Dream Chin, I remained unfazed. As long as the handsome man could be saved, that was all that mattered. I anxiously observed from the side as Zichio and Dongling pulled me onto the rooftop. Ling Meng, who could also be considered a doctor, naturally assisted Fang Fang. His gaze was fixed on the rooftop, yet his task was to keep watch and monitor our surroundings. All right, let go of me, I'm fine, I said, freeing myself from the grasp of the two women. Brother, we have a situation, came the voice of Ice. Indeed, just as one wave subsided, another arose. I took the binoculars, noticing something large moving within the nearby courtyard. Abruptly, a creature sprung forth, causing the surrounding zombies to scatter in trepidation, undoubtedly a devourer. It had likely been slumbering in the courtyard. Open fire! Open fire! Under no circumstances should we allow that thing to approach, I exclaimed urgently. We were not the only ones on the rooftop. Wheat, Big Ocean, and others were also present. Observing my trepidation, they promptly seized their firearms and directed a barrage of bullets at the mutated entity. However, the village's intricate network of roads and abundance of courtyard walls allowed the mutant to evade our firepower with a series of nimble maneuvers. It even exploited the structures as cover, relentlessly advancing towards our position. Good heavens, Meng Qin uttered, materializing behind us at an indiscernible moment. Absolutely not. Should that thing spew its venom upon you, it would dissolve your very bones, I vehemently protested. Rest assured, I shall not allow it to besmirch me with its spittle. Meng Qin responded with a smile before leaping from the third story. Good heavens, a heroine, Glasses exclaimed in astonishment. Ceasefire! Ceasefire, everyone, I interjected hastily, preventing the others from continuing their barrage, naturally fearing that they might inadvertently strike Meng Qin. Dongling, Glasses, the three of us shall provide cover for Meng Qin, while the rest of you maintain vigilance over the zombies surrounding her. As I spoke, I seized a rifle and assumed a prone position on the rooftop. Meng Qin's form was agile and swift, the mutant was no match for her in terms of velocity. This last was capable of engaging a pursuer in single combat. The mutant, of course, detected Meng Qin and discharged a series of viscous projectiles, causing a miasma to ascend from the walls. Several oblivious zombies were inadvertently struck, dissolving into puddles of ichor while emitting mournful cries. Meng Qin did not rush into an offensive, she merely evaded the mutant's attacks. I comprehended her strategy, she was creating an opportunity for us. Take aim! Take aim! I commanded, raising my rifle. As anticipated, Meng Qin persistently provoked the devourer, who, frustrated by several unsuccessful attacks, eventually fell into Meng Qin's snare. Ready! As the devourer neared the firing angle, I issued a hushed command, fire. The moment the devourer emerged, I had already pulled the trigger. Spectacles and Dongling discharged their weapons simultaneously, obliterating the devourer's head into a sunflower-like explosion. Meng Qin, ever sanguine, waved at us with a smile. Success! Ling Meng exclaimed jubilantly from the rooftop. I rushed to the handsome man's side, finding his breathing normalized, though his body was riddled with sutures. He is all right. He is still unconscious, but he is out of peril. However, he will require continued intravenous therapy. Fang Fang, smiling, rose and wiped beads of perspiration from her brow. Thank you for your efforts, I said to Fang Fang, visibly moved. Why would you say that to me? Fang Fang replied with a smile, averting her gaze. In the aftermath, the group convened to deliberate on the situation. Saving all of humanity seemed an almost impossible task, especially with our limited numbers. After residing in the village for a fortnight, we departed once the handsome man was ambulatory. However, instead of aimless wandering, we resolved to go to the isle at the heart of the lake. Naturally, Xiaomei and Dahai accompanied us, though they never relinquished their quest to reunite with their original comrades. Spectacles drones successfully located a suitable island, and with the seeds we had previously acquired, we settled there. We would occasionally venture ashore to procure supplies from the city. During this time, we discovered several survivors, including some associated with wheat. As for the sea, it claimed lives during one of our missions. However, Wheat and I never confessed our feelings, nor did we come together. Concerning the future group, it gradually faded into obscurity throughout our expansion. In the end, only we remained, diligently searching for survivors. Our islands have expanded to 5. And we have become the embodiment of the future.